missing, and that will be the game. It is over.
It's been bitter cold out there in Boston, but Mother Nature's got nothing on these Call of Duty loving Homo sapiens. Welcome back into the MGM Music Hall at Fenway downtown. And we saw fans lining up 3 hours early, Allie. Everyone so pumped for day 3 as we head back to the winner's bracket.
Listen, I get it, but man, it is 0 degrees. I checked that weather app. I had a 5-minute walk from this venue. You bet I took the 60-second Uber.
Yep.
It is cold out there, guys. Please, please, please stay inside and stay as warm as possible.
Boston, though, make some noise right now because today it is going to be fiery in this venue. The Breach have made it to day 3, and we only have 7 teams remaining. Welcome to the headquarters desk. It's Chris Bucket alongside Study. We've got Ant back in the building. Put your hands together for my man.
Let's go.
In the ER 2 nights ago, now back on the desk, but you've been watching every match on your phone. What's been the highlight of this tournament for you so far, Ant?
I mean, I think yesterday seeing LA Thieves losers bracket run back-to-back 3-0s, like that's pretty impressive. Also Boston in front of their home crowd turning up and Zinni having that crazy performance. I mean, this is going to be a lit one today, Puckett.
Study, I have a feeling you and Landon are going to be casting another Game 5. We'll talk about that
Probably,
later
most
today.
likely.
He's done 31 of them, by the way, the most of any casters. But 5 teams have been eliminated, and some of those came at the hands of a few Game 5s. Most of them, though, yesterday, hot 3-0s. Let's take a look at what went down because the big surprise, the subliners are out, our Raleigh champions. They came in with the 4 seed after slowing down towards the end of the online qualifiers. They had to go up against the Rocker in that opening round of the winner's bracket, and the 5 seed, they caught them off guard with a Game 5 round 11.
Yeah, it was tough. Obviously, if you are New York, I just go back to that first series versus Minnesota. You had the ability to control the control that you were going to play, and you allowed Minnesota to get their best control map in El Asilo, and unfortunately lose that one all the way into Game 5, round 11. I just feel like New York were making a couple mishaps, not really involving in their teamwork. It was a lot of individual play, and then that series versus LA Thieves was a perfect example of that.
They looked great against the London Royal Ravens. They did drop the search and destroy, but when they matched up against LA Thieves, it was a 3-0. But the Thieves, they were taking the distance in all 3 of these maps. 250, 246. You had a 6-4 search and destroy. Every map looked like it could have gone either way. But the Thieves, the only team with a perfect 6-0 record on the day, Allie, they were looking like they're back in championship form.
And it's the search and destroys, right? That's really impressive when it comes from the LA Thieves. They've always been a good respawn team, maybe a little bit of a slow start when it came to this season, but that 6-4 Fortress win over Florida and then the 6-4 in Asilo versus New York subliners, it definitely weren't any flukes. LA Thieves said they were coming in with a new game plan when it came to their search and destroy, and it's paying off very early in their series.
As we take a look at our bracket and where we stand, we mentioned it, just 7 teams remain. We will be saying goodbye to 1 more as we start the day. That's that Boston Breach versus Gorillas match that will be opening things up with. But take a look at this. Already, we've had to say goodbye to the Surge. We've said goodbye to the Legion, the Royal Ravens, the Mutineers, and the Subliners to close out the night. Today, we are going to find out who's powering into our top 6 and who's going to lock up our first spots in the winner's bracket final. Your schedule for the day, and it's jam-packed. Which one of these matches has you most excited?
Man, all these are going to be lit. Honestly, I'm really excited for this first one, Boston Breach versus LAG. We saw Arsenes break the kill record yesterday. The young guys are looking pretty good, and Boston is trying to make a run at their own major. Ultra versus FaZe also will not disappoint.
Boston, are you guys excited to see your home team? I thought so. They will be taking the stage in just a minute, and they're going up against the LA Gorillas. The Gorillas surviving on day 2. Let's take a look at this matchup and talk about what Boston is bringing to the table first here, because the Breach, it looked like they fed off the energy of the crowd last night. You're going up against the Surge. You dropped that game 1, but then you come out and you finish strong.
Yeah, and that's what you need from the home team, right? And it was really sick to kind of see the crowd getting behind them, and it was really those respawns that were absurdly impressive from the side of Boston Breach. The fact that they even got an offense on a Fortress control is insane. That's about a 70 to 20%. So big hopes for them. This is the best case scenario going against the LA Gorillas because they did have a bad matches historically versus the Vegas Legion. So a good opener for the start of the day, Puckett.
The fireman is done putting out the fires. He's back in the crowd today, but we got to talk about the finish of this game. A little bit controversial, but and you've seen this 1,000 times. Break it down for me. What went wrong for Seattle in the final moments?
I mean, he hit the roof. I saw everybody going crazy about it left and right on Twitter. I'm like, yo, the cruise missile, it hit the roof. I mean, it's tough, you know, in his FOV, it probably didn't look like it, but you can see it hits the top and it kills Accuracy and him bottom there. I mean, they spawn in on the pinch. This is super nitpicky. I probably wouldn't even use the cruise missile, man, if I'm being honest. But hey, man, that's just an unfortunate situation. Maybe some Boston miracle happening for this squad over here. But either way, we'll see Seattle, who've had a tough stage 2, and we'll be looking at Boston going forward.
Methods had a chance to talk to the crowd after the dub. Here's what he had to say.
Great bracket ahead of you. Now, hopping into the gameplay here, you know, everything was looking smooth for a bit there in that map number 4, okay? And we know y'all struggles on game 5. Talk to me about some of those back moments in a hard point, about how y'all closed that one out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously an unfortunate streak from them. We had control the entire game, but I mean, they're an unreal hardpoint team, right? So we knew that we had to win all the respawns, and first map didn't go as planned, but luckily game 2 we bounced back. Our game 2s are pretty good.
Yeah, you're solid.
If it won game 5, I don't know what I would have thought. So.
Study, that man may be the favorite in the venue right now. Everyone's getting behind Zinni, but when I see him on the stage, he's not laughing. He's not joking around. He is stone-faced, and he is focused this event.
You gotta be, man. You're playing in front of the home crowd. You also got your family here as well, so you want to put a show on in front of every single player. In that series yesterday, he did a great job overall. He got it done, but now today is a totally different day. You gotta be on your best behavior every day for Call of Duty.
Somebody break that finger in the background. Let's take a look, though, at the opponents. While Methods is running the AR, well, Arcity has been unleashed. Assault is holding down the positions, and Arcity's running around the map with his TAC 56, set the kill record with 42 picks last night.
And you know what? 42 picks and still only a 20-point game. Yep. I think that's what's more worrisome when it comes to LA Gorillas. This is something we have expected from RCs throughout this season and throughout this game. And to see him kind of being able to do what he wants on the map has been a true treat thus far. But once again, he is dropping 42 kills for a 250 to 232 win, 20 points. So he's going to need some help by the rest of his squad heading into today's match.
Assault had a slow start to yesterday, but he heated up and he helped carry this team to a day 3. As we take a look at their records, though, and what are you seeing here on LAN that was different from their qualifiers?
I mean, it's right there at the top. Like, qualifiers 0-5, LAN 2-0. So control has obviously been way better for them. That's a game mode that they seriously are going to need in this series as well when we get into, like, the, you know, map veto process coming up later. But, you know, they're squaring up when it comes to the hard points. It's Bagra and Embassy. Both these teams are 6-1 across those 2 maps. So.
Someone is going home. It's either the Gorillas or it's the Breach. That's our first match of the day, but right afterwards, we're going back up to the upper bracket, the winner's bracket, where we have the undefeated Toronto taking on Atlanta FaZe. This one, a rematch of Raleigh, Jay, and a lot of people have already forgotten about this first series we saw on LAN between these 2 teams. It was Atlanta walking away with a 3-1 dub, handing Toronto a brutal loss.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that you take away from this match recap is those hard points. Atlanta FaZe, they were able to take 2 hard points in that series. We know their Embassy, or Search and Destroy, is flawless. What are they, like 7-0 on the season? They've only lost like a total of 10 rounds out of the 10 times that they have played it. They are unbelievable at that map. But Toronto Ultra, all throughout stage 2, they have just improved their game in every single mode. Hardpoint, they have to be better this time around.
Atlanta FaZe went the distance against Boston. That was a game 5 where FaZe pulled out the 2-4-5 victory. Meanwhile, Toronto Ultra pulls off the 1-2-4 against the LA Gorillas. Who do you think has more confidence coming in after looking at these numbers?
Honestly, both these teams. I think this is going to be a grueler of a matchup. I wouldn't be shocked at all if we went to another game 5 between these 2 teams. The only true edge probably is going to be in that Search and Destroy. We again talk about Atlanta FaZe, and their scariest form is when they're winning the S&Ds. But Toronto Ultra has looked incredible so far from what we've seen out of Major 2 qualifiers and their one match that we saw from them on Thursday. So, I mean, hopes are high here. It's just the fact that they got their dub against an LAG squad. So I'm hoping that their confidence doesn't bite them in the butt here.
We saw Scrap getting fired up on the stage. He led all players in the venue when it came to KD after their opening match. Now you're going up against a FaZe squad, and you can expect those numbers to drop down, especially if Abizi is playing like the way he did at the end of the qualifiers. But Jay, we got to talk about another matchup here in the upper bracket, and this is the one that I think is going to get the fans loud here tonight. Optic Texas taking on that Minnesota Rocker squad that sent the Subliners down to the losers bracket on our opening day.
Oh man, that match is going to be exciting, man, because if you see what happened in stage 1, we know that there's some bad blood there. That SAE glitch, Minnesota was able to take the win, so this is a revenge game for Optic Texas. Minnesota have to be in their best form today. You can't have any slow starts to this series because the way that Optic Texas are performing in Search and Destroy, that's been their bread and butter.
I got to give major props to Afro, what he's been bringing to the table consistently for this team, but it felt like the entire Rocker squad elevated their game against the Subliners. And if you're looking to call out one player in particular, it's the man from the UK, Mr. Benjamin, starting to rock it here on land once again. They play totally different roles, but look at these numbers comparison, Allie. How do you think these two players are going to compete today?
I think they're both going to be on top of their game. More so on the side of Minnesota Rocker, though. Bance has to be on top of his game for the Minnesota Rocker to have a decent series against Optic Texas. And I talked about it when their series was over the other day, that the only reason their respawn was struggling is I didn't feel like they were putting enough bodies in the hill. I felt like there wasn't enough teamwork around that objective time. They'd leave one player and was like, well, good luck with Kismet and Hydra. They did pull out the dub in that game 5, but Optic Texas is not going to be as easy.
And here is Optic. They were frying behind Dashy, the man only second to Scrappy on that KD leaderboard. This guy's consistent. Optic is looking strong here with the new lineup, a different look than what we saw back in Raleigh.
Yeah, they're looking extremely strong, and Dashy has been absolutely popping off. Like, it feels like he's playing with a chip on his shoulder almost. Like, this guy's taking over games, and that's kind of what you need. And then Shotzi's also been really impressing me, man. The way that he's been maneuvering around the map, making plays in hardpoint on rotation. He hasn't skipped a beat, so Optic looking strong. I have them taking this comfortably versus Minnesota. I just think they're the far better team at this point.
Getting a little bit spicy a little bit early, and I love it. Crowd is going to be fired up for this battle, and I hope it looks something like we saw against the LA Thieves. That one, as well as the Rocker versus Subliner series, 2 of the best we have seen in Call of Duty this season. Looking at Major 2 stats here, Study, do you agree with Nameless? Is this a convincing advantage for Optic?
I completely agree, because Optic Texas, we know that they're going to be great at hardpoint. They're going to be able to open up in this series and take that map number 1, because that's usually where Minnesota do struggle. And then when you get to the Search and Destroy, that's usually where Minnesota are able to get the bounce back. But Optic Texas, ever since this roster has been formed, they've only lost 2 Search and Destroys. They got that 60% in first bloods. That's one thing that's going to cause problems for Minnesota, because usually when they don't find first blood, they don't find success in any rounds.
That is going to be a spicy matchup, matchup number 3 on the day. So stay locked in, because it's going to be a party inside the MGM Music Hall. Let's take a look, though, at what's happening around the world, starting with our watch party. Yesterday, a special guest breaks in on the Scump watch party, the GOAT. If you're looking at the numbers, there is no one better than Crim6, and it's great to see him alongside Scump once again. Crim promised me he's going to say nice things today.
Yeah, I was watching this yesterday. You know, I was in the room watching these guys. It had me dying, man, because Crim's like, yeah, I haven't watched any competitive in this game, but I'll still be able to break down what's going on. And he was calling some good stuff throughout the entire time. So yeah, the watch party was lit, man.
And I got to give a big shout out to the Flank. Those guys have been grinding. They are here in the venue in the VIP, but here are our friends from all over the globe. We mentioned Tohor from Spain. We've got some French streamers in the mix, but Old Man Slacked, a guy who used to play alongside Clayster back in Black Ops 2, one of the legends of Call of Duty. He's going to be working. Jay, who else should the fans be checking out throughout the watch party?
Well, every single person up here. We know Benjay the Team, sometimes he decides to take his shirt off on the stream when he's watching the parties, you know. We got Enable as well. He's a Call of Duty World Champion. The guy's unreal. This is an unbelievable list from top to bottom.
Ben, keep your shirt on for us all. All right, that is a look at the official watch parties. And remember, you can get in on the action. CallOfDutyLeague.com/co-streaming for more information. And make sure, if you are watching any of these streams, you're collecting the drops, right, Allie? You got to just connect your Twitch account with your Activision account.
You got to be kicking up some dubs. You got to be the iced out weapon blueprint. Can I just say, I'm so happy to see that salty animated emblem, because there are some of you that are, especially whenever ring play comes out, that are going to be salty when I'm on the leaderboard.
It's time for us to take a short breather. When we come back, map number 1, match number 1. It kicks off in front of the hometown crowd. Boston Breach take on the LA Gorillas after this.
I'm a pro Call of Duty player. I just like being outside whenever I can be. Yeah, big fan of touching grass.
All shadows, ground team is mobile. Keep them covered.
Eyes watching for the opposition, out there crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. They get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. Side talents empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
You've waited patiently for this moment. An event in our home city. But it's not our first year anymore. Let's crank things up a notch.
It's lead change. What an unbelievable hardpoint methods. On the flank, it's 2 of P1. Nero gets 3 to 9. Can he defend? Oh my Boston, what's around? And his tags on awakening as he is steamrolled. 23 and 8.
Boston, it's time.
It's getting rowdy in Boston, and it's only 1:30. That means the matches are just moments away. So let's skip the chatter and get right into the thick of things. We got the headquarters crew, Chris Bucket alongside Study. We've got Alley Cat and Nameless back on the desk, and it's time to look at our maps and modes. 5 games coming our way potentially. Alley, do we go the distance? Who do you have taking this one?
I don't know if we go the distance. Instantly, that Fortress control stands out to me. LAG chose to pick Fortress control when we saw Boston go 3-0 yesterday, winning an offense, which is almost impossible. So to see that in the middle of the series after the Asilo we saw from LAG is a little worrisome on the likes of the veto process.
So you're going Boston here?
I'm going Boston.
Jay, real quick.
I think I'm definitely going Boston. 3-1. They don't want that game 5.
Nameless?
I'm going LAG.
Man.
Somebody had to do it. Boston,
I'm worried about it. When I got the maps, listen, Boston's 9-4 in game 2, fans, which means they're number 1 in the league in game 2. But it's Asilo, and LAG's nasty there. So
we're done here on the desk, but Blaze is just starting his day. Let's get it going, Blaze.
Yeah, Boston! Y'all ready to get this started? It's an elimination matchup for top 6. And the first team coming to the stage is the hometown heroes. Blow the roof off of Fenway, because here comes the Boston Breach. Make some noise for Vivid! Methods! Awakening in Narrow! It's the Boston Breach!
The SMGs were also frying, and you cannot forget about Big Wake. This is a team that's dangerous in all game modes. They want to close it out before it gets to game 5, though. We'll see if they're able to do it. Guy, let's bring out the other squad.
We'll see if they can. This other squad got a lot of heart, and they're going to try to get it done and stay perfect. Get ready, because here come the LA Gorillas. Boston, get loud for Assault. Joe deceives. Arcades, and we got Exceed with the snapback. It's the LA Gorillas.
Hear the crowd. There is a lot of boos to be expected from the hometown team, but LAG looks completely unfazed as they head to the other side of the stage. There's no better feeling than causing the upset, Blaze, but they got a lot of maps to get through to get it to happen. Let's get number 1 started.
It's time to get it started. Boston, let's set the stage. Y'all
beautiful day for Call of Duty. We're ready to party here in Fenway and cannot wait to get the match underway. Chance, this is going to be a real treat. This one from start to finish, there's storylines all over the board, and this elimination matchup, loser goes home.
It's going to be so much fun, too. I mean, I got to say, though, like, how dare you boo Arcades? You could boo the other three, but not him. He is special. I'm just kidding, though. It's going to be a fun time, and these are also two teams that, like, they have very particular things that if they're able to fix, and honestly, for LAG, they might already be doing so within this tournament. They could go on a massive run for LAG. It was the 0-5 in control throughout the stage. Now, so far in the major, they're 2-0, so they've made those improvements. And for Boston, the fans already know the stakes. It's literally all about the game fives for this team. They have one loss this entire year that did not come in a game 5 fashion in all of their wins. They're doing it in a 3-0 or 3-1. So these guys, when they're hot, if they can get that start early on, they're a force to be reckoned with, man.
It's both teams who have their own sort of personal humps to get over, and once they do, dangerous scenes for the rest of the league. Here we go, though, ladies and gentlemen. The bumps are out. Nerves across the stage. We'll find out who truly brings the ice today. It's going to be an important series either way. We load now into our Bagra Fortress.
Yeah, all gas, no brakes. We're just going with the gunny map straight off the rip. A 4-1 record for Boston, a 3-1 record for this LAG squad, and these guys can be electric. Arcades literally just yesterday broke the kill record on this map with a 42 bomb. That's a lethal man on the map, and of course for Boston, big wake. This is also his home.
Perfect square up. Get everyone warm, get everything going in the series. Again, if you're a Boston fan, stay away from the game 5, or maybe today's the day. We will find out. Let's get into it, ladies and gents. Map number 1. Let's go.
And get luck getting out of this spawn. Boston, one of the best to do it. Vivid, well stunned and tagged up, but he has the cross. But if you're worried about not being able to get out of your spawn, this is the start LAG are looking to have, shutting everybody down and keeping the spawn trap nice and secure, as good as it gets.
Good as it gets. Could not be much worse. There we go. Boston, of course, in the green. LAG in the purple arrows now, trying to get out. This side of the map is going to be the members of Boston Breach, trying to get towards P2. For now, it's going to be a brick wall of defense there from LAG. No one getting out of this side. Right-hand side of the map, bad. Left-hand side of the map, good.
Yeah, nice and stable. Couple green, though, popping up on the left side of that feed. So Boston starting to make moves. Method's doing his thing, collecting that hill time. And all things considered for Boston, do you get that break and move over to P2? No, but at least you have the lead on P1. A minimal, but still noticeable one. And obviously you got players like Awakening now in bottom maps trying to cause problems, and you actually do get the close spawn. LAG gonna spawn out. So much pressure now on this next hill.
Are they gonna read it? Methods is in the back line now. Awakening backing him up. Arcades catches one. Here comes the next. Nero, though, wins the fight. Joe Deceives now knows something's up. Will he be fooled? I don't think so. Spawns on the left-hand side. That's great for Boston. In they go. Joe Deceives takes care of one. Whoa, can't get the second. Nero into the feed. Gets it. Trades her down. LAG don't lose control.
And LAG are also reading the spawns all over the map, and they're trying to set up rotation 35 seconds in advance, by the way. And this is trusting Arcades to win the gunfights on the point, can deliver from one. It looks like maybe a bit more scrap, and you see LAG, it's the two-front war attempting to be annoying. But while there's a break it old, you do have LAG set up on that rotation for new.
Yeah, so far, LAG looking great. 5-second lead for now is going to dissipate, but they do have hard point number 3. That's the far right-hand side of the minimap, and they are looking pretty so far. Can Boston fight their way forward? No, Arcades, oh dear. Nearly gets another one there. Methods crosses him up finally, stops the bleeding, gets himself into the new point, and here we go. LAG guns up, ready to go. Boston going to try to get the break.
Well, LAG started this one with 35 seconds. Her points combined. We'll see if they can run it up, or we'll see if Nero can just make a quick little break, but he does get traded out. LAG, nice and patient, keeping everything secure. And Exceed, I mean, you're winning that gunfight 10 times out of 10. Easy wins for him. RC's holding it down as well. The man dropped, what, 42 just yesterday? 8-5 start. Hasn't slowed down a touch.
Yeah, he's still going to sit here, though. Will we get some reinforcements from Boston Breach to try to get this one? Try to get the break. Double doors covered. That's low left-hand side there. And Succeed, all he has to do is take care of anyone who feels brave enough to run through this door, and he doesn't. Awakening managed to get a kill. So, it's slow, it's steady, but it may be on for Boston here. Final 20 seconds. They've given up this hard point entirely. Can they go over for a full 60 on this side of the map? Assault says no, bro.
He's trying to make something happen. Boston eventually weed him out, but that is still a lights out sort of hill for the last one for LAG. Bumped up a lead, but Methods is able to pick up 2. Boston have a lot of pressure on the map, by the way, for the rotations. Nero's just back, locking down the spawns, waiting to film whatever spot he needs to. Meanwhile, number 2 and number 3, Methods and Awakening, your ARs, they are covering all of the crosses.
LAG LAG, all 4 down. Look at those spawns. Far right-hand side of the map. You give up that full hard point if you're Boston. You get the full 60 on the next. That was the game plan. So far, so good.
Hey, they still can't cross out. It is literally big Waken methods locking it down. And now you actually have Boston potentially trying to give up these back spawns and sort of flip the round just a little bit. But nice and secure. LAG finally able to get inside, but still not even near this point. This has been beautiful so far from the breach.
Oh, very clean. We haven't got the lead just yet. Another 3 dead. Last man alive now for LAG Exceed. Trying to sneak his way in. Nothing there yet. Nero, 10 and 8. Gets cut down eventually. It's a late break there from the LA Gorillas. The lead remains in their hands for now, but Boston, what a comeback it was.
I mean, this is just 2 teams where it's like the ARs putting in the majority of the work, right? And that really slows the pace down of the map. So it doesn't even have to be that lights out, cracked out gameplay just yet. So while the map has been stable, both teams having a little bit of success on different hills, but this one is going to be scrappy over towards Blacksmith. Neither team yet in full control. Boston, plenty of players spread across the map. But LAG for the moment, going to be inside.
Waiting for the perfect hit. For Awakening now. Nades up. See the view here of the Blacksmith. RST's going to be in that tiny little furnace, tucked away, no problem whatsoever. Here comes Methods. Comes out round a corner, peeks in, and just like that, Boston breach with a clean break.
Got the clean break. Question is, how long can you stay alive inside the point? Because you can already see LAG doing such a nice job of always keeping a player alive on the left side, and that is so advantageous just to have those long-range gunfights to get the players out of the hill. So Exceed gets to collect the time. The ARs get to get set up in positions, in LAG, again, just a nice job of trying to control this map.
Work again. Awakening on the 2 spree now. Looking to find a few more. Tags up there from Assault. Oh boy, he was giving him his best there. Pressure now was the point. Can Nero clean up? Take care of these players here as we go into our second set of hard points. Still a relatively close game. LAG pulling away somewhat. Boston still hot on the heels.
I mean, I think Nero right now desperate to sort of like get out and about and start to fly on this map. Maybe the opening is looking for the big 2-piece on the break. And hey, he's even got the tag. He is feeling himself with that child, but at least he delivers more pressure, get the players out of the hill, and now you have everybody on Boston creeping up.
Oh, as he can't keep the cross safe forever. Exceed now, getting himself towards the point. Awakening, soaking the time. We cross 100 now for Boston Breach. As the rest of the map now, this is where the next battle lies, and it's Vivid. Slow game for Vivid. He's playing the long game though, 6 and 16. That's a big win. Left-hand side of the minimap, all Breach.
Yeah, talk about that. You flip the spawns, and now Boston gets to be in the driver's seat, and I think Vivid, maybe player feeling the pressure of the map being slow, 6 and 16. You want him to get in the mix just a little bit more, but where he's on the hill, he is going to fall. All of right now, LAG, 4 players trying to work their way through P1. Awakening, trying to keep him in bed.
Hey, there's big kills. That's 3 dead once again. That's full control. Boston Breach again. Can they hold on to this P2? The Gallows is theirs. LAG, a team known for their hardpoint prowess. Can Boston find the special sauce here and take the lead?
They're playing a tight setup as well. They're actually leading all the pressure towards the back and letting LAG get in the mix, but they get to the hill potentially for the 4-man wipe. Exceed, last man standing, taking care of Boston. A stronghold so far.
Boston still holding it down, and it's Vivid who's starting to light things up. Can he get another? That's fine. We'll go now to a quick Boston Breach. Listen in.
Absolute one's noisy, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure he's noisy.
Yeah, like 2 or 3.
There's a big guy in you guys.
They're hiding outside. Noisy weak dead.
Nice.
I'm 3 maps.
Oh, they can swap on.
Yeah,
We're 2 ARs. They're probably
Be quick. Could be open corner too. Could that be open or no?
No,
I'm waiting for you guys.
Go front.
I'm going in front. I'm going front.
He's on the ledge. Low circle.
Top dead.
I'm gonna pull on you guys.
Dead gate.
Last unit.
One shot, weaker.
Weak steps.
And back box. He should die.
One is back map box.
Horse dead.
I'm
gonna go front.
Let's find the box.
Nice.
Bottom mark.
You have a trophy?
They're running. Bottom mark.
You can go.
They're gonna trap us in here. They're going left.
It's a good 30 here.
Top single close. Maps close and top single.
I want to get maps.
No, he's like front maps.
No, top maps.
One shot out, going close.
Okay, one's P1 truck.
Watch out right there.
Alex close area.
Hey, one's P1 truck.
Get a good break area.
Top maps balcony right now.
Target top.
Yeah, top maps balcony.
I'm gonna try to name maps as well.
Okay. I spawn stable.
I need maps.
Here,
I didn't name top maps.
Good work from Boston. Their chance to get the break there on P3, keep things going. They managed to finally get themselves out, and now they're battling towards new.
Well, they got the last break. Now they need the next one. Obviously, a hill you can lock down, but Vivid and Awakening trying to lead that charge and trying to get to those back spawns, but the ARs have been on point these couple of hills for LAG, but inside the actual hill, Methods at least gets the guy out of time, so no one right now able to collect.
It's a battle now to just get players onto the point, get some bodies in there, get those submachine guns cooking. RC's on a 5 spree. Watching Methods here, keep an eye on the cross. Here comes Exceed, bad timing. He's going to slip by. That's going to cause a problem in a moment. More on that later. For now, he's getting the time. The boys are in. Can they get the next 20 seconds here and try to pull this one back?
I mean, that's just so patient as well. Vivid with the big 2 feet to try to get inside. Methods with the pre-aim, but this is just for no one to be able to collect this time. We'll go into a Blacksmith, a close to tied up game. Awakening, as is expected, still winning big gunfights on rotation. P1 pressure for Assault, but that's just on the cross. Those players might be coming through the gate. Good reads, but hey, Nero, right gun for the job, and Boston in this hill first.
Oh, it's a grueler of a hill, though. Joe Thieves trying to soften him up. Big damage. Here comes Awakening. Another win from him. Time now ticking in favor of Boston. That's the lead in their hands now as well. Arsty's right back in it. It is an absolute gauntlet here by the Blacksmith. They're going to go back and forth. They're going to trade hills, trade time. P1 coming up in a moment. That's where things are really going to separate.
And it's 3 players for Boston trying to get out towards like P1. You have Methods out of the play right now because he wants those left side spawns long term, but there is still 24 seconds worth collecting. Boston looking for it because Vivid is able to pick up 2, but where he gets traded out, you now have Methods making moves on the left side, but it is players scattered all across the map right now. None of this is easy to read.
This is going to be a tough one. Final 10. As we go into our 3rd set of hard points here on Bagra Fortress. And it is a nail biter so far. Boston in position for the next first. Assault is doing the best he possibly can to keep this side of the map safe. He's trying to play for the win right here, right now.
And you're just trying to lock down this P1 time, honestly. You don't have to worry about the rotation just yet for Boston. Just try to stay alive. Methods, though, bad timing, gets eliminated. Where he falls, Boston now pushing the pressure on the left side. They got the trades, and they will have the spawns.
Here we go, time now ticking. Lead change once again. Late one now for Boston Breach. Vivid in the feed. Can Arcees get it going? No, Awakening. Heating things up. You're sitting there on P1. He's going wild. As the 6 spree comes to a close, 28 and 19 when you need it. Here comes Nero, flying forward, still keeping the hard point time in the hands of Breach.
And this is so much time as well. LH here trying to fight 2 different things, but you need to get him out of P1. RC is there for the child, but Awakening now in the mix. The second beast in front of him cannot get it. LAG get the break, but now it is all going to come down to P2, and look at where 5 just spawned. That's going to be the moment right there for LAG. They can get this done.
LAG just need to get the break, and they're in. Hard points up, 2 seconds. Here we go. Methods has to win the fight. He does. He wins it. It's big. Hold on now. Boston looking at the victory. 10 seconds to go. LAG have got to make something special happen right here, right now, through the double doors. Joe Thieves, the first man to get it done. Can he get any closer? Anyone there? Contest. Ziddy wins it. Ziddy wins it. And that's map number 1. Against a team with so much promise in hardpoint. You bring it to a map where it's all about the gunny, all about those individual fights. And it's Methods with 2 at the end. That's an exciting start there for Breach fans. They take the lead.
And as mixy as that map can get, that felt like one of the more controlled out Bagra Fortresses we have seen all year of actually just trading good time from both teams. I think the AR is doing a good job of just locking down the map for the most part the entire time, but I think the play of the game has to be Methods. At that final hill, you had 1 player from LAG that got those backside spawns. Methods guns him down, then it's all eyes front, gets the next 2 in line. So clean, efficient work, reading the spawns on point, and granted a nail biter. It's a close one, but Boston, they got the job done.
31 and 21 out of Awakening. We'll give him a lot of love later, but for now, let's take a quick look now at the replay. Highlights from the final few moments of that one, Chance. Incredibly close game. You had to win a couple of individual fights. Methods gets it done.
It's literally just that gunfight right there. That would have been the opportunity if the Assault wins that one. Boston would have had too many different directions to look. Not enough players on the map to get it done, and it would have made things very mixy on this hill, but as soon as he clears out the back, everything just falls into his lap. Big 3 just to put the stamp on the game.
Again, you got to show a lot of love there to Joe Thieves, trying to make it happen through double doors. He needed the back of his teammates. He needed more nades over the top, whatever it may have been, anything to try to break that iron grip. Boston had on that first point. Great job there in hard point to start the series off. a very important cushion for Boston Breach to have going forward in this series.
And the cushion is exactly what this team needs. Again, the game 5s are a nightmare down the line, and the Asilo for the map 2 is a very interesting pick for both of these teams. It's a 1-3 record for Boston, which doesn't sound great, but 2 of those losses are in the game 5s where these guys struggle. Otherwise, 1-1, respectable. They can put in some serious work. And on the flip side, it is a 2-2 record for LAG. But LAG have played nothing but the best search and destroy teams in the game. Their 2 losses, round 11 to Atlanta. It's Atlanta. What are you going to do? Round 11 loss to Florida. Florida, that is quite literally where they're at their finest. And the 2 wins that they have are against what? Like Thieves, who love playing Asilo, and then Vegas, one of the best S&D teams in the game. So I think LAG, they love this map. The 2-2 record does not tell the entire story, and they're going to be looking for the very quick bounce back in map 2.
Extremely possible bounce back here for LAG fans in round 2, but just the same thing for Boston to keep riding this train. They are incredibly solid in their game 2s, not so much the game 5s.
That might be the craziest stat we actually have this year. The Boston Breach are literally the #1 team in the game in search and destroy when it's on map 2. It makes absolutely no sense. Again, the game 5, if they could solve that problem, Boston Breach is going to start winning tournaments. Like, they are genuinely that good everywhere else on board. So 9-4 record overall. Asilo is a map that they're going to be happy to see as well. And if they can keep the pace going, they're going to have a fantastic time.
Nerves going to start kicking in here for a few of these players. LAG, again, 3 rookies there on the squad. Their first, well, sorry to say 3, I take that back, it's 2. Adam Salt's an MVP World Champion. But for Joe Thieves and Exceed, first real time here in a major as a CDL professional. Pressure is on. You've already eliminated Clayster at your first tournament. That's got to feel great. But now, you're going up against Methods and the boys of Breach. You have a home crowd against you. That's going to start playing in the nerves soon.
Well, I mean, look at this. So they lost map 1, but smiles on the face. I mean, you had these players talk about, like, the biggest factor for them of playing with Arcides, the vibiest player potentially we have in the league. It's all smiles. It's all jokes. And they even specifically said, we can be down 0-2, and we feel good going into the next one. They're always ready for the game. So I think they'll be easily able to put that map 1 behind them and get geared up for the next one. So they'll be ready to go. But obviously, it is a scary thing when you have to play against a guy like Awakening on the flip side. Absolute menace in the game 2 specifically. Dude has like a 1.27 KD in search and destroy. Awakening, an absolute monster. And even yesterday against Surge, they didn't go to a game 5, so that's where his S&D KD always lies, always sizable, and the respawns, dude, is truly a menace.
An unbelievable 1v1 gunfight, one of the more difficult kills here in the Call of Duty League. Awakening made his debut in 2020, the Florida Mutineers. And what a run he has had so far, a major LAN victory, another accolade he would like to add to his already very young career. But here we go. Asilo, search and destroy. Let's get to map number 2. Will LAG find the bounce back? Will the #1 team in game 2 walk away with another dub?
Oh, this is obviously the map for LAG that, you know, they beat Vegas on, right? And how cool is that for Joe to see? Is your first major going against Clayster, getting teabagged by Clayster after you watching him play for a decade, and he just had a smile on his face. So he's had some cool moments, and now he's looking to try to add a loser's bracket run and make that a cool one as well. The LAG on the attacking rounds first, and round 1s in S&D are a special thing. No dead silence, no trophies. You have the opportunity for creative plays, and it looks like Boston aggressive down the lanes. LAG, they're taking things slow.
Yeah, so it's going to be a messy one. Nero take care of very quickly. Over to his teammate Vivid upstairs now. Bombs making its way in towards the A-bomb site, slowly but surely. All corners checked, and there are plenty here in Asilo.
In this position that Vivid is in, again, no dead silence just yet, so he's going to be able to hear everything on this map. LAG have to be incredibly patient, or Vivid will break this play down.
Yeah, Exceed, he's going to hit those stairs. If he keeps moving slow, he's not as noisy. Ears up. More than Spidey senses tingling right now.
Hey, you can even see in the face cam, Vivid is calming like a madman. He can hear so much on the map. Exceed is trying to crouch walk. He's trying to be patient, but so much time has gone by. I think LAG, they know that they don't have all the map pressure right now. They're trying to figure out a way to coordinate.
Here we go. Steve,
they knew.
They find him, sniff him out, take care of business. Now they're the shuffle from Boston Breach. Just over 20 seconds to go. Mythos wins a big one. Trades are there. Joe Thieves in position to get this bomb down. Awakening, though, the last piece of the puzzle. He's got himself dead silence. He's maneuvering in a position. Here comes the fight. Can Demon Joe catch both of them out? This would be something. It's a 1v1. The bomb has not been planted. Time's ticking if he stays alive here. Oh, my God, he's done it. Big Wakes run for the hills. Wow. Wow, what a round!
Ran for the hills, ran for his life, and the iron heart right there. Some maiden's gonna be proud. That is beautiful pre-fire, by the way. He knows he's tagged up. He knows that chalice coming through. In Awakening's mind, the other guy's gonna be planting the bomb, so he goes for the prayer shot. He absolutely delivers. And Awakening is the man to call out for good reason. What a savior of the round right there for Boston.
That's really good, Serge. That was a great call, man. Up by 1, Boston Breach. Here we go. What? Is that Daddy? Tagged up. Backed up. Awakening now. Invest the dead silence. His teammate Vivid doing exactly the same thing. Here we go. Quick clear out the top side of Asilo. Stun check. Lands it. In we go. Vivid. Like a scalpel. So precise.
Hey, he gets the reset as well, so he can continue to make moves. He's got another maybe 10 seconds of just freedom to fly around and trying to make good use out of it. He's behind enemy lines. Never fun to deal with, but he's a little bit too fast. But at least a technical trade comes through. You have the bomb down. 3 versus 2 for Boston.
Numbers for Boston. On the outside, it's a slow crawl now from Exceed. And here he comes through that field side. He hasn't activated Dead Silence yet. He's about to get it. So once that pops, he's got himself 25 seconds to get going, but he's got to get going. His teammates are dropping around him. Last man up. Can he get anything done? And I think he may just go straight gunny. Save that Dead Silence for another round.
Yeah, no, it's just impossible. Not enough time on the clock. You're looking to kill a couple of these players if you can find them. Ready for a couple challenges to come through, but this round is surely getting over. Look for the third if you can get it. Not able to deliver, but just adds an extra stat right there to the page before Awakening, able to take him down.
He goes down swinging. It's that confidence, man. Like, you know you're playing with almost nothing to lose. Turns you in a different kind of a beast. Awakening finds himself at 3-0 after his brilliant first round. The rest of his teammates also putting in good work. 2 straight there for Boston.
And it might not matter, but it's nice for Exceed to get the activity, see where the positioning is Boston is going to be in those post-plant situations. So maybe make a mental note, hey, Awakening's flanking through the side door after they get the bomb down. So information, never a bad thing to have if you can utilize it. But it's Exceed right now with the Dead Silence, 5-2 start as well. Probably your guy looking to make a play.
It's getting noisy. Here in the A-bomb, Vivid, though, doesn't make a single sound. Oh my god, he nearly got the second. First blood, trades are there, Awakening straight onto the site. Cleans house, 3v1.
Hey, I was going to say, Nero is in your base. Boston have been so on point of getting players behind enemy lines. And they deliver themselves another man advantage every single round. Boston have been so clean.
Assault, Dead Silence activated, full pockets, makes it a 1v1. They've got no idea where he's gone, where he's going, or where he's going to be.
But Awakening has to know that this bomb is down. Has to know it's going to be around this A site. Assault's going to be there eventually.
The timing on this one, Awakening, if he peeks it again, he's a dead man. Here we go. Did he see the top of anything? No, he didn't. We are still running around in circles here on Asilo.
Awakening might have actually caught a glimpse because he's holding that iron.
30 seconds.
And he knows that if this bomb goes down on A, it's a hop, skip, and a jump to actually trap this player in. So in my mind, this could be a very big situation for Awakening. It's all about the timing, or maybe Assault, the heads-up play, gets out of dodge. This might be a pure 50-50 for the 1v1.
Yeah, it's going to be a 50-50, but Awakening, if he moves fast enough, he's activated Dead Silence, he's going to get his move on. Spots it, patient. Well, that tarp ain't going to save you for long. Here comes the fight.
Yeah, Assault's got attacked, by the way, so it's tough to play inside, and even tougher to get away from Big Wake.
No way. 5-0 here in Game 2. It's a 3-round run so far for Boston.
And I love the positioning from Awakening as well, right? If Adam Assault tries to plant the bomb on A, Awakening can just slide right over and just trap him in the site instantly. And if he plants on B, honestly, the same story, because Awakening just has to go to the window, and he can spot nearly every single exit. So Awakening right there on point, in control, in 5-0. Clutches the 1v2. X-ray vision.
Yep.
And maybe wants to get a kill streak to boot.
Awakening vision activated. Classic Crim from 20 there. Hello.
Goodbye.
Exceed sniper rifle eliminated immediately from the round there. Vivid happy to take that one.
Oh,
Methods as well. And what do you know? Oh, Assault at range. Tags up. Can he get Awakening here? You know he might be taking that chow again. Here comes Joe Thieves though. Sneaky. But he's more than a moose looser boot this hoose. He's got plenty of players around him. Hello, Methods goes down. 2v2.
And this is beautiful as well. He's about to get the Dead Silence as well. This is the guy that has to make the big play. Nade's going to clear out the ace site. And if nobody's home, how quickly can LAG figure this out? They spot nothing out on the field side of the map. It is a full wraparound right now for Breach.
I mean, this is the touch grass play right now for Boston. They're out and about. They've gone the long way round.
And look at this, Awakening giving his teammate the bomb, utilizing the feature because Awakening knows he just wants that one more kill.
We're going to put that Vaz over the inside of the bomb site as well. A little bit of gunfire out. That's going to be the exchange. Awakening get that one more kill. Should be able to get the bomb plant down as well now. Pretty much no problem. Nero's got himself in the pixel-perfect position for that. Here we go, 2v2.
It's Awakening. Awakening is the guy that has to cover him to get the bomb down. It does get planted. And now he actually gets to swing away, but it's bait just for the freebie. There's the cruise. There's the 2v1. And Assault is flying, but Awakening, he heard that. He knows exactly where he went.
He's going to dip out. He's got 30 seconds. He doesn't necessarily have to kill him. He can let the bomb get the job done. Nero. No problem. Boston Breach. Another outstanding round of search and
explore. And how about that, too? Utilizing the feature and switching away the bomb. They're going towards B. It's like, you know what, Nero? You got the Vaznev. You go get this down. I will cover you, and I will get this kill. That is cruise missile secured, and so far a literally perfect game coming out of Awakening here on Asilo. Talk about LAG now. The pressure, it's just like cranked up to the max. This is not a team you can afford to go down 2-0 against.
We'll stay on board with Awakening for a moment, for obvious reasons. 6-0. Streaks to be had. We'll see how that cruise goes here on Asilo.
Doesn't need it. He is the kill streak.
He's in on the bomb site. Trophies are there. LAG now poised up for the hit towards B. They're absolutely dipping.
Well, and even with the cruise, everybody right now for LAG is actually outside. They have no cares in the world. They have just dominated field.
They could have cold-blooded on. We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes the cruise over towards the B bomb site. And wait a minute. This could get ugly. There's a gunfight taking place on the side. Oh, big wait, bends it. And it's a narrow miss. Here comes the gunfights from Nero. They are shoulder to shoulder in there. Check it. Lands one. Out like a light. 3v2. You're running out of numbers. Awakening finds another.
And Arcades is so far out of this play. It's only Exceed that's around the site. If he gets traded, that could very well be the round. But Exceed, he's alive. He hasn't gotten killed just yet. It's Methods and Awakening trying to hunt him down.
They are hunting him down on the outside. Arcades in the furthest position he could be in. I'm not sure if you can hear it. The silver bullet for the monster taken care of. Exceed gets the round.
Dude, 200 IQ completely outplayed Boston in that round. Awakening pulls out a Vaznev because they're like, they're not going to go outside. I have the cruise missile. So they tried to stack this site. LAG doesn't care. They dominate the other bomb site. And even after the fact, you had like RC so far out of the picture, and Awakening spends all that time dealing with that AR. Methods does not spend any time trying to actually trade Exceed on the site. You don't have dead silence, it's tough to make moves. And LAG right there, talk about a way to try to get back in the game. As good as it gets on the IQ front.
Waiting for this to happen. Surely, come on. Such a capable team on this map and mode. Exceed, dead silence pop quite early on. He's trying to get himself involved. He has slipped past Awakening, who I think might be running a sniper rifle upstairs. He is indeed. Vivid.
Freebie.
Freebie. Exceed on a force spree now. A little bit of noise made. Oh, Methods spots him. There's a clean kill through the window. Another trade coming through from Joe to Thieves. 2v3, advantage LAG.
I mean, this is just SMGs. Both these guys had dead silence, and they just flew in your spawn. They had the man advantage, but for Boston, at least you have the bomb down, and Nero is dead. You already knew Awakening was out of the picture. And Awakening has been in this spot so many times. One spot to chow from for LAG, one thing to cover, and the bomb wasn't even planted in just the right spot. LAG, back-to-back rounds, perfect execution.
And they're taking advantage of a slight mistake there as well. Boston Breach don't plant the bomb in a position that can be easily spotted. There's a stretch on it. Joe Thieves gets that defuse. It's 2 rounds in a row for LAG. Is this the makings of the comeback?
And again, dude, a Vivi squad, tough to put down. RC is always so positive. You're down 4-0, getting picked apart. They're making calls like, hey, man, 4 hit the B site, even with the cruise. Next round, it's your 2 SMGs. Like brand new guys to the CDL, both Exceed and Joe Thieves, just flying at you with dead silence. No fear to be aggressive, no fear in their hearts. 2 in a row, let's see if they can keep it going.
It's 10-5 for Exceed as well. He's having a good time. Currently the kill leader here in the lobby. Nades up from Nero, doesn't land. Here's the snipe from Exceed. Oh, so close yet so far. We've seen this comb across the rooftop line here of Asilo with this snipe before, and Vivid cracks the door. Oh!
Vivid's not peeking again. I think Vivid.
No, wait!
Maybe not.
See you, mate.
And keep in mind, if Exceed is 10-5, that's been the playmaker. He's pulling out the sniper, hasn't connected with anything for the moment, so pressure's on other people. Or Exceed.
Oh my God.
How aggressive do you want him to be?
Wait a minute. Has he sniffed out Big Wake? I think he may have heard Awakening behind him, so here we go. This is an interesting turn of events.
He hears everything.
Whoa, get out of there, son. You're in a little more than danger now. Still a 4v4, but Chance, we are looking at 30 seconds on the round. Arsty's finally first blood.
Yeah, again, Boston, they've been on point with getting behind enemy lines, but Nero this time gets caught. So LAG sniffing him out. The sniper does get shut down. And a 3 versus 3. Methods just shot his gun, though. They know where he's at.
Here comes the fan, though, from Boston Breach. They're going to fan out all over the sides of Asilo. Try to attack. Oh, big timing on the fight from Zenny. Can he win it? He snaps out of the second, gets damage in. Is that enough to get the trades? It is. Boston find the man advantage now. Joe Thieves, last man.
And they're grouping up together. I think they can hear him as well. And it falls in their lap. The clutch is in. They stop the bleeding. And that tourniquet got applied. Methods, by the way, again, he shot his gun. He was basically in a triangle. And he might not have connected with a kill, but he got tags in both of those players. His teammates on point with getting those trades. And what a way to make the best of putting yourself in a dicey spot.
That's a heroic moment, man. Getting a couple of bullets into everyone in that fight. You get tons of information out. Your boys swoop in. Map point, Boston Breach. LAG, time to dig deep.
And I can't believe Exceed pulled out the sniper rifle a second time. 5-10 kills. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Getting the kills with other weapons, but see what goes on in this round. Massive stack over on this A site. Doubled up on A is LAG on the fence. RC's nearby to help him out. And Nero waiting to make the play.
It's a typical look from LAG on defense. Vivid. First man to check it in, back, forth, trying to play the mind games on the outside of the door. No, that's mine. Thank you very much. Here come the nades. Here come Boston flying in. Exceed eats them both alive. Keep the numbers up, though, as best you can. 2v3.
And you know for a fact you have bombed down. So right now for LAG, no one else get picked. RCD's again watching over Exceed. And hey, able to back down. You trust yourself for the retakes with man advantage. Methods and Awakening, 2 ARs. It's a slow walk into death. Or
wait a minute.
Maybe Awakening's too fast.
He's not dead yet. He's not dead yet. Now he's dead. Good job, Asties. 3v1.
Talking about the worst time to have attack 56, by the way.
Yeah.
LAG happy to give up this bomb plan.
Not yet. Big snap. Nice tags. Not enough to get the kill, though. He's going to back it out. Here come LAG. Merciless approach now. They're not going to let anything happen here. Zinni, again, not enough. Good work out of LAG. Stay alive. It's 5-3.
And just back to the standard. Not sure how many tacks or nades were thrown into the A site room, right, for Boston, because there was 2 players involved. They did a good job trading the first guy, but Exceed there just for the cleanups. And as soon as they got the man advantage, LAG, not a team in that moment making any mistakes. 5-3 is always a very dangerous lead, I'd say, to have in Search and Destroy.
It ain't over until it's over. Still map point for Boston Breach. An outstanding opener here on Asilo, and they have been somewhat stunned by LAG. 3 strong rounds. Can they find another?
Joe Thieves, no dead silence just yet. No trophy out and about for Assault, so LAG almost certainly going to play it patient. Guys like Nero and Vivid love to play this outer lane, and Assault, I think, even just worried about that pressure, but pressure on both sides of the map. I mean, Methods is up towards the tower. He can flank at any given moment. Both these teams playing with their options.
Vivid was walking the fence line for a moment there. That gives him an eye on these 2 players. If he hits that again, it may be on. Here comes the battle downstairs. Not a whole lot left to throw. Oh, nice trade. Good work, 3v3.
And Nero's getting tagged up as well. Methods, yep, he loves to try to make those like outer flanks, but RCD's reads it. Man advantage for LAG. The reads have been on point, but Nero very quiet in this moment. Look at Assault, though.
Ooh.
Got him.
Classic hiding behind the couch. Was behind the doors, behind the couch, take notes. Hide and seek players. Oh, Joe Thieves wins the fight. Another round goes to LAG. They are 1 away from equalizing.
And again, if not for a couple of those rounds where Exceed's pulling out the sniper, their reads have been on point. The things that Boston likes to do on this map, those flanks for Methods on the bottom side of the minimap, RCD's is there. Vivid gets behind enemy lines. They find a way to just get the intel and hunt them down. So LAG, very heads up in these moments, but still clawing away at that lead. Boston on the attack. I don't know if I would expect anything different other than a slow round.
And it is outstanding composure and resilience here from LAG to pull this back. This might be a different look here. A little more aggressive. Boston in on towards the A-bomb site. Arsties may have seen a shadow there. And there's the plant. Oh, that's unfortunate.
And if you butcher this, you get it down for free. Nero not quite, can't get the plant door open the wrong way.
Was it a mistake or was it a 200 IQ stun? We'll let Reddit be the judge of that one. Can Arsties find another? 3 in a row. His first in the round, an important one.
It's actually ungodly if a botch stun actually opens the door that way for RCs. RC, smartest man in the league by a mile. The bomb down on site. You got this set up now. I mean, Exceed and Joe Deceive just snap back into their default position. Good luck trying to break this one down. And again, even if number 1 Vivid tries to flank, look at Assault right now, just staring at it.
LAG have set this up perfectly now. This is a huge advantage to have 30 seconds to go. And this is the moment now for Vivid. Silently flying, catches his first. There we go, 3v3. Clock's ticking though. They cannot waste any more time.
Oh, and he's still flying. He is waiting to catch more players while his teammates are actually worried about the actual site. So Vivid put himself out of the picture. Message gets traded. Vivid gets the next one. 1v1, you know he's on site. And with 10 seconds to go, do you plant, do you chase? He's going for the plant. Exceed had to leave, but Exceed does have that silence.
Oh, he pops it. Here we go. It's a 1v1 for the map for Boston. Or do we see a round 11 and LAG get another chance at this one? Exceed, the map is yours to play. Here we go. Oh my God, is this happening? He saw him, he saw him, he saw him, it's on. Here he goes, the dance around El Asilo. It may be madness, he's on it. He's gonna try to find it. There's the challenge, here's the jump. Oh, he wins it! Vivid ices up. And I think everyone here in the MGM Music Hall is a little bit more than clenched during that round. Boston Breach take the lead, 2-0 here in the series.
Yeah, and aggression right there is Vivid's best friend. I'm thinking he didn't get any tags. That guy can snake the bomb site. Vivid, not a care in the world, makes the ballsy call just to fly at him and fries him in the gunfight. Boston and Map 2, they are a different breed. I mean, what more do you want, right? Awakening starts things off 6-0. LAG start to make those high IQ play calls, but the early start, too much to handle. And I mean, literally, so much of that setup is off the back of that, first round or Awakening clutches the 1v2. Honestly, might be the play and difference maker of the game, but everybody there turning up and delivering. I mean, even Matthews might have been 4-10. The stat line doesn't look great, but those rounds where he's in the mix, getting tags on all the different players, Boston Breach, the execution on point.
I mean, if the cushion is the story of the series right now, I mean, the fact that Awakening goes so wild at the start of this map, it gets them that huge lead to work with. They don't have to worry about, any major comebacks. LAG still pull it out there. 6-4, final score. Many of those rounds could have gone the other way. An incredibly tense El Asilo.
And obviously, when we're talking about LAG, the main thing to focus on was their control. 0-5 throughout the stage, but so far this major 2-0. Their first control they got as a team was on this map against Toronto Ultra of all squads. So make no mistake, LAG, a very lethal threat.
It's not over yet, ladies and gents. Boston, they have the lead, 2-0 so far in the series in this elimination matchup, but anything can and most likely will happen here in the CDL when we come back playing Control.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League, map number 3 here in this very exciting losers bracket matchup between Boston Breach and, of course, Los Angeles Guerrillas. Boston find themselves up 2-0 as we get now into the control.
And they're looking great, too. Like, I know Ice is always the big conversation with the Boston squad, but a nail-biter map 1, they absolutely clutch up and deliver, win the big gunfights on that final rotation in the S&D. Built up a nice lead. LAG start applying that pressure, but they ice up, execute. Vivid wins the big 1v1 towards the end, and Boston now in prime position. That being said, LAG have been in a position like this before all the way back to yesterday, right? Like, they have felt the pressure. This is a team that knows they have to just take it one map at a time. They've proven they're capable. Now Boston maybe just a little bit more of a difficult opponent to try and deal with.
Yeah, we'll see how they're going. Right now, the crowd is certainly on Boston's side. LAG, there's no love in the room for the boys in purple. Maybe a little.
Except for RC.
Except for RC, that's right.
Always, come on.
But they're almost ready to go into control. We're going to Bagra Fortress for this one. Nero, get in your seat, boy. Let's get this on the road. We're ready to rock and roll. No one wants to get cooled off here. Boston coming in this one with a very hot hand indeed. Although, you have to say, it has to be said.
It has to be.
Sorry, word to Chris Dunn. That again, LAG clawed that one back so well in the search and destroy. You can see the team starting to heat up, and this should not affect them indeed. Again, a squad that is so vibey, as the kids say, Chance. What does that mean for the folks at home?
I've been trying to figure this out for like 4 or 5 years. I'm not too sure, but from what I understand, it's just all about positive mentality, making sure they're not going to be behind the game. And Joe Thieves, again, rookie to the scene, but he's got veteran presence right beside him. Multi-world champs that you're playing with, trying to make your life as easy as possible. And on the flip side for Boston, you have the advantage in the series. You want to get this done as quickly as possible because the winner of this series plays in our 5th match today. So you want to have all the time in the world. It's already going to be a long break. Want to be able to hit that mental reset. And by the way, those ranks, pretty absurd out of methods. I mean, ARs are always going to dominate on defense, but a 1-2-5 on attack is phenomenal. That being said, Boston is yet to win an offensive round, so it is a defensive shootout. Boston will be a threat to look for the first, and interesting nades as well. No one comes through the gate, though, so LAG get out and about.
A couple of nerdy nades don't go nowhere, mate. Those tags do, though. Big work there out of Methods, opening kills going his way on towards the B zone defensively. Heavy stack now for Boston. Worried about that one play that crept through. Not quite sure where Exceed has gone. And he is the man at large. Awakening takes care of him. Now it's back to square one. LAG, you are trapped.
I love that for Methods as well. Gets the player tagged up, sends Vivid in for the kill. Vivid gets traded, but look at this. 3 tacks off the rip right there for Boston. You got him stuck in the spawn trap. You've got everything secured. Not easy to break out of. And RCD's tags up Nero, but not good enough. And LAG, I mean, they've barely stepped foot outside of their spawn.
Yeah, it's tough. Ooh, Joe Thieves, though, hey, gets the job done. Finds his kill of his own. Nero, what a dodge that was. Nades were just flying all over the place. Assault wins it. All right, now you've got some space to take it all back. Oh, take it all back. They're all dead again.
I mean, that's just, I mean, even Vivid, I think, had the TAC 56 out at one point. Now he switched over to the Vazna. Might have just picked it up off the ground, but 3 tacks in the hands of Boston. Good luck trying to get out of this one. No breaks anywhere. Getting locked down. 4-man wipe, and Boston looking like it's going to be perfect.
So that's how you win a defensive round here on Control. You just make sure that no one gets near those other zones. And now, LAG, you've taken a heavy hit in the life count as well.
Yeah, so they pumped the brakes on the life count because obviously that's sort of the second tiebreaker for the round 5s. But even on the kill front, that was an 8 life difference. So Boston as clean as it gets. And I think for LA, if you're trying to break out of like the blacksmith side of the map, you have all the ARs. You think after you clear out like top and bottom maps that you can like have a little bit of progress. Even Nero had a TAC 56, so he can gun him from across the map as well. So extra AR pays dividends right there for Boston.
All right, so Boston got to bully LAG in the first round. Now we turn the tables and we see if LAG can get their bully shoes on and get things going here against Boston. However, a different look. Boston have managed to get players out over towards A. Nero was that man. Methods taken care as well. So LAG right back into it. Again, shoes on the other foot now.
And it's the exact same thing for Exceed as well. Has the tack, you get your one Vaznev guy into this map's area, and it's just a perfect lockdown. Super tight setup as well for LAG on defense. The absolute stranglehold, but you had LAG trying to break out at the top. You got Boston trying to break out towards B1. The trades are in, they find 2 kills, get bodied to the point just for Joe Thieves to slam you down.
Oh, that's Joseph Thieves, and Arcites backs him up, finds the kills there. Boston still, they managed to get a player or 2 out, and once again, Arcites, he's run around him. Awakening though, doesn't spin, doesn't get the kill there. You've managed to get players once again out now for Boston. They're through. They're at large. They run out of time.
And this is opportunity. I mean, at least Vivid is the first player on the map on offense to like get out of the spawn. So Vivid trying to make the play. He gets the first gunfight, and Assault now is in a pinch. The stun connects, and it's a team nade that might just kill that push from Boston, who now at this point, just desperation to try to get a take, and where Assault would have died, the team nade is so costly. It's looking like a no-tick for either team. Don't you just love Fortress control?
And the life count for Boston Breach, exactly the same as it was.
Was it 8?
It was 14.
Wow, deja vu.
14 either side, so we tie it up. The equalizer there. What is it about Fortress and team kills? Too soon? I know. Good work though out of LAG, keeping it all together.
I do not feel like Captain America. I do not understand that reference.
Oh, I was saying team kills on Fortress.
Yeah.
Seattle Surge yesterday. Where did Captain America come into that one? Answers on a postcard. Here we go.
Well, looking for perfection again. 2 for 2 on the defensive rounds. Boston, give it another go. I imagine the nade spots are probably going to lined up as well. We'll see how that goes. And a couple players coming out of gate, so might be able to connect, but nothing found there. And LAG, maybe the first opportunity to actually make something happen. They have touched the A zone.
They're in. They've done it. Joe Thieves.
And
he wins a fight. This is huge. How much more time can he grab out of this one? Here comes the pressure. Finally cleaned up. All that hard work for nothing. Great work out of Boston. Oh, and the trap is now set. Can LAG quite literally get on their horses and fly out of those large archways, past the hay, straight on a B? The answer is most likely a no, because here comes the trap once again from Boston.
And maybe we need to play TDM at this point for LAG if we're thinking about that for the round 5 and taking your time looking for the trades. But now you got Nero on a 4. If you want to make up for the Semtex, getting a cruise, a great way to do it. 2 more kills he will be able to collect, and nice little gymnastics routine as well over towards maps. 1 more is all he needs. The trade does come through. LAG desperate to try to get a player out. Exceeds at least made it past the 50-yard line.
Vivid has somehow managed to get himself in between a few players and stop the bleeding. Oh man, that's brilliant work. That's the defensive hold. Final 30 seconds. No way. Back and forth, up and down, inside and out. Clock still ticking. Nero on a run. He should be able to get another one here. Oh, he's crossed it. This is going to make the spawns look a bit weird. And already number 5. We're out. We're onto the B zone. This could be a big... No, maybe not. Oh, no! I take it all back. Boston, hold the line.
You were just going to say this could be a big wake moment to pick up the 2-piece in 7 seconds, trying to fly over towards B, but Vivid's in a corner. Everybody's going to cross, and you get the trades. Exceed trying to fly, but you're just getting chopped down, and 3 for 3 on defense. Neither team able to really have any pressure. What an exciting game.
Had 2 touches of the A zone. 3 rounds.
And on the TDM front, I think it's about like a 7 or 8 kill lead right now for Boston Breach as well. So, I mean, they do not need, if you can get a tick, that's great. If you have a good opening break, that is also fantastic. But your main concern right now for Boston is make sure you do not get massively outslayed.
Yeah.
That is sort of primary goal number 1. But again, if you get the clean break, you can get that pressure out over towards A. You'll take that as well.
Different look here on offense. Can Boston do something crazy here on match point? They're in. Trades are there. Vivid on the time. Securing the point slowly. Cleaned up. Any more space to work with here? Awakening on a force free. Looking to get a few more. He should dip on back. Stay alive. No, can't get it done. LAG now, their turn to apply the pressure.
Yeah, maintain that life lead. That is the goal right now for Boston. Look at what they're doing on the minimap, by the way. A couple of those players backing up. They have turtled in the setup. They know what the game plan is. And you don't have to tell Methods not to move. He is going to be posted. Nero's not going to do it. And the question for LAG in this moment is how long does it take him to figure out and do the math to count this out? They need to start putting the pressure. And if LAG does start flying into the spawn, they're going to start spawning Boston out. So we got a little standoff situation here on Fortress.
I mean, this is... Come on, Boston, do something.
A 10-kill discrepancy right now between these two teams. That is so much right now for Boston. I mean, I think they're just going to be able to do it. In 30 seconds, you're not able to bump off towards 10, so.
They're trying to get the final defensive round. Can we get a slow clap for this very slow gameplay? Come on, Boston! They're about to get defense. Unless LAG does something crazy. Boston Breach have set themselves up for success.
I mean, dude, Call of Duty players are fiends. You asked for a slow clap, that lasted for 2 seconds. Everybody just started going like rapid pace. We just want the action, ready for the gunfights. But there you go, the least active round of Control of all time. Out here breaking records at Major 2.
Let's go, baby! One more round, though, for Boston Breach. They played it to perfection. LAG, they will be on offense. They have to pull something miraculous out of the bag here, and what a moment it will be.
And you see LAG, those player cams, number of fingers holding up, how many kills just came through in that last round. Not a whole lot, enough digits to make it happen, but now for LAG, the pressure's on. It has been 4 for 4, perfection on the defensive rounds. They gotta find a way to get out, and Boston, keep things secure. This right here buys you an extra ticket to the next round, and that is the start you want to have if you're Boston.
Oh my, that's 3. Last man up. It's Assault. He's over. Wait, it's pretty much, it could be GG right here.
Oh,
right
what a
now.
way.
They're going to hold this one down. Boston, it is a victory lap. LAG have still got to find the opening, but it happens, Chance. We've seen it happen on this map before. A couple of kills. You fight forward. A little bit of complacency. Zinni, though, he's on a 6.
It's too clean, man. Boston looking like they're buying themselves a ticket to the next round. Clean so far. LAG have only gotten a single kill. Pressure's on Bivy. They trade him out. At least LAG looking for the opening, but that is now Method's on an 8 spree. Nero's got the backside covered, and Joe Deceives, front man standing there, is simply nowhere to go.
Here comes the cruise. Assault wiped off the face of the map, and in 20 seconds, LAG are out the tournament.
And Boston right now not looking for excitement. They're just looking for that hot 3-0, but maybe for LAG, last-ditch effort, but they get cleaned up. Nero, 24 in 10.
Oh, come on.
Man had the team kill, but man had the gunny. Boston Breach, how do you do?
Wait a minute. There it is. Boston Breach get it done 3-0 in what has been the most perfunctory pumping we have seen in Control.
And what a way to get it done. Again, this team, talk about the threat that they have. Hometown crowd. #1 team in the game on the map, too. Their hard point top 3. These guys are absolute units. And with a 3-0 like that, extra confidence, the win in your sails. Make no mistake, Breach fully capable of making a very deep losers bracket run.
Commiserations once again to LAG. They will take an exit here from Major 2. An incredibly difficult final map to find themselves on. They weren't able to find the usual success they have in hardpoint. That strong showing in Search and Destroy. It was just too little too late. And it really was. Pumping there on our Bagra Fortress. 7 minutes and 53 seconds, and not that many kills whatsoever.
Imagine winning a game of Bagra Fortress Control. We're on offense. You had Boston Breach getting what, like 12 kills combined. Didn't need to do a single thing on offense, but you could be perfect on defense. Boston out there taking care of business. Game plan on point. 2 close games, and I know technically the Fortress is close, but not really.
Not really, no. Well, I think the biggest story for me in this series there is we've seen Boston take control of the series, take control of the team, and not let any mistakes slip through. They played that brilliantly. All things considered, yeah, we're having a bit of fun, poking a little bit of fun at control there in Fortress, but ultimately, very well played. They ran the map from start to finish. Kudos to them. That's a clean 3-0.
Icing up in the S&D as well. I think maybe the biggest factor for me on Breach, the record on Asilo, not the best, but guys like Big Wake were able to deliver.
He certainly was a factor, and he is on stage right now with Guy Blaze. Take it away, Guy.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Boston, give it up for the home team as they come out on top. I'm on the stage with Big Wake and Awakening. It was a solid 3-0 from you guys. How did y'all get it done, and what was the toughest thing about this matchup?
Squared up on our 2 best maps in Bagra Hardpoint and Bagra Control, but they honestly just couldn't fuck with me, so yeah.
It was simple. It was simple. You was frying everybody. Talk to me about your teammates and what is it like playing with these guys and playing in front of this crowd right here with this energy?
Playing with Vivid and Nero is really fun because there's 2 fast subs, and I'm not baiting them, but they just run in front of me, so it's a good mixture. And then with Methods, he's just our main AR, like, he's just a vet.
He just gets it done, right? He gets it done. Now, here in front of this crowd here, it's the first time I got a chance to really talk to you. What do you want to say to everybody who's out here supporting you and been loud all day?
The support and love and energy have been fucking crazy, guys. I fucking love you.
Nothing but love here on the stage. That's going to do it for me and Wade. Chris, take it away.
Thank you so much, Guy Blaze. And give it up one more time for Big Wake. The man is crushing in and out of game. Love seeing him do an interview. Also, major shout out to our desk crew here. We have Alley Cat, Nameless. Studdy is joining us today. And Studdy, big fan of the Celtics. Right now, they got a chance to watch the Boston squad clutch up with a 3-0. It's awesome to see the athletes get involved here at Call of Duty as well.
Oh, yeah, and this is superstars, man. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are in the building, man. Both of those guys are all-stars in the NBA. They're getting to watch their home team put on an absolute show in that very first series.
We got Grant and more. Shout out to everyone who came out, especially the fans who are getting loud, because this was just one of 5 matches to kick off our day. Allie, though, let's start with the beginning of this series, going all the way back to that hard point. If you're an LA Guerrillas fan, your heart was pumping, but Boston was the team able to clutch up and take that first map.
Yeah, and it really honestly just looked like Boston Breach wasn't that warm yet. I believe Vivid was like 1-9 at one point, so he had a really slow start himself. But I mean, LAG, we thought for a moment it was the hard point we were used to from them, and Boston Breach clutched up in the end in the final 3 hills. So if you're an LA Guerrillas fans, maybe it's the online woes of the hard points. They need to start transferring that to land. Maybe it's the jitters again. Joe deceives and exceed. It is their first time here on the biggest of stages at our major, so we can be as lenient as we can, but I really want to talk about map 2. That just cannot happen if you're LA Guerrillas.
LA Guerrillas not winning the search and destroy. Boston, they mentioned game 2s have kind of been our key to success so far, and I want to ask you, who do you feel had the most pressure on this Boston team coming into today?
I think it was probably equal across the board, all four players on this team. Maybe Methods, I guess, right? Because he is the captain of the squad. But I feel like they all rose to the occasion. Once again, the ARs played so well for Boston, kicking off this in that map 1. Like, that's what you needed. We saw Arsenes was able to break the kill record yesterday on that map. Yeah. Not today. It was Big Wake who's running around doing what he needed to do and clutching up for that last spawn as well. And you can see in the stats right here, Big Wake took over throughout this series.
Nero, not his best S&D, but he lit it up in that game 3 when you needed him to pop off. But Studdy, our scuff play of the game belongs to Vivid, the other SMG on this lineup. He was the man in search and destroy with the 3K in that final.
Oh yeah, Vivid was just making plays happen. Once he earns that dead silence, it's time to go, go, go. You're like a superhero on the map. He finds that first kill, the dead silence resets, he's able to find the second, and then in the 1v1, he plays this beautifully. There's only 10 seconds left on the clock. If you are Exceed, you need to go check that bomb. You can't let it get down and then allow Vivid to get out of that positioning. The clock starts to go down. Vivid is able to spot him on the cross, and once he gets this information right here, you don't hit that first bullet, but at least you find 2 other kills in that round. The confidence is flowing.
Thieves and Breach waiting to find out who is going to fall down to them. Nameless, if you're in this bracket right now, are you feeling comfortable in any of these positions?
There's not a single place in this bracket where you're feeling comfortable right now. You just got to be focused on your game and getting ready for your next matchup. And right now, we got 2 banger winners matchups coming up. Ultra and FaZe is going to be unreal.
Big shout out to everyone tuning in from around the globe, and especially everyone here at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway. The matchups continue in just a moment, and on the way out to commercial break, we want to remind you all, pick up your gear, support your favorite squads. We've got hats, hoodies, t-shirts, and everything else you could possibly want to rock. It's all on CallOfDutyLeague.com. When we come back, we're done with the elimination bracket for now. It's all winners. Toronto takes on ATL for this first spot in our winners final. Don't go anywhere. This is Boston Major 2.
racks, 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta one up the next, point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
You got the fans cheering for you. You got your family in the crowd out here too as well. How does it feel to be playing here in Boston?
It feels sick, you know. I got my whole family here. It's the first time they're watching me, playing with my brothers, so I couldn't ask for more.
Hey man, that sounds like so important right there, and so much love out here. Yo, Boston, can we give it up one more time for Scrap and the Toronto Ultra? As I'm gonna let you get ready to go and start preparing for tomorrow. That's gonna do it for us here on the stage.
It's not a rivalry. It's not a rivalry. I don't know why they even talk about that. They're bums, so.
It ain't a rivalry and it ain't even close. Chris, take it away.
Throw out your dirty underwear. It's not a rivalry, says Scrap, and we got to get ready because Toronto and Scrap, our kill leader, is ready to take on Atlanta FaZe, but this is going to be a very tight matchup if you're looking at the seats. Welcome in, everybody. Chris Puckett alongside Alley Cat and Nameless, and we have a very special guest all the way from Essex, England. Welcome in, Tactical Rab. How we doing, Rab?
Man, all right, guys. Thanks for having us on the desk. It's been fantastic this weekend so far. This Boston crowd has been immense this weekend. It's been so much fun from day one. I've met so many cool people, Puckett, honestly. It's great to be back at an event. It's been a long time.
It's been a minute. It's you started here in Black Ops 3. You've been growing your channel. You've been growing the content ever since. And I saw you doing some behind-the-scenes interviews with Scrap and the Toronto squad. Let's start with this team. What do you like about Toronto personally? Before we went live, you told me you were cheering for purple.
Oh man, Scrap's my guy, I've got to say it. I'm all about the drama, I'm all about the rivalries. Ever since this guy's come in, this guy's way too entertaining not to root for. The entire team's so good as well though. What they've got going on across the game modes, just the SMG partnership, the AR partnership, so much pace on this team, so much personality. I'm rooting for these guys.
I like watching them as well. It seems to be a team effort every time they're on the stage. Allie, outside of Scrap, we've said his name enough. What are you liking from the team so far at this event in particular?
I'd have to say Standy. Like, what's so funny about this player is when I think of Toronto Ultra, sometimes I forget that he's on this roster, and it's not because he's a forgettable player, but just because he's so consistent in what he does for this squad. You know, he's very much under the radar in the fact that he's just doing all the dirty work, picking up the two pieces that he needs to relieve the pressure off of the rest of the squad. And I think that's a really good tale for the Toronto Ultra team, is that they are very confident across the board.
Now, Toronto did drop their control, but they clutched up at both hard points as well as the search and destroy in the opening round of the winners bracket. On the other side, Atlanta, how do they match up against the squad? Let's talk about the FaZe here. Are they the team that could be the kryptonite to this Ultra team?
Yeah, 100%. You know, we talk about, like, there's a rivalry, right? Since we look back at other games with Atlanta FaZe and the Toronto Ultra. Well, it's not really a rivalry. Atlanta FaZe is up 15-4 in that matchup, and Toronto has never beaten Atlanta FaZe on land, right? So there's a big edge when you look at that statistic. Also with the Atlanta FaZe, they have been ridiculous 9-1 in their last 10 search and destroys, and they've become more dominant on maps that they've been working on, like maps El Asilo, which they just looked ridiculous on their last performance. And then when you look at the players individually on this team, Abizi has been taking over games, like single-handedly winning them controls. The pace that he plays at, it's almost unmatched. But then there are some players on the opposing squad that can keep up with him.
Could cause problems for the Ultra today.
It's got to be Celia, man. This guy's been MVP form for the last couple of seasons. He's been out of control in so many of their respawns, but man, it's going to be difficult to do with Ultra in the respawns. Game 5, though, could be FaZe's.
Boston, I love having Rab here on the desk, and he's going to be kicking off our predictions as we take a look at our maps and modes. Let's break down all 5 games. Ali, before we get the predictions, though, tell me, how do we feel about these picks and bans? Who's got the stats on their side?
You remember what I said earlier about I was worried that Toronto Ultra might be a little bit too confident after that first series here today. I am reading that in this map set. That first one, Mercado, Celium has like a 2.0 KD on it. They smoked Boston Breach in it on day 1, and that Asilo Search and Destroy, same story, 6-0 game 5 to keep themselves in winners. I respect that Toronto Ultra is trying to square up with them, but as those two with openers, I'm very worried for the Ultra squad.
One-word answers across the board. Predictions starting with you, Rab.
Toronto, baby.
Toronto. Toronto.
Atlanta.
ATL. Let's see it. Let's go to the stage right now. We got my guy Blaze for the team walkouts.
All right, Boston, we got a winners bracket matchup, and it's going to be a banger. You guys ready to get this one going? Because the first team coming to the stage decked out in purple, you know it, is Toronto Ultra. Make some noise for Standy!
Toronto Ultra, this is a team that is disgusting. Their sound in all 3 game modes. Scrappy, he's been talking so much trash, and versus the Atlanta FaZe, he's gonna have to back it up, man. But I'm looking at the SMG duo, Kleenex and Scrap. They're gonna have to be turning up, or Standy, excuse me, they're gonna have to be turning up against Abizi and Simp in this matchup. It's gonna be lit. Let's get it started, Blaze.
Let's get it started, because this next team is looking in full form and ready to bring another championship down to the south. Here comes Atlanta FaZe. Boston, get loud for Slasher, Abizi, Simp, and MC. It's Atlanta FaZe.
Man, even when it's not the home team across the other side of the stage, I can still hear the boos from the crowd. The villainous name that the Atlanta FaZe has taken on the last couple of years, but I don't know why. They're pretty great across the board. The man to watch in this lineup, though, has got to be Celium in this opening matchup. Blaze, let's get it started.
Let's get it started. I think we know who our hero and our villain is, but I'll let you guys decide it. To get this one kicked off, we got Merc and Maven and Cast It. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. All right, this is going to be a fun one. I mean, they've had so many insane matchups over the years. It's wild when you think about the fact that this Ultra team hasn't beat this FaZe team on land, which sounds insane when you think about it. But a lot of those big wins in Cold War happened online, right? Like when you think about back to that Major 2. They just played at Major 1. I think everyone was expecting sort of this colliding of the juggernauts. Not exactly what we got.
No, it's a 3-1. FaZe won both of the hard points. They won that search and destroy. I mean, the fact that they won both of the hard points with the way Ultra looked this year, I think that surprised everyone. And now the question is for Ultra, can you change that up a little bit? Can you ramp it up? The 2 players I'm looking at that really struggled in that match were Scrap and also Kleenex. And, we talk about, Abizi on the other side, but Abizi and Kleenex, those 2 players, they play so fast. We'll see how that battle plays out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I feel pretty strongly for FaZe in this just because the issues haven't come really on Saturday.
Yeah.
It's been like when they've got to Sunday these past couple of years, it's just like something seems to fall apart. But Ultra, always fun to watch. They're a tough team to put to bed. We know they can be so well-rounded in the different game modes. I'm just hoping we get one of those Ultra FaZe kind of classics, those special Game 5 type of matches you want from this.
No, 100%. And I mean, if you look back at Major 1, there's a couple of maps that they didn't play in that first series, right? You got rid of that Embassy Search and Destroy. I think Abizi just had one of those maps where he took over back at Major 1. So you don't have that. You have Mercado Hardpoint coming into play. So, I mean, you obviously have both of these teams. They had another stage. They're trying to bring it a little bit differently, but you could see there, the Hardpoint maybe the biggest difference. You have that control as well, but the fact is at 50% for Atlanta FaZe, the fact they won both of them in their first matchup, that's what you have to circle if you are Ultra.
No, 100%. And I mean, I guess this is one of the first times. I know it's not as well-rounded when you look back to maybe like sort of the quote-unquote sort of dynasty time with like the FaZe team when they're really on top, but the Search and Destroy seems to be getting back, and maybe Slashers kind of helped that. Like, they were so good and so dominant in that for so long. You wonder, like, when it was going to start to click again. They've been good in Search.
Well, I think, you give some props to Slasher, but Abizi has just been stupid.
In his form again?
Yeah, in the fact they are undefeated on Embassy Search and Destroy. Again, we're not going to see that, but here's a look at the Mercado stats for both of these teams. A good map for both of them. 4-1 for Atlanta FaZe, 6-3 for Toronto Ultra. That rotation rank #1 for Ultra. That's when you're looking at your guys like Insight, like Scrap to hold down those power positions.
Well, let's get right into it. As we hop into our map 1 here between FaZe and Ultra, hoping for a banger, and it's Celium off with a bang in the beams. On point right out of the gate as he'll continue to find the rhythm in this opening set. All the kills basically going the way of FaZe here out of the gate.
Yeah, nice little break off right there. Slasher, he's going to have a lot of Ultra presence working his way, but good scrap time. You're going to have Simp and Celium now play pretty safe for those P2 spawns. Slasher, they're trying to find him. Finally, Insight able to take him down, but again, Simp just backs on up, makes sure that he has barbershop control, and his teammates spawn in this area, but nice time for Atlanta FaZe. Now Ultra trying to work up the map. You're not going to check that corner as Insight going to find the opener.
This map just north to south, north to south, north to south, just back and forth we will go, but a wondrous display of talent here early on. Peeking it behind, not quite finishing the shots, trying to snap onto another. Celium doesn't finish either of those kills, but maybe he'll set his teammates up now to be the Reapers. It's Abizi that's able to get in. Time right now for FaZe, up over the 30-point mark, early hard point control. Troops rallying in from both sides now for the next fight.
Yeah, just a little bit here and then right at the end of that rotation over towards this second hill, but Abizi able to find that final player inside, plays his life, dodges the nade, and then off a spawn, here comes his teammates. It is clean for Atlanta FaZe right now. I mean, just when you go to Cantina, we go to it twice, so difficult to break on through. Slasher having a nice start here, but here comes Ultra on their final attempt to break, and they are going to get in. It's going to be Cell trying to do what he can to hold on, able to just dive on out.
Dude.
Almost snaps onto him, but we know when you dive, it takes forever to shoot.
If there wasn't much of a delay there, that's probably something nasty, but yeah, it takes a while. But you got to think Scrap is probably big to a matchup like this too, just in the sense of, I think when you're playing someone that's been like the Juggernaut, when you have the big names, and maybe that fear factor's not there anymore with this FaZe team, but having like a young gun with all that confidence, like he doesn't care. He's like, put me in, I'm ready to gun him.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But again, you went with 25 seconds left if you were all Ultra to get that scrap time. What does that mean? It is a free rotation over towards P3. Slasher, though, the vet, 9-3 start for the main AR of Atlanta FaZe. It's Insight trying to take that one-on-one. Just so difficult. Very clean here for Atlanta FaZe so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's sort of wondering like what Slasher would be to this team and what was going to be the difference for someone like Arcitys. You didn't think that was a team that was going to fall apart, but he comes in, at least in this map right now, he's really putting it all on the line. 11-3.
They're giving them nothing.
Abizi soaring forward. There is no opening for them. All the kills in the kill feed going the way of FaZe, getting close to that 100-point mark, and yeah, there has been no wiggle room around the objective for Ultra to work with at all.
And now on those kills, right, you have Barbershop towards back alley. You're going to have Abizi and Cell. Slasher's going to spawn on them. Just a couple of more seconds. They're trying to hold down this area of the map. That's where the next hill's coming. Celium just waiting for his teammates. The spawns come on in, playing his life. It's what he does so well. Insight's gonna be able to take him down, but again, on the rotation, FaZe finding all of the kills in the slaying. Just so one-sided on the map.
I mean, you have what, Stadia 4-9, 3-10 for Kleenex, double negative for Scrap. Insight the only one near even. They are just getting pummeled right now out the gate. I mean, Simps 3-4. He's just kind of rocking.
He's hanging out, dude, having a good time.
Like, all right, boys, continue to pop off. His Slasher is the one leading the way at triple positive, but this is one where you've got to make something soon if you're Ultra, right? Like, you got to find an opening, got to find some time. Otherwise, the hinges are coming off this. And just as I was talking about Simp not really need to be involved, that's 3 in a row and a lovely double.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be another full 60 there for Atlanta FaZe. They're going to be up to 150 points, 4 hills through.
This is not competitive.
Finally, right now, Ultra, they're going to have themselves a chance to get back into it. You have it set up here. So you go back over towards 10, and Ultra finally, the first one's on a hill.
I mean, you said the hard points are what you circled from that last matchup at the Major, where FaZe just kind of came in, stole the maps. right now, I don't know if you call this a theft or how you want to break it down, but it has been a murder on the map. 120-point advantage. Finally, maybe some time for Ultra. But here comes the first kill. There goes the second. Scrap and CleanX trying to answer, though. Big double there from CleanX. Scrap and CleanX actually cleaned up all four. Maybe that's the moment.
Ooh, they needed that.
Yeah. You get broke there. See you later. It's done.
Yeah, it would have been done there. They needed to hold on. They do just that. It gets a little bit scary, though, on that first break attempt. You do have a little bit more pressure. Slasher, he's going to go the rest of his team right through the middle of the map. They're going to go at this one last time, but you're going to see, actually, number 3 and inside, he's going to spawn at the next hill. So a chance here maybe to combine a couple of hills in a row for Ultra, get them right back in the game. Yes, how do they get back into it? I mean, it's difficult to rotate, right, and break some of these hill setups, but they have a chance here. Does Toronto Ultra?
I think FaZe, that win over Surge, you know, like anything can be possible. They know it. They can't take the foot off the gas, but it's Ultra that's trying to put the pedal to the metal to bring it back right now, chipping away at this lead moment by moment. Let's get to a listen in with Ultra.
Could be here. Back alley. Could be low. Could be low. Yeah, I have this. I'm holding closer. I'm holding the I got one of these.
2p4, 2 tunnel. 2 tunnel. I have tunnel.
Yeah. One close to me, Jeremy.
Close off. Nice. The rest are gonna be hard. Close. Low. On top.
You went low again, I think.
I need top. He's top.
Top push.
Nice.
Let's go.
Let's go. Sell him.
He's close alley, laying down. Close alley, laying down. One shot. Close left corner. He went bottom.
Mid. There's two new. He's gone P4. There's 2 P4 in back alley. Did they hit ult?
I don't see the guy.
Okay, yeah. I spawned left, by the way.
He's top on you.
Nice. Don't look me again. He's trying out the window. Right the window.
Right window, dead.
Nice. Good win.
I have this time.
They're fucking breaking it, boys. Come on. I've got pallets now.
Back alley.
Yeah.
You want to double
Left of me, Jeremy.
Quick break.
One sec.
I'll stop again. Close on us. Close. Charlie, dead. One more. P4, dead. He's banded. Close. Okay, I can tell, Jeremy.
Dead. Come on.
Stay pallets. One pallets.
Yeah, I need help here. I'm staying on the already.
Ladder wall.
Mid already. Yeah, mid already.
That's one.
One shot pallets.
Yeah, I'm one shot. We can do it if you want. They're gonna be mid, by the way, Scrap.
Mid heady right now. 2
Stay alive. I have to
Two
chop.
in the middle, one ladder. You have 2 back alley on me. One dead. 2 back alley on me.
Pallet tweak. You can't get. You can't ladder close.
2 back alley on me. 2 back alley on me.
I'll see you, melee.
He's close P4.
Yeah, I'm getting shot under the wall.
Listen, like they started to believe in each other. Let's go, boys. We're bringing it back. Is the gas is starting to get there, but now a moment for FaZe to maybe slow the bleeding, because it has been all Ultra over the last 3 hard points.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see it, right? How difficult it is to break some of these hills, and they won a couple of rotations in a row. Now only down 40. But FaZe was able to find the last 20 seconds. We're going to go back towards our first hard point. But yeah, you heard it. I think Scrap's getting fired up. He's saying they're breaking down. He's trying to get everyone amped back up into it. But Scrap, CleanX, everybody having their moment. We thought it was going to be over.
It felt that way. I mean, granted, we've seen some wild comebacks this year, some of the craziest ones we've ever seen in hardpoint, but it felt like there was no life there. And FaZe were not making mistakes, but now the mistakes start to come in. Ultra starts to punish, but now it's FaZe trying to take over. They get 3 through in the feed. That's going to be all 4. They're spawning out and soaking up the time inside. Will be a BZ. How much can they actually get here? You got a 50-point advantage. It's going to be 5 in a row now for Cell. As we'll hop to his POV, sitting right around double positive. Just playing the heady here at the truck.
Yeah, that's the issue though, right? You go 4 dead, and FaZe actually flipped this spawn. Cell just, doing Cell's thing, dancing in the back, 6 in a row, has the help of Slasher. Well, he's gonna have the missile as well. There is CleanX who does sneak on through. So you have number 2 towards the Cantina side. He's gonna be doing what he does best, trying to just play his life. Cell getting some love from the crowd, but it's gonna be a BZ who finds a kill with Slasher over towards that P2 rotation. You had a chance if you're Ultra. You're gonna have to go right now. They're able to find multiple kills, but there's just 2 players left from FaZe, with Slasher trying to do what he can.
8 more points needed now. They can get it done. Big gunfight win. Slasher popping off on 5 in a row down the stretch. Is anybody close enough? Not looking that way. FaZe stop the bleeding. They close it out. It was a heroic rally there from Ultra during the mid game, but not quite enough. As FaZe get it done, and At first, I thought it was going to be one of those score lines. It didn't feel like it really reflected how dominant it was for a while, but they ended up winning it by 100. I mean, they closed it out with emphasis.
No, 100%. I mean, just very controlled, but you could just see this map, right? It's always those moments with around 30 to 35 seconds left on a hill, and that's sort of like old school hardpoint. You have to ask the question, do we push this one more time? And through those first 3 hills, I think they went for it. And what ends up happening, yeah, you might find 15 seconds of scrap time, but you are gifting the rotation to Atlanta FaZe, and they just put themselves in such a deep hole.
And when you think about Atlanta FaZe kind of historically, and you could talk pre/slash or post, whatever, like they've always been a very break-heavy team. They've never been a team that's great at like locking down hard points. But there, they were. And it's like, if you're going to go for that extra time, you're going to let them set up, you better be able to break it. And maybe you're relying on the fact that this is a team that you feel you can break, but they didn't. They had the setups, they locked it down. But, I mean, how many years have we watched FaZe where I'm like, I didn't care if they had the early setup. I almost didn't want them to. I'm like, I'd rather see them rolling and breaking.
Yeah, and I mean, you had a couple of chances there, right, through that first rotation where maybe if they break, then the game is for sure over. They do a good job at, can't believe I'm saying this, Peach 7, where they get about 25 seconds to make, to give them that lead around 40 to 50 points as we head back towards the first hill. But yeah, just 120-point lead, never really got away from them. Ultra tried bouncing back.
Yeah, I really did like what I heard in the comments from Ultra. You just heard Scrap and the guys getting fired up when they felt them, FaZe kind of breaking down. They felt the openings coming in. Considering all of them started like double, triple positives, getting thumped and down 100. Pretty much it was what, like 130 to 30, like very early on. The passion was there, the comeback was possible, just FaZe caught fire at the end.
Yeah, and you're listening, like when you're listening to that, Mercado is just not a map where you're gonna have a ton of engagements, right? So when you get a 3 or 4 dead, that is the momentum shift, where if you're watching an Embassy or a Fortress, someone's just popping off, you're snapping left and right, that's when you really hear those comms get fired up. But a little bit different there is Atlanta FaZe. This is what they have done versus Toronto Ultra. Win the hard points, that trend continues again. But we're headed to Asilo Search and Destroy.
And this feels like more kind of like very early FaZe. Like when they first started to erupt on this team with the dominant team, like they were, solid in the respawns. It was like the controller was really good. The hardpoint was kind of 50-50, and the search was very, very good. But it feels like that right now in the sense of if they win that game on hardpoint with how good they've been in search and destroy, you're like, okay, this is looking very good for them. Like,
yeah, it's just like how consistent can you be in search and destroy in this game, right?
Yeah.
Like, it just feels like there's a lot of factors working against you at all times, but maybe they have figured out. Again, if you take Embassy kind of out of it, I think they become a little bit more human because they're like 7-0 on that map.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, Atlanta FaZe, you have a BZ, you have Sim, search and destroy is always going to be a strength for you.
No, I mean, that when we interviewed Slasher, kind of talking about him coming into the team, and he really felt, he's like, they used to be this dominant force in search and destroy. Like, I want to come in and help them get back to that. And that's why I've been excited to see how that's going to kind of develop over the year. But, I mean, we're still so early on. We started a little bit earlier in the year. People still starting to get things figured out. I mean, it's been fun to watch. I think like 100 Thieves, or Thieves is the biggest example. Like you said to me yesterday, you looked at me, he's like, I think we're starting to get to that time. Like they're starting to click a little bit.
That was in respawn, search they're still figuring out. Yeah, definitely in respawn. You saw some moments, for Optic and then them yesterday versus New York. But yeah, I mean, for Atlanta FaZe, can you keep that momentum going? What have you figured out? And then on the side of Toronto Ultra, I mean, your control has been fantastic, and you were able to win control back at that Major 1 matchup. You're playing Hotel, which is going to be your best control map. It's just, you probably don't want to be down 0-2.
Is it still pretty similar to you when you think about this Ultra team compared to like the longtime team they had? You're still like hard to put away, pretty well rounded. Is it pretty much the same type of story for you, or is there any kind of big difference?
I think that Tammy and Vance were definitely a huge part of that, right? Like, but it's a new roster. I think though, because they're so good at all 3 game modes, I think it's a lot of similarities there for sure.
Yeah, I think it feels so different because how Scrap is versus like somebody like Vance, but
just hanging out, doing his meditation exercises, breathing.
Scrap's just chatting. But now to the game 2, Search, loading on up. Can Ultra answer back now? If you start off with CleanX's POV, they'll be on offense here first. We're busting through the double doors and looking for the openings.
Yeah, a lot of this early on, just around this A bomb site, right? You have the submachine gun duo already of a BZ and Sim, so that is a terrifying sight. But can Standy, can CleanX get in? It's going to be Cell with the first blood to give them that man advantage.
And sometimes when you got a trophy in here, you feel like an unkillable god, but not going to be the case early in the round. So Simp just trying to pick the right timing, pick the right corner as they start to move on up into a 3 versus 3 we go.
Yeah, I mean, Slasher obviously gets taken down, but you still have Cell. He has so much info. It's just a question of, are they going to go all the way around without Deddy? Oh, there we go. There's a bullet that's going to go off. Does that alert Abizi and Simp to wrap back to B? And it looks like Abizi, he's going to look for this. Just a question of these timings. They're really playing from the inside. You might have a crossfire with Celium from that window, but it's a rotate all the way through the opposite side of the map over to the B bomb, and Cell's got no idea.
Well, he's got Deddy up and he's trying to look for the info now, and the info is going to come in the way of shots, and Scrap able to take him down. Now Abizi into the mix, soars on in, and the Tiny Tears stamp it out. Just 5 seconds to go. Track it across is going to be in sight. No time to try and make the play. But a very quick reaction. As soon as Cell drops, you just see the instantaneous fly for the rest of the squad.
And again, I think it's a really good play call from Ultra, right? And in a round one where you don't have a lot of field upgrades available, there's no Deddy. Cell gets it like a minute into the round, a minute 15, he pops that. But it's kind of a question of, are they really going to go all the way around by crouching? And what that does, like, they did it. It was the right play call, but it took so much time off of the clock.
The patience to do it.
Yeah, man, let me tell you. But, you know, if they all have Deddy, they make that play a little bit quicker. Maybe the bomb is planted and they get into a setup.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, like, the shot that got taken. It was like one of those panic things where a teammate just surprised him, or if it was like some kind of weird bait they were doing. I wasn't sure at the moment, but it's Scrap once again able to hit shots at range. Slasher yet to get anything going. He's going to get dropped out of it. So, you know, the raw talent Scrap can provide. He's doing it here early in the round to put them into the 4 versus 3. As Standy just continues to creep around, but now bomb planted in this 3 versus 4 for FaZe. Can they hold?
Yeah, you had Deddy used on Standy, you have it available, and well, he's gonna find that player. Abizi with the nade, Insight going for the trade, he's gonna open it up, but it's Simp who makes the play. Now into a 2-on-3, 7.5 to defuse for Toronto Ultra. They have to go. Simp with the Deddy reset, he's gonna find one. He checks the bomb, he's out with his life, he rechals. But he's gonna back on down and now maybe wait for Cell to look for the info. That's the play call FaZe. This is what they do. Their search and destroy has been clinical all year long, and it's because of that man right there, Simp, who closes out the round.
No, that was clinical, and yeah, you have your superpowers in the Deddy to make the play, but getting the info on the reach out, still backing down in time. The patience for Cell, as you highlighted, takes 2 to tango, and they were dancing. 4-0 start there for Simp.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's weird to say there's been so much attention on Cell, right? MVP last year. You talk about Abizi, it's like Simp's still on this team, and this man he is an unreal talent.
Yeah, he's just, you know, he came in as a young player just looking like unbeatable. He's this god. And he's looked a little bit more human at times, but yeah, he's still very, very good, and sometimes needs to remind us just how talented a player he is. Kleenex, another monster on the map. Let's see what opening he can find. As we saw their opening round offense, you expect things to be a little bit different now with the Deddy in play. But for now, just biding their time, playing it patient, looking for that opening.
And this is just kind of the map, right? With sort of the outside lanes, the inside lanes, just maybe waiting for someone on the defensive side to make a Deddy play, overstep a little bit. So the first 30 seconds, they kind of just slow down, try to find that first blood, that first pick, and now it's time to go over towards this A site.
It's been Scrap, kind of that guy that's been finding those opening duels. Like,
yeah, it might be him again, but this time it's going to be Insight who gets taken down by Cell. Cell is just going to back away, and again, a first blood for Atlanta FaZe.
Abizi, another Cell right behind it. Suddenly Scrap all by himself, and the trade is there. FaZe calm and in control, now up 3-0. Just so strong here.
Yeah, I mean, you get the first blood, and then Abizi goes. He finds another one. They use that man advantage. They trade effectively. Sim still has not died. It's been this early momentum so far, these first couple of maps for Atlanta FaZe.
And one of the things coming into this, like, Ultra, where they've been pretty pedestrian with like a 46% first blood, FaZe is at 59. Like, they've been unbelievable, and I think you've been seeing a bit of that here. They've been finding some of these opening first bloods, giving them the upper hand. I know some have been quickly traded, and it's not always been the numbers game, but that around and where it pays off. But still, Simp yet to drop.
If you're FaZe, right, you just keep working this A bomb side. It's kind of what's worked out. You have Abizi trying to find another first blood for them, but he's just going to back you on down, inside sniping. He's got a regen his health. Now he's going to go for the re-peek. Looks like Standy again with that Deddy play, but you have a player playing very patiently for FaZe. He's going to shoot. He's got attack. Stuns out on both sides. They are going to connect, and both players just trying to do what they can to stay alive.
It's like, I'm over this fight. All right, you got your stun out. Let's re-engage at a different time. And he's just tucked behind the door. But the snap there from Standy. Young man, you are a beast.
But now they got to work the defuse, so it's a 2-on-3. And of course, it's a BZ and Simp, and right under him is Simp with the Deddy. With the Deddy, there's the reset. This man has not died yet. Someone's going to be on the defuse. That's Kleenex. The nade not going to connect, but he's going to find it now, a one-on-one. Simp up to 8-0, and FaZe up 4-0.
My guy is flawless right now on the map. I mean, after Standy's play, I'm thinking they're taking this round, but Simp remains perfect. My God.
Yeah, you have that incredible play from Standy, but you still have to retake
I thought
it.
Cells, I mean, after that play behind the door, that's a Cell play. He's not catching that. Like, you little rat. Like, he's just sitting there behind it. But Standy with the quick reactions, but then Simp now up to 8-0. It's a perfect round count for FaZe as well. Back to defense they go. Simp is on a mission.
Then you go right back kind of the standard setup that Ultra has had. Trying to work A, but just playing slow. But look at this. You have a BZ working the outside part of the map. He's able to find that first blood. Doesn't have Deddy popped, and then it is Simp. These two right now. Unstoppable. 9-0 now for Simp.
We can't get on roller coasters, but we can get first bloods, Joe. Because they're short.
I got it.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, no problem.
9-0 for Simp as the Tiny Terrors just continue to be a thorn in the side of Ultra within this matchup. Slasher finds easy pickings. Now just on Insight, they are being twisted and torn apart. His Insight can't quite finish the kill. Nice shot, so that's a big win against Celium. Big in the sense that's a tough gunfight. Small in the sense it doesn't really matter within this round. But 5-0 now for FaZe, just dominant. And this is, like, in a way, giving me flashbacks back to Major 1. You're expecting this incredible matchup, and FaZe just handling business.
Yeah, I think Simp now 10-0. And they're looking for the 6-0. But yeah, you said it. I mean, Ultra, they've been one of the best teams. This is our number 2 seed, our number 3 seed on the year when you look at CDL points, and you're thinking it's going to be a banger. There's still time for it, but right now it feels like Atlanta FaZe, they just have the edge.
Well, you and I have experienced a lot. We've been cast together 5 years now, and FaZe has been a very good team for a lot of that. And sometimes we've gotten very hyped for matches, and they have not gone the way we've hoped because of FaZe just dominating. But Abizi does get a first blood. It's insta-traded, so.
All right, they got to take him down.
Now you've got numbers. If you are Ultra in a 3v2, but Simp has got the Deddy out, and he is 10-0. Can you finally shut down the well-oiled machine, or will he continue to run rampant? Deddy running out. There's one, able to get it, up to 11.
Didn't get the reset, though. Doesn't have the reset, so Deddy is done. But he finds a sniper. We've seen Simp with a sniper.
I'll say he's feeling himself. He goes for this. Finally, he will fall, and Ultra get around on the board. Yeah, if you got the Deddy reset, that might be a whole lot different, but yeah, it dropped a second or two before that engagement. Nice shots here. You can see Kleenex's POV.
Yeah, again, you had Standy just work the outside part of the map, was able to find that first blood. Abizi gets taken down. It's kind of on Simp to try to make the play. They played their corners, now able to get on the board. One round at a time, as we always say. That's what Toronto Ultra has to do.
Yeah, it's like they had that moment in the hard point where it started to click and they started to rally. Is it just too late to have a moment like that in the search? We'll see.
Yeah, coming back from 5-0, it's pretty difficult.
It's rather rare, yeah. You hear all the stuns popping off.
Where is he going to get to before this Deddy runs out? That's the play. I mean, he's found so much info. He has to be giving this to his teammates. Slasher, he's getting pushed. He gets naded. Abizi, I think, puts some shots in. It's a bit of an odd round. Again, you're going for that wrap, but with all the info that Abizi found, they knew where to set up. And Stella, he just finds Standy on the cross. That is bombed down and not in a good spot.
Yeah, I've been talking about Slasher helping his team in search. I'm not sure he has a kill yet, but
he's got a couple. He's hanging out.
No, but the team is doing well. Simp's going to get caught. Nice play here from Scrap. Reset on the Deddy. Looking for more. Hungry for more. Can they make the rally? You're at least able to get bomb back. The centering is there, and Celium will get dropped. Feeling like a Maddox, so you got like the rapid ADS.
It's just a question of, can they find a BZ? What's the timing going to be like? He snaps on a 1. He's going to back on up very close to Deddy. So if he waits for this, he will have Deddy, but he's going to chase it. He's going to chase without it. He has a nade if he wants to use it. He's going to tap the bomb. Just try to bait out Scrap right here in this one-on-one. Again with the info. Again with the info. And Abizi just playing this with confidence right now. Abizi is going to get to the fuse. And Atlanta FaZe going to take map number 2.
He's like, all right, you feeling confident? Come and get some then. Just sticks it and holds it right in front of him. You gotta love the play there from Abizi. That's one way to close the gap, but try to get the advantage. You make him run at you, but he never has to give up the bomb. Just gets the defuse in. 6-1 victory. I mean, you had Abizi with the first blood. So like Celium had some massive wins in kind of the mid game where he would win a big one-on-one. Then Sip was just sort of loose on the map, man, just flowing like a river.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of big clutch rounds for them when you finally had numbers, does Ultra, but it's just right from the get-go. It just felt like they had no momentum. They had no answer for inside of A. And I think that's why a lot of teams don't want to play FaZe on this map, because inside that bomb site, the teamwork between Abizi, Simp, and Cell, it's just a beautiful thing to watch as they dominate throughout this map number 2. And I will say, props to the crowd. Good discipline there on that defuse. I'm proud of you.
Absolutely. And yeah, I don't want to just gas face this, which has been tough so far, considering.
Yeah, it's not really else to talk about.
They go up 100 in the hard point to really start things off. They dominate here in the search and destroy. Like I think I, as much as anyone, like want to see Ultra come alive in this. Give us a fantastic series. Go 4 or 5 games. Just has not been the case. But when you come to control, this is a strong Ultra team.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, this is their best map. They won this versus Atlanta FaZe. Can maybe they start something, some momentum here.
It just takes a map and a little bit of momentum, but we're going to get ready to head to a break. When we get back, the big control. Can Ultra make some noise here within it? If not, they are getting put to sleep early. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Welcome back, Boston. We're getting ready to rock into the map 3, but you see the player area where they're chilling, relaxing, hanging out.
Some of them are relaxing. A lot of practice going on back there. Some pinball machines.
This looks like we're relaxing, yeah?
Yeah, we're hanging out.
We hope everybody here in the venue at home are having a blast. There's a lot of watch parties going on. Sethy Poo, I saw you. That mustache is looking good. I just want to take my fingers and tickle that thing. A little caterpillar. Is that too much?
Do you want to tickle it, or do you want him to tickle you with it?
Yes, that part, Joe. Okay, but back to the match. We're getting ready to go to the control. FaZe up 2-0. They've been dominant so far, but you talked about Ultra and their control, so they've been good. This is where they've beaten FaZe. You heard in the comms with Ultra, they really started to come alive for a moment there in the hard point after being down 100. Like, they need that same energy. You need that belief. You can do this. I mean, we've seen crazier things. It's just, it's tough to believe in right now with how dominant it has been.
We're partying right now. The lights went out.
Oh, wow. Felt Joe's mustache. So, not sure what happened with the lights there, but we're going to continue on as soon as we are ready to rock. Just got, a little party time here for a moment. We're just waiting for them to load up the map, and we will get cruising.
What are you talking about?
Well, I have mustaches and games in the dark, Joe. What do you think is going to be the biggest
off in that map number 2? They ran away with it. They were up 5-0. They closed it out 6-1. But yeah, I mean, you're down 5-0 in map 2. You're down 100 points, 120 points in map 1. I think going up 1-0, 2-1, just keeping that round advantage is big for Ultra.
And I guess I just think, listen, when that FaZe team was on top and basically winning every tournament, it's one thing, but they've been vulnerable as of late. You think about last year and all the second places. You think about the Sundays just falling apart. This is a team where I think right now, if you can test them and put them up against it, put the pressure there, there is a chance for mistakes. There is a chance for them to crumble. But that pressure has to be applied. We haven't really seen that yet.
No, we have not seen that yet.
You have to, because they are skilled enough, and they've won enough, and they've done it all. If they are on cruise control and you never really put that road bump in their way, okay, they're going to stomp all over you. They got to be tested, and maybe it has to happen here. But they're not this unbeatable god team anymore. That's not what they are. You can make them crumble. You can apply that pressure. You just got to do it.
Yeah, and on the other side for Ultra, I mean, they have a very good coaching staff. They are very composed players, right? This is a team that they've been in this situation before. One map at a time, I'm sure, is going to be that discussion. But yeah, I think just early momentum, early gunfights.
Yo, chat was good. It's your boy Frostbite. Thank y'all for dropping by. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream.
You feel good after it.
I did get a request from Daniel to put the volume up a little higher, so I'm going to do that.
No, you got to test them. You got to make them look inside a little bit and not just be all laughs and comfortable and having the
Again, thank you for dropping by. If you guys enjoying the channel, hit that like and sub. Tomorrow again, same thing, right? I won't be here, but I'll have my wife run the stream.
So thank you guys.
Got you guys. Got you.
In Boston, you guys have all been amazing.
Yeah, just to hang out with us two idiots.
Yeah, we'll be ready to go as quickly as we can, but just I guess testing a couple of things before we get ready to go.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the bracket before we get into this one. And what's interesting about this, I mean, if you lose this match, you got to go play LA Thieves later today. And, maybe a month ago or even before what we saw versus New York, you're feeling pretty good with the way Thieves have played. But a 3-0 over New York, and I know that Game 5 goes the way of Optic. Their search was really struggling. They win one yesterday. But you've seen moments in their respawn where it was what we saw at the end of the year last year, where their control was clicking. They're dominant in some of those hard points. Everyone's, above a 1.0. That's just not a matchup I would want to play. So, I mean, it's a gauntlet down there.
Yeah, I mean, at Thieves, if they're going to make this run, it'll be unbelievable because you got to play subliners right away and losers. You got to play the loser.
Not an easy run.
Easy match. When you take a look at the other side of the losers bracket, it makes a little more sense just with the teams you think would be there, but not so much on that upper side of the losers bracket. But I think we are about ready to go. So thanks again for your patience, guys. But time, I think, for the control. Will Ultra show signs of life? Give us a series? As you see the records on your screen, the defense, the win percentage has been so good for Ultra. We'll keep an eye on that as we go through it. Little edge to FaZe offensively.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see both of these teams, it's the map they prefer in control. 7-1, of course. for Toronto Ultra. It's what we talked about, how strong they were, but 6-4 for Atlanta FaZe. It's not like they are pushovers on this map. Here we go. Can Ultra get some early momentum? It's looking like it's going to be a B hit to get us started, but Abizi, he's ready for the trades going down. Atlanta FaZe, they're going to win that one over towards B.
Yeah, a little bit of an edge behind Cell. I think it's like 3 or 4 off of the opening. And Slasher's going to get caught sprinting, though. Not going to be able to push that out. Same as we said for BZ on the other side of it. Lurking mid-map is Simp, who's going to get dropped. So you start to regain here quickly if you're Ultra when you come off a spawn. But the tack's heating up from FaZe.
Then this is always sort of the interesting part. What does the defense want to do? You know, if you look at like what Thieves likes to do, a very strong defensive team. They'll have a couple of their sub players lurking like you do right now. If you're only going to keep one player on it, well, Cell, he's going to find that pick and then just back on up. But they know where Cell is, but he continues. How? How does he get that kill? 6-0 start for Cell. Finally taken down by Scrap. Right back onto A.
Yeah, I don't see his POV of how it is actually done, but I think he's dipping out of this fight, and suddenly he chains on a second. Just unbelievable stuff from Cell, but you've got your second bit of progress done. At A. Lives-wise, basically sitting even, 43 on the clock as it stopped now, and they'll look to finish this 8-point. But lurking is that number 5. Keep it on Slasher on the map.
Yeah, Slasher's going to look for this, right? As soon as he finds this, okay, so he doesn't get it before it stops. Maybe you would have had Sim push, but it puts them into a really tough spot as Abizi's going to find that kill. Now on the other side of the map, you have Cell ready for this office spawn, and now he's where he doesn't want to get taken down. The way the timing works out, just trying to find maybe that opening kill. Has some help for his teammates. If he needs it, he's got the cruise missile as well. Cell with a double.
Yeah, I think if anything, like, you know how just transition heavy control can be. 100%. So you get that clean transition, you get some damage in early to the second point. Like, Slasher's position, kind of make sure that does not happen. And now you've got about a minute to go, and also with those kills, you get a little bit of a life advantage where it was sitting around even. You're up 4 right now. I think it pushed to as much as maybe 6. A team kill does come in. It's Standy Simtex that's going to connect. Clock will be stopped as they're on the point. Pushing out, though, will be Simp. He's able to take that fight. That's actually his first kill in the game after the incredible search and destroy he had.
Listen, we're all just taking turns, right? You know? It is what it is. It happens. But Abizi now lurking up through the middle of the map. Only 8 lives, make it 6 remaining for the side of Toronto Ultra. So you have to slow it down here. If you're Ultra, you need one good push. And we know in control, that's all it takes. You get a stack going, you can win this round. It's going to be very difficult to do. You have to work through the middle of the map. But it looks like Abizi will get caught. That's going to be the first in the start of the push. Oh, Standy
just used to the desk with a bit of finesse.
That's 3 dead.
Able to take it. They're dropping. It's all going to be on Slasher. He's at least able to get 2, but now at the point they go. Getting close. There's the first part of progress. But Slasher able to play his life. Now Standy in a position to stop the onslaught that's coming forward. 3 lives remaining. No respawns up. Everyone has got to make a play on the side of Ultra right now, and Standy might be the first one up the bat. Scrap's going to be out of it. The stun's going to hit. He's going to drop, and FaZe will take the round. But it gets a little bit hectic there at the end. But I mean, when it comes down to lives and the time, like, is those kills on the first point, the tail end of it, and like the time it leads to them to set up like Slasher's play, is that's the biggest part of it?
I mean, right there to me, that's Slasher. Right, 3 of your teammates go down. If he doesn't get 2 there, that's a 3 to 4 man stack. That's probably the round over. He gets 2 kills, he plays his life, and what does that force Ultra to do? One player has to get off the point, maybe work a little bit of forward progress, right? Try to find that position, but that just staggers the push, allows Abizi to come off a spawn, go all the way on that flank.
This plays at the end of both points, really.
No doubt about it. Slasher was huge there.
It's 10-5 right now. He's going to come into this one on a 4 streak. As Abizi looks to get right back into a rhythm from one tear to the other. They're winning those opening duels on the map.
Now look at this. You have, what, Abizi going all the way around. He did have that kill, so maybe they're going to be aware of it, and they will. Standy shooting well. Him and Insight both on 9, but you see Scrap 1-8 struggling right now. Can he turn it around?
And Cell's just been hanging out on the point. Now the pressure going to come to him, but the help is here for the teammates as well. As Cell laying prone, able to win that first fight. Abizi follows it up with 2, and that'll be the clearance off of the point, and the second point of progress. And now Deddy out from Cell. As he looks to soar on forward, it's Insight waiting deep, but Celliot makes him pay.
And now just playing his life. They're trying to force this spawn. Those players are going to spawn towards that back spa. Over towards bedroom, you're going to have aBeZy trying to find the picks. And now everyone else, we're going to start to work towards this point. What can aBeZy find? He wins this one. They are in trouble, and that's what's going to happen. You see the white arrows starting to fly over towards B, towards these desks. Sim now set up in this pinch. This is just looking dire for Toronto Ultra.
It's like he didn't realize there was one more there. I mean, Scrap is actually able to take down 2. And you saw Sim kind of jump across and reload, but yeah, they're in trouble. You got one person on the point. You still have 1:53 to work with. You're up 7 lives as well if you were FaZe, and now you're starting to stack it. That's going to be a 3 stack onto the point. Look how fast that bar is moving. It is cruising, and the pressure goes to Ultra to try and get on this and get on it as quickly as possible. Some massive picks there from Scrap. He actually gets 3, and it's just headshots all over the place, but that stack, Joe, it gets you 2 points of progress. Yeah, it does it quickly.
You saw there was no trophy, right? If there's a trophy available for Atlanta FaZe, I think they probably win that round because those players were weak from nades, weak from stuns. Difficult for FaZe to win that fight. But Ultra, they do stay alive. But right off of spawn, aBeZy and Slasher, they find a couple of kills, and that's going to be the 3rd in a row. So inside the final player here, going to try to do what he can. Jumping on the bed, he's able to find 2, but he might have to find 3. Does? There's one player there. Oh, no, FaZe cap it. Last second.
Oh, you get 3, but I mean, that's the damage you did getting those 2 points of progress in the stack earlier on. Tries to send it in like Batman, but just a little too late. That hurts.
Yeah, almost had to play maybe the momentum shift there. Maybe you clutch that round out. But yeah, kind of what the opposite of what I said is happening, right? Early momentum to FaZe.
Yeah. I mean, it's been systematic. It's been so strong. One more chance for Ultra to give themselves a shot in this series. Otherwise, they are just uppercut off the main stage. Your first fights, chest bumping again. It'll be Simp, but the trade quickly there to follow it up. Right onto the 8-point go, Ultra, as they're stacked and set up.
Yeah, and again, FaZe just kind of 3-stacked over towards B. They don't want any funny business happening. Now going to transition over through that wine cellar, try to find any picks that they can.
That they better win that.
Scrapping Clinics, though, doing a very good job, but it's Slasher on the pinch right now. Slasher, what angle does he have? Him and Celium? Like but Standy, he finds it. So a big play by Standy to find it. Cell, just playing his life. But again, progress being done. The clock is paused. You're looking all right now if you're Ultra.
Cell, dude. He's so sneaky.
How is he still alive? They can't find him.
No idea. Wiggling around like a little worm. But there's A done. Ton of time to work with. Celium just still being so annoying. He's on 5 in a row now, up to 17 and 7. Maybe earns a streak in this one. They're finally trying to take him out. I mean, Standy gets hit down to 1 HP, for God's sake.
Much different route here, though, right? You have 2 minutes. You had 20 lives now for Ultra. They can work towards this B zone. They still have the cruise, though. They're going to have to deal with that later on. It's just what sort of... How much progress do they get done at B before running out of lives? Because right now, they are just giving them no map presence. Is Atlanta FaZe winning so many gunfights? You can see in the feed.
Yeah, you're going to have to start to swing this in the lives count. Granted, I know it just takes 1 break, but...
They got to get there first.
Yeah, you got to get close. Maybe that's going to be the first step. Celium continues to light it up. aBeZy now on 4 in a row as well. I don't even, is Cell still on that same streak? I'm not even sure if he dropped.
Probably.
aBeZy up to 5 now.
Now he's close to another cruise as well. Just more and more utility for FaZe to win this map if he's able to find that. Finally gets him in map presence, but aBeZy, I thought he was going to find the double, but Scrap's just going to back on up, play his life.
Yeah, no, nice win. You rely on the hip fire to kind of hit. Once again, those awkward fights where you sort of chest bump, you don't expect to win it with attack, but Scrap is able to do it. The talent shines through, and now Insight with the double.
A chance here.
Cell will fly out, but that'll be 3 dead. Simp going to be really the last man here. Onto the point they go. The stack is in. How many points of progress can they get? aBeZy going to be the first to call on a streak. Receiver, he's able to wrap this right onto the point. 2 will get smoked off of it, and 1 bit of that added utility thrown into the mix. And that's what gets so tough, because now with those kills too, look at the lives department. You have 6 remaining, under 30 seconds to go. FaZe just beating them up right now.
Yeah, you also have another one. Yeah, I say BZ called in his, but Cell from round 1, I think, still has his equipped. Gonna call it in, give his info to his teammates. The final push, 10 seconds. Ultra has to go, 5 lives. They're on to the point. No trophies down. Cell, though, not ready for the first one. Can they clutch on up? But it's a BZ and Sim trying to get this one done with in a quick 3-0 fashion. Atlanta FaZe moving on to our winners bracket final as Scrap gonna get taken down.
I mean, you hear a mix of cheers, a mix of boos. I mean, this team, even though maybe not wanting to be the villains, just sort of happened over the last couple of years. But that, I mean, it's dominant, man. I know there were some moments for Ultra, but like, at least for me, just commentating it, never really felt like they had a shot.
Yeah, tip your cap, right? I mean, that's just all you could do. Obviously, I know we definitely wanted a much better matchup, but that was one of the more dominant wins I think we've seen in this title. It's just not something you really see.
When you talk about a couple of like top teams, yeah.
No doubt about it. I mean, that was just control. I mean, 100+ point in hardpoint, 6-1 in search, 3-0 in control. I don't know if it's the matchup or what it is, but it just feels like Atlanta FaZe, they feel confident playing against Toronto Ultra.
No, that was truly remarkable stuff there from FaZe. And you know, there's a couple teams that have a real shot to win this tomorrow. FaZe definitely won. If you didn't already have them locked as one of the favorites, I think many probably did.
That's why they get booed.
Yeah, yeah, right. You're right. You're feeling real good about their chances now. Just a clinical, systematic effort. I mean, it just felt like their reactions and the teamwork, just those trades were instant. Like they were on their stuff, Joe.
A lot of times they didn't even have to trade. They were winning their initial one-on-ones. It just felt like they always had the man advantage in every scenario.
Well, I mean, the new guy to the team, and I'm excited to see what he's going to do with this squad. It's Slasher. We've got him on stage with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Merc and Maven. Give it up for Atlanta FaZe as they quiet the crowd here. Now, Austin, how did you get it done? It was a 3-0 victory. It was looking smooth. What was the key to success for y'all?
I mean, the key to success is simple. Just play our game, and I feel like we did that every single map and just dominated them. And they're a really good team, too.
Yeah.
That just kind of shows, you know, what we're capable of.
Yeah, and it definitely did show because it was definitely no contest right there. Now, the most spectacular thing I really kind of saw was Simp in that map number 2. Those first 5 rounds, what was going on in your head as you was watching your teammate fry?
I mean, that's the great thing about our team. Every single player can do that, especially in S&D. There's not much going on in my head. I was just kind of chilling, and I was just sitting back and like, let the man work. You know
Let the man work. Just open up the lanes for him, okay? Now, it's a lot of FaZe fans out there that want to see you guys get another chip, okay? We know how dominant this roster could be. Do you feel like you guys are in full form right now? You got some more room to go?
I mean, I definitely think we always got some room to go, especially in our respawns, but I think that's kind of full form, what we just showed right there. Like, we absolutely obliterated the top team.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can keep that going in tomorrow and bring home the championship.
Yo, I wish you the best of luck. Anything you want to say to the people out there supporting you today?
We appreciate you guys always, you know. Yeah. You guys have been awesome. Thank you so much, and hopefully we can win this one for you guys.
That's going to do it for me and Slasher on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Thanks, thank you so much, Blaze, and give it up for Slasher and the rest of Atlanta FaZe. A hot 3-0 in a series a lot of people expected to go to a Game 5. Instead, we're already done with that match. We're moving on, and we have to talk about this Tactical Rab. We got you here on the desk. Excited to have you with us. And what did you see here from Atlanta? How are they able to do this to Toronto again?
Bro, when the Ultra play, man? I did not see them on the main stage right there. This is one of the things that FaZe sometimes do. They just come out and body any team in the league. They've been doing this for years. Simp and Abizi went off. Celia, man. That game 1 Mercado, that just set the pace right there. Simp turned up in the search, and man, Toronto, I don't know where they want to start shooting back, but they're going to have to do it in losers.
Speaking of that Simp performance, that is your GMC Hummer extract mode. Let's take a look at how he extracted his opponents from this game, simply taking over an 11 streak here, Ali. Simp, he only had 14 kills in that game 3, but he had 11 in a row here.
I mean, he was 8-0 at one point. I mean, and it's just a highlight of Simp doing whatever he wants. He's read the situation. He's popping the 2-piece. I mean, he's baiting them out. This entire map was Simp baiting them to do what he wanted to. And I touched on on it before this series even started. The fact that Asilo S&D even got through is insane to me. It's not even a map that Toronto is good at. The Mercado heading into this, Celium has a 2.6 overall in that map in mode. For a reason, he went 25-15. Stop playing Atlanta and FaZe on that map, especially game 1.
Some coaches got to learn, right? It's about time. Nameless, though, we got to take a look at our play of the game. It was Simp who starts off 10-0 through the first 5 rounds, but Abizi putting the final nail in the coffin. It's our scuff play of the game.
Yeah, he gets a 1v2, sneak defuse, where he just stretches the bomb, and then Scrap it. Nothing he could really do, but try to get him at the last moments, and he's not able to. Just a touch of the series as a whole a little bit. I mean, this is one of the great moments, but like, FaZe is just pack-up punch Toronto Ultra. I feel like they're very similar teams in terms of play styles. They just have better players in almost every position, and it really showed throughout the series. Like, there's been multiple times these guys have matched up throughout the season, and FaZe have won it on land back-to-back. And it's because of moments like this, man. And these guys, Ali talked about it, the first 2 maps in this series, they heavily favored Atlanta FaZe. We saw FaZe start off early on the good side of Mercado and just put them in the instant blender bucket. And from then, it's like, okay, now FaZe have confidence. Now they have momentum. We've seen what they can do with momentum. They ride it throughout the rest of the series.
Absolutely. I love the mental boom there at the end. You just saw the disappointment and Scrap. He knew Abizi outplayed him. That seemed to carry into a game at number 3. As we take a look at the big picture, though, let's take a look at our full bracket. It's been all 3 O's in round 2. Will we get a 4th? Optic is taken on the rocker. Next, Technical Rab. What's the biggest surprise from this tournament, though, so far for you?
It's got to be that first round, honestly. Subliners, man, they're out top A here. Our reigning Major 1 champions already straight out of the tourney, got knocked out by Thieves. They're looking scary in the losers bracket as well. But Rocker with the team to send them down there. Game 5, round 11. Now they play an Optic. Both teams, of course, Optic beat Thieves. They're looking good in losers as well right now. So, man, this is going to be, I don't think it's going to be a 3-0 packet, I'll tell you that.
And, of course, I want to give you a chance. You've been killing it here on the desk. Twitter is blowing up. They're loving it. We'll talk about this first, though. It's our new COD packs. You can pick it up the Molten Steel, the Super Heat. Which one are you unlocking first?
It's got to be the Super Heat, man. Look at it. It's absolutely beautiful. Some of these latest skins have been out of control.
And final chance now. Here it is for all of your followers on Twitter. You have one of the most entertaining accounts. You've been crushing it on YouTube. What do you want to say to everyone who's come up to you in this venue? I've seen you get all kinds of love.
Man, it's been awesome. I mean, yeah, you guys have been killing it over the last several years. I wouldn't be here without all the support in this venue back home. For everyone who's like watched a single video, liked a single tweet or anything over the last few years. Yeah, loads of people, consistency's key. And thanks for having me on board. Shout out Breaking Point, shout out Sloth City, and shout out Sescampi Avna, because without him, I probably wouldn't be in this scene in the first place.
We love you, Scump. All right, guys, we got to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's your #1 seed here at Major 2. Optic Texas is taking on Minnesota Rocker, who already sent the subliners packing. We'll be right back from Major 2.
Yo, Mr. G, what's good, bro? Glad to have you, man. Glad to have you. Let's get this. You already know Optic coming in hot. Hopefully.
It's time! The second winner's bracket matchup is coming your way right now as Optic Texas takes on Minnesota Rocker, our 5th seed versus our number 1. And we got to start here with number 5. Ton, welcome back to the desk on site. Alley Cat and Nameless. Chris Puckett here hosting the show tonight. And so far, it's been a whole lot of 3-0s. We saw it in the elimination bracket. You just saw it in our other winner semifinals. But this one, I have a feeling we might at least see a map for. Let's start here with Minnesota, Nameless. What do we see from this squad so far, and how shocked were you when they took down the subliners?
I mean, it was a big win, right? And they looked way better in the Search and Destroyers. I feel like I always expect Afro to pop off. He did it once again, but it was really Bance for me, man. This guy is turning up for the squad. Ever since we interviewed him in the qualifying stage 2, and he talked about he needed to be the guy to go out there and make plays, to get loose. He's been doing it for the squad. Going up against Optic, though, this is a very tough matchup stylistically, because Optic has been one of the top 2, if not best Search and Destroy team that we've had outside of FaZe. So it's going to be interesting for sure. Control, it leads towards the Minnesota team. They definitely have an advantage there.
Taking a look at this Minnesota Rocker, that is Cammy, a player who is considered by most a top 5 competitor in Cold War. Allie, you were saying great things about this man, and there was a little bit of an argument backstage. What do you like about his gameplay?
I think I just have a different opinion on the way that Minnesota Rocker plays. I know when it comes to this team, a lot of times people want to point fingers at, oh, Cammy's underperforming or Bance is underperforming. To be honest, I think it's the play style that's really hurting him. It's the fact that I feel like he's always the one left in the hill by himself. I talked about this yesterday. I felt like Bance needed to play a little bit closer for those trades. I understand Bance is known for being the player to hit a route, hit a flank, you know, try and catch the enemy off guard. But when you're doing it almost every single play, it gets a little bit readable like we saw against New York Subliners.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he's the 3rd worst AR that we've had in qualifying stage 2. He's got to be better. And he's 3rd to like 0, who only played 1 match as well. So really like the 2nd worst AR. And what we're used to seeing Cammy do is pop off in hard points in the past. And that's what they need out of this guy. They need him to be turning up. He had a 0.6 across the 2 hard points in that first series they had against New York. Versus Optic, it's just not going to cut it. You got Dashu's dropping 13,000 damage almost with a 1.4. The guy's going to be going nuts, and Cammy's going to square
through. All right, Cammy is definitely going to be our X factor according to these 2 on the end. But Ton, let's dial in now on Optic Texas. They started the qualifiers with Scope in the lineup. They dropped Dashy. They bring Hoop back in. Now Dashy's in the lineup alongside Hook. Shotzi and Illy look like they have found their form. The new Optic Texas looking stronger than ever so far.
And I want to say a real big testament to Dashy's mental, especially.
I like Scrap because of the shit talk.
Everything that's gone on
I mean, every now and then dudes got to get humbled, you know what I mean?
Texas, to see Dashy coming in and performing so well at such a high level is tippable indeed.
And of course, we got to talk about the sniper rifle. It could be coming out in that game number 2 from Illy. He's more than just a sniper, though, on this team. He's also making some incredible calls throughout this tournament, Ann.
Yeah, you know, when I look at Illy, I feel like he's the backbone of this team, right? You have playmakers around the board, but Illy's like the guy. He's hitting the rotations now. He's picking up the big kills with the AR, and he's also having some good respawn performances as well. So for me, he's like the heart and soul, the backbone of this squad, and I'm looking at him to have a big one.
I maybe have a little bit different opinion on that side of thing as backbone. I think for me that would have to be Dashy just because of the player he's evolved into, I feel like, in the past 2 years. But that's no slack to Illy at all either. I think he's easily the best sniper in the league right now, and we have yet to see a counter to it at all across the board.
Done. Let's put the numbers aside and let's just look at our maps and modes and get the fans excited for some clips that should be coming from this series. Which of these 5 do you think is going to be the most explosive between our 2 teams here in the winners bracket?
I mean, look, I agree with him as what he was saying, specifically about the control more leaning over towards that Minnesota side. I think we see a map 5 here, and I think that's where it could be explosive. I lean towards Texas in that map 5 because of the snipers we see from Illy. I feel like that's the X factor that they may well have on this map. dropped off occasionally here and there, but when he starts going, Optic looked pretty unbeatable on that.
Our stats team is so good. Shout out to Graphics as well. They put together all of the numbers here. Let's take a look at how these two teams compare across the 3 different game modes. Hardpoint, 2 search and destroys, 2 HPs, and that control game number 3. Allie, is there a statistical edge coming into this matchup? If you're in Vegas, who are you leaning towards in this?
When it comes to the series, are you asking for my prediction or are you asking my statistics?
Let's look at the numbers first.
Answer, the numbers would have to be Optic Texas because they are our first seed heading into this Major 2. So statistically, wow, that lisp has to be Optic.
It's kind of tough, right? I have lipstick on my teeth as well. Here we go. 8-5, 9-6. You actually don't. I'm just kidding. 31-27 though from the Rocker versus the 29-27. So very close in overall map count. Nameless, you mentioned the control is the difference maker because everything else is so tight.
Yeah, and then also it's El Asilo, where Minnesota Rocker have been unreal. So like that's a tough one. Optic still hasn't been able to figure out that game mode really. So you know they're gonna have to be very strong in the hard point.
All right, I'm told the stage is almost ready. So ton, 1-word answers only. Where are we going with this series? Are your predictions correct?
I'll go Optic, map 5.
Optic, map 5. Allie?
Do I look good in purple?
She's going Rocker, Nameless.
Optic 3-1.
Optic 3-1. Chat is booing already. Let's go to the stage right now to bring out our players.
All right, Chris, thank you. Boston, we got a winner's bracket matchup. One team goes forward to play Atlanta FaZe, and the squad coming to the stage first, looking to continue to build their dynasty brick by brick. I give to you Optic Texas. Get loud for Illy, Shoxy, Dashy, and who? It's Optic Texas.
And the Green Wall are here in numbers to support their team. The King may not be amongst the roster, but the boys look royal in their uniforms today. Optic Texas are going to be feeling good. They want to see a winners bracket final.
Yeah, they do. But the team coming out on the stage next with straight ice in their veins, looking to clutch up once again. Get loud for the Minnesota Rocker. Show some love.
Players on your screen, the new addition of Band and Cammy, and now with their fiery sub Afro, looking to make a run here at our first Major 2 of the season. And I'm looking at that Dylan attached the main AR to do it for him, Blaze. Let's get it started.
Let's get it started. I know y'all ready in the chat. Boston, y'all ready? Lando Study, let's get this one going.
Let's do it, buddy. Let's have ourselves a fantastic series. Optic Texas, Minnesota Rocker, buddy. 2 teams that are off of wild matches, game 5 matches here, day 1 at the Boston Major. And both these teams pretty comfortable with each other, pretty well known considering it was their very first match of the year.
Oh yeah, and that very first matchup of the year, they didn't even get the chance to finish. It was Minnesota who walked away with the series in a 3-1 after something happened. A little freaky on that El Asilo control, but today's a different day, man. I'm super excited to get into this one.
It's going to be fantastic, right? We talked about it. The storylines are absolutely there when it comes down to this matchup. But I already want to ask you, kind of looking at both of these teams, Optic Texas versus Minnesota Rocker, who are some players that fans in the crowd, fans at home should be looking out for, one for either side?
Oh, well, obviously it's going to be Dashy. You saw what he's been able to do in his last 2 series, 1.4 versus Atlanta. And then in his series yesterday, or 2 days ago versus LA Thieves, 1.3. He's just been a man on a mission. And on the opposite side, it's been all about Benjamin Bance. What he's been able to do for that roster all throughout stage 2, clutch play after clutch play, finding the easy kills, making the plays in search and destroy. Those are the 2 playmakers, man. I'm excited to see that duel head to head.
Yeah, I'm excited really for the SMG battle because obviously if you're Optic Texas, you're still trying to work things out as we talk about the Scump departure. Hoop now gets added into this team. You want to see how they play considering you're facing off against, for the Minnesota Rocker, a very fiery SMG duel on the other side. Now that Bance has returned back to classic form, and Afro, as we know, one of the best players in the game. But you can hear it already. Boston is getting hype. As we jump into this game, it is a winner's final match. Top 3 guaranteed. Loser still guaranteed top 6. But It definitely is getting dicey, getting pretty crazy down to the elimination bracket as we jump in here for Hotel Hardpoint, Jay. I feel like this is one of very many maps that we're going to see in this series.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited for this one because this is one of those money maps for Optic. 6-1 overall record, but for both of these teams, it's just going to come down to the fundamentals in HP. You win your rotations, you set up properly, you're going to have some success. But here we go, Boston. It's time to get this one started. Minnesota starting off on the better side for P1, getting some initial time. This is exactly what you want to do.
And really, Cammy, getting things off to a hot start. Rocker find a quick 4. As we said for Optic Texas, not preferred spawns for P1. However, they do get Illy as well as Dashy in pretty interesting spots. So they'll look to try to pinch right on inside of the hill. A lot of time to fight for at P1. We've seen teams slowly but surely begin to adapt, figure out the strategies at P1. But as we said, a lot of strategies going on, a lot of route takers right now, Jay, specifically player number 8.
Yeah, Cammy already makes his way towards the back of P2. He's just trying to stay alive for his teammates to set up a pinch. That's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Optic now all spawning over towards Kitchen. So it's going to be Minnesota. Early off the rotation, should allow them to get fully set up off of P2, but there's 2 players out to play. Optic Texas, they're going to have the numbers.
They're going to have to adapt as well. However, Attach tries to find himself on the flank. He ends up getting cut down. Cammy starting things off at 5-0. As we said for Cammy, it has not been a great stage for him. Feels like everybody's turning up. However, he has not. Finally hits the dust for the first time to kick off this hard point. But Jay, Optic Texas, they have waltzed right into this HP. Minnesota desperately trying to get back into this one. A tight game nonetheless, but Vance puts 2 away. Constant 1v1s. Texas with the time.
Texas still holding strong, making sure they're winning these trades, finessing around these pillars, able to take down Attach towards the backside. Is now in the final 25. Dashy able to win a huge one-on-one versus Vance to secure this time for Optic. Final 20 should be theirs. We're now off the rotation. It has to be Minnesota. You have to back up towards Kitchen.
And that's a big kill, right? Considering that Optic Texas now get a little bit more map positioning. Rocker now it spawns toward their back. Afro actually ends up taking himself down, so that's not going to help. Thankfully, the rest of the Rocker are able to rebound. They win their crucial 1v1s, and one of the best rotating teams in the game are able to save themselves there.
And now this is the hill that Minnesota had struggles with versus NYSL. They allowed the break to come in when they were early off the rotation, but 3 kills already in defeat in favor of Minnesota. They hold down the first push. All of Optic Texas trying to set up the play, trying to put pressure on through the front. But it's just right now, the setup for Minnesota looks really, really good. They have everything cut off.
This is what you want to see right out of this Minnesota team. I mean, off the rip, right? Cammy starts things off 5-0. You see Vance fire and Attach right now, finds himself on a 5 spree. It was a little bit of a shaky rotation to start. 25 seconds still to fight for, but as we're talking highly about Rocker, now it's time to defend it. Now it's time to lock down this point. And Cammy, comfortable as you like. Now at 8-4, Rocker, they reclaimed the lead.
And Cammy so far starting off hot in this hard point. He had a .79 in this last series versus NYSL. And this is exactly what you need to do. Starting off hot versus a team like Optic Texas, you have to do better. But that's going to be 3 dead in the feed for Optic. What looked like to be Minnesota winning their rotation. Optic are able to find the kills. Now fully set up towards that. But look at Afro. He's in a position to break their setup.
Afro indeed. Yeah, they have no idea that he's going to be in a position like this. Illy, does not finish the kill. Marcus Reed is running wild right now in Optic space. And Hoop drops as well. Some shaky shots coming out of Texas. Regardless, somehow they are still finding the time. Wild stuff as Minnesota not able to take advantage of a few gunfights that I'm sure are getting them loud in the comms right now. Dashy beginning to heat up, Jay. That's something that you're going to be scared about if you're Minnesota.
Yeah, that was 3 dead already because now Minnesota is spawning in towards the back of P2. Optic are finding every single kill in the feed. That's another 3 dead off the rotation. The only player here at the next hard point is going to be Afro. A close spawn comes in for Cammy, but now it's all on Afro. He's going to get spotted. Illy with a couple shots, not able to pick up the kill, but it's going to be able to set up Dashy, potentially set up this pinch, and it's going to be Optic Texas with a great time off of that previous hill. Should allow him to get set up, but Afro makes the play. He stays alive towards Kitchen, and he finds 2.
Yeah, I mean, Afro was at a 1v2. He stays alive, sets his teammates up, and even after that, it's really the team who comes in. That is a wonderful wipe. They're out of Minnesota, and now for Optic, you begin to try to figure out a way to try to break this. Hook able to find the timing. He'll jump on through. Rest of Texas are here. However, Attach and Cammy able to respond. 3 fall. Rocker jump out of the hard point, and then right when Texas runs on forward, then they collapse. This is great work so far from Minnesota.
Yeah, and that play all comes down to the play by Afro. Like the fact that he was able to stay alive in kitchen, find 3, win that rotation for Minnesota. Basically a full 60 hold in towards Diner. Now off the rotation. Minnesota are coming towards the back of kitchen. There's only 2 players in from Optic. Illy wins a huge one-on-one. Now they're going to put themselves in a man advantage.
Able to do so for the moment. A quick 2-on-2 for either side. Vance and Illy, closest 2 players right now for both Optic and Minnesota. This is big time over here at the rooftop. And you can see Rocker trying to make sure they've got those spawns. Meanwhile, for Illy, wants to make sure that he's got enough teammates off the spawn to make this one a big hard point for them. However, Vance wins that 1v1, and now Minnesota begin to set on up. Take a look at where those arrows are at right now for Rocker. Optic able to eliminate 1. And considering that gunfight that they now have everybody knocking on the door.
Yeah, they're all trying to push out through the front. You just have to win a couple of these gunfights because Minnesota are control of the spawns. So that's going to be 3 dead. Illy tries to set up the pinch, and he gets taken down. So Minnesota holding strong on this Platte Hill. Only 20 seconds remaining on this one. Optic Texas is just going to force themselves to give this one on up and just play off the rotation towards P2. Minnesota starting to pull away with this game over some great holds, able to chain 2 hard points together.
This is a welcome sight. I mean, considering what Minnesota Rocker fans, it feels like, have been throughout the last few years of franchising, a team that can't win hard points. They come into this year hoping that this could be the team that can finally walk away with some game 1s. And Jay, I mean, you and I have had a lot of their casts lately. It feels like when they're winning those opening hard points, they are seeing wild success. When they're not, I mean, the record speaks for itself. S&D in control at times isn't there.
At times it isn't. But if you are Minnesota, coming out hot in map number 1 is exactly what you need to do. He's already putting himself in a great position. This is 3 hills now. They're going to try to chain together. You're playing your corners. Vance already earns himself that cruise missile. 16 and 9, just sneaking behind enemy lines every single chance he gets. And with this route right here, he just has to stay alive while his teammates are soaking up all that time off P1. So you can potentially flip these spawns, and already Optic spawning at kitchen.
Yeah, they know. They've heard the shots. They've seen the spawns, and now it's time to try to cut down Vance. Now it's 17 and 9. Oh, he nearly makes it 8 in a row. Hook, weak, damaged, has to back on up. 190 to 111. Boy, do you need this hard point right now if you're Optic, but it all starts with getting rid of Vance in the back.
All starts with getting rid of Vance, but at least they're putting a lot of pressure in towards Spa. They know that Minnesota players are going to be spawning out towards that kitchen side, but it's going to be attached, trying to set up the pinch. Vance still holding it on the back end. As the trades are going back and forth, it's going to be Minnesota able to come out on top. The only player here is going to be Illy. He gets cut down. Vance hasn't died in the last 2 minutes. Someone's got to take care of him.
This is Black Ops 3
my.
Vance. This is the guy who was dancing on stage, who was feeling confident, the young gun. Now is the vet, and he's putting up numbers right now versus Optic. Afro going for the heat check, but right now for Minnesota, they're starting to take off in this game and see Optic Texas in the rear view. Vance hungry for the final few seconds. Hungry for the final few seconds. They will claim it, and they'll be able to be awarded with that final 5. Optic, Jay, I mean, this has got to be a full 60 just to get back in this game.
Yeah, the setup has to be perfect, but look at one player already in Hook is going to spawn out. So he's going to be that guy that's trying to set up the pinch towards Diner, trying to catch any players from Minnesota. Setting up that pinch. The cruise missile does get invested. Trophy system goes down, but they get the information of how Optic are set up. Attach finds the first, Attach finds 2. They're winning the spawns towards the back, and the break is about to come in.
It's about to happen. Shotzi trying to lock it down. He eventually falls. Now here comes the Rocker resurgence. They jump on into the point, and now they begin to really amass this lead once more. Let's step aside, or maybe not. We thought we had to listen to it, but not anymore. Optic begin to fall by the wayside. Rocker, they can't win it here, but they can get incredibly close. Jay, look at Vance's numbers. Look at Afro's numbers. These SMGs are having themselves a game.
They're doing the fundamentals right. Vance is finding kill after kill on another 5-3. Could potentially earn himself another cruise, but Minnesota have started to pull away with this game by just making the game easier. Winning your rotations, you're going to have the easier gunfights, as their setups have been flawless. Now Optic Texas need a hold. Only 14 points for Minnesota to close out this map number 1. So far doing a great job, but those 2 kills early on go to Minnesota.
Illy able to come away with one, but cannot find the other. Rocker, they dive on in. Bance, another spree for him. Finally falls, but he could be happy taking a look at that score line because Rocker are just moments away from going through that finish line, streak in hand, a cruise missile. Now that Optic Texas has to think about, we've seen them make crazy holds previously, but I'm not sure if this one's going to be on the cards. Afro able to win another one, continuing to add on to the advantage. Nice little turn and burn. Optic still holding on.
Oh, Optic still holding on. You want to at least force it to the next hill because Minnesota, they're not deciding to rotate. They're trying to fight for this final 3 seconds. So as long as you hold strong, I'm pretty sure the final tick is not going to... Oh, it does.
It does. They get it. And Minnesota, a commanding hard point. They knew it. They knew the tick situation. They knew the timing. And as we said, Jay, this is worst case scenario for Optic Texas because, as we said, when Minnesota are winning those game 1 hard points, when they're starting off hot, that is a scary sign for anybody in this CDL, and you can look across this entire scoreboard at numbers. But specifically, man, the SMGs, my word, what a game.
SMGs has had themselves a great map number 1 on the side of Minnesota Rocker. 27 kills for Banks, 28 kills for Afro. Both of those guys are just making plays when it was necessary. It was like Bance every time at that P2, always stayed alive towards backfire trucks, was causing problems with the sub in hand and also that AR. And then Afro, he makes the play at Diner in that first rotation at hard points. He finds 3 kills, plays it super patient. So Minnesota did the fundamentals, won the rotations, had great setups, and also had great pinches as well. Communication had to be on point. Everything was clicking in that map number 1 to now go up 1-0 in the series.
I mean, that may be, I know we've seen more dominant hard points from Minnesota. They've had their games where they have taken over, but considering where we sit right now in the league, considering who you're facing off against in a LAN environment, that could be one of the best hard points we've seen from Minnesota Rocker in a very long time. Like, we may be thinking like titles back.
It was just clean, man. Like, when you make the game easy, that's what the scoreline is going to look at the end. You're winning your clutch gunfights. You're playing it patient. You're waiting for your team to set up pinches. Everything was just going right. Optic Texas, on a couple rotations, just couldn't win a couple of those fights. And unfortunately, when you don't have those spawns for some of these money hills, it's very, very difficult to break. Minnesota just answered early on into this series. Like you said, when they win map number 1, they usually have a lot of success.
Yeah, they do. They typically do. A huge one in the books quickly here for Minnesota Rocker. On the flip side, though, talking more about Optic Texas, a little slow out of the gates. We saw, at times a few shaky shots coming in from a few players on the boys in green, but now coming into this Embassy Search Destroy. I mean, typically, I think this is 4 straight series where Optic Texas has lost that opening hard point. Normally, you'd be thinking, oh God, like their record must be horrible. It's not. Why, Jay? Because their S&D is elite.
Oh, their S&D is on point, man. The only time that they did lose this map was to Atlanta FaZe. And obviously, you don't want to play them on Embassy because they're undefeated. But if you are Optic, this is where you usually get back into this series with this new squad. S&D has been their bread and butter. And a majority of that just comes down to their teamwork and also the leadership coming out of Illy.
Yeah, that's without question, man. I mean, he's done it with the comms. He's also done it with the sniper in his hands. We've got some crazy stats to throw at you guys once we get into this game number 2. But I think it's interesting, right? And it's also not really a major surprise considering how great Optic Texas has been in these search destroys, because you add in Hook, you've got all this previously built up chemistry. You won a world championship with 3 of these players, and Hook said, I think even on Scump's live stream the other day, coming into his first match, he was very antsy, very excited, and then they start talking about search destroy, and he's like, yeah, of course, like S&D, we just feel unbelievably comfortable with each other, and oftentimes he said their search destroy success comes strictly down to their comms.
Oh yeah, their comms have to be beautiful because it has to be all the small talk. When you have Illy, who's usually leading in the comms using a sniper a majority of the rounds, that means everyone else has to step up because Illy's only holding down 1 lane. He's getting the information from 1 angle, and then that's when you allow your SMGs to get aggressive and pick all that up. And when you have that much small talk, they're great in their 3v4s, especially in the clutch rounds.
Jay, as like an expert sniper yourself, like, is there a new element of communication that you gain if you're Illy by having sniper and seeing a lot of success as a sniper in situations like that?
Oh, 100%, because when you're pre-aiming down a lane, you're picking up everything. You're knowing that, all right, if someone is going to peek me, we can potentially read their setup. But if you get no information, then it's also easy to read their setup if you use your attacks to the best of your ability. So if you're Illy, Watching that cross on a map like Embassy with that sniper in hand is going to be very impactful. But you got to be aware on the other side, because Cammy, he played great in that map number 1. He's going to have that sniper in hand as well.
Yeah, he absolutely has. It feels like for Minnesota Rocker, you and I talked about it. I mean, it really feels like if Cammy can get comfortable, the ceiling for this Minnesota Rocker team absolutely skyrockets. Obviously, if they win this series, they get guaranteed top 3, but we could even be talking about a finals appearance if that guy's playing the way that we all know that he can. But as we get ready for some Embassy search and destroy, no surprise, the guy that we're talking about, Illy, is going to have that sniper out. Right now leads the CDL with the most snipes this year at 65.
Oh my.
Next highest, 26.
Oh, he's Mr. Do-It-All with the boom boom stick in hand. It's going to be Optic Texas on the defensive end. And for both of these teams, I think the biggest thing that I take away in Search and Destroy, it's all about the first bloods. 90% win rate when Optic lose that man advantage, and 21% for Minnesota. They find that early pressure. Shotzzy finds the first.
And you can just tell, man, Shotzzy from the moment that he saw Cammy toward the top side of the window, lands the stun, and wants to get hyper aggressive. Illy, no surprise, sniper in hand. However, a missed shot. He does have that SPX 80 out, but Bance, meanwhile, able to level the score. 3v3 now.
And now it's all on Illy, who's the only player trying to cover the ground towards A. Gets a little bit of assistance from Dashy to get the information that another player is close. That nade is going to stick right to the wall, so you cannot challenge if you are Illy, but they have Afro trapped. They're trying to set up the pinch.
Meanwhile, Attach, he's trying to make the long route. It's all about Afro trying to find a kill, stay alive. Can he do so? Not going to happen. And now it's all on to Mr. Dylan Price. Bomb down at an awkward spot. 15 seconds to go. Does not want to waste that dead silence, because this is a round that I'll be honest with you guys, does not look likely. Does not look likely for Attach. One of the clutchest players of all time. But yeah, you're not going to win a round like that. Optic 1-0.
And that's the round right there where the small cell had to be on point for Optic. Illy knows that he's getting pressured through street side, through middle of the map. He communicates with Dashy. He backs down from back alley. He's able to find 3 kills on the round. The Batman, he just takes over whenever he wants, man.
Already on Embassy, maybe having that Batman signal popping up. It's not dark yet, but it does look like the sun may be setting, potentially, on Embassy. No idea. Could be cold out there as well, Jay.
Not as cold as Boston.
That's for sure. What, negative 33 yesterday? That is wild. I have never seen temperatures like that, but thankfully, it's all nice and cozy inside of the venue. Boston, you've been amazing. And we're hoping that this series can deliver on the expectations that we all know that it's got the ability for. Illy, another missed snipe, maybe a warning shot. And so decide to back on up. Nobody yet to fall. Optic, wheels are turning. Where do we want to go?
Yeah, Minnesota don't usually make plays happen on defense. They want to just take their time, hold their crosses, then play off the information that they gain. As Illy wraps his way all the way from Hedge back to the side street. He knows that Attach is the guy that solo plays towards this A-bomb. And that's going to be Dashy finding that first blood. Hoop finds the second. 4v2.
And it's Afro who gets distance in the back. They know that he's here. They're going to try to single him out. Afro able to find one, but he drops. And, well, it's a Groundhog Day. Attach. Back at a 1v3. Okay, make it a 1v2. He knows that these players have got to be in PD somewhere, but they are off to the races. Through the tennis courts they go. And Attach, he's got the chance to find the timing.
He's got the chance. He's got the chance, but Hookah's going to plant it on the back. He's not going to be able to drop. Shotzzy puts himself in a great position to keep his teammate alive. Great plays right there from Optic Texas. Find the first blood. You know the setup from Minnesota as they like to get aggressive. Up through planters. You find the first 2, and you clutch up the 2v1. Crowd starting to get into it. Optic up 2-0.
It's no surprise. I mean, literally, they look like the best S&D team in the game, bar none. They've had an incredible record up to this point. They are 7-1 with this new lineup, Zio plus Dashy. They've been almost untouchable so far. The nade will land there for Shotzzy. A great toss from the young man. Nice little jumper. And is now Afro with bomb in hand. He is basically all by himself, Jay, up close in B. A few players that could very much enter into his reticle very soon. The jump out is there. However, Afro able to cut away one. They cannot afford to give away a second. Oh, and Shotzzy does not find one in time. Afro at the same time cuts one away on Illy. But now it's Dashy left in a 1v3. able to put a few bullets into attach. 45 seconds to go, but by no means an easy task. Job done on the first.
Job done on the first. Bomb is going to get planted towards B. Dashy might be able to find the timing as Attach is just going to play it patient through top PD. Finds that final kill, but that round does not happen if Afro doesn't make the play on the bomb. Finds that first kill while he was one shot, and then rotates towards back alley to win the second. Turns it to a 1v3. And then at that point, Minnesota was just fully set up, waiting for Dashy to turn that corner. Finally get one on the board.
Well, it's wild because it's like his position's known. He's on the bomb. You have two players who are essentially watching the cross. They know exactly where he is, able to stay alive, and stays alive long enough for his teammate through Office to save the day. Snipes out again, and Attach yet to land one on this cross, and that bomb's going to go down quick. We've seen Optic Texas do this quite frequently on a number of different maps. The fast plant, Hook's awarded with the objective, but it could be Afro who's awarded with the round, trying to make the plays. Oh, tosses out the nade. It's perfect work from the young gun. Afro tries to solo about the second. Not able to do so.
3v3, 25 seconds. Vance gonna go for the attack, but Dashy finds another one. Attacks makes it a 2v2, but it's time for Hook to strike. He eliminates Cammy. Only 14 seconds left on the clock. Tax picks up the gun, but there's not enough time to stick on the defuse. Optic, they play it beautifully. They find a trade towards back planners, and Optic Texas now up 3-1.
I thought, Jay, that Afro just made the play.
I thought so too, man.
In a situation like that, you almost can't play it better, except for, of course, finishing off one of the shots, but tosses out a nade, eliminates the visuals from one, solos out another. That's just the issue, man. That's just the issue, by the way.
Oh, man.
Is that real?
Looking good out there, guys. You guys are looking good. Even got the stash, too. Oh, these guys are probably big Scum fans.
I didn't even realize. Scum could actually be one of them right now. I don't even know.
Probably.
Very realistic. A lot of love for that guy. Understandably so. Jumping into our next round. Minnesota already in a spot where, boy, do they need a round. Boy, do they need a bit of confidence. Afro, he's been Mr. Aggressive. Shots, meanwhile, on the other side. Tacticals, tossed utility as well. The both players. Oh! Enter in toward a crossover. This time it's Afro who comes out on top. Hook left at a 1v4 here off the rip. Does he have anything special on the cards for us? Map positioning-wise, Jay, still not looking great.
Oh, yeah. This round is like 99% to 1. That Hook is able to win this. He loses the first gunfight to Attach. That was just a perfect play call right there from Minnesota. They know that Optic likes to go aggressive in towards bottom PD. But when Attach slowly edges his way up towards street side, he finds that first blood onto Illy. They take care of the second onto Dashy. And Afro wins a huge one-on-one versus Shotzi to make it a 4v1. Get that bomb down towards B. Very clean round right there from Minnesota. Now down 3-2.
That's just another round, right, where it's on to Afro to make the plays. Yep. He makes the play a round prior. This scoreline is flip-flop. Minnesota in the driver's seat, but cuts away Shotzi. Rest of the teammates do their work. Minnesota right back in it, but into this round we go. Shotzi pulling out that tack. Looking to lay out some damage as Optic Texas eyeing up that B-bomb site. However, they've got to be aware of Afro. Jay, this is a spot that he constantly plays. Another first blood, another first engagement that goes his way. Is he going to read the second one? He does! Afro again, the man to make the plays.
So now in the 4v2, Hilly said the sniper is not working. Pulls out that TAC 56. Tall task ahead as Afro finds another on the round.
Yo, almighty.
Trying to go for the ace. So he spots Dashy.
Research the page.
Some movement coming in from both of the players. He wants it.
He wants it, and he's got it.
Your Twitch account is linked.
Afro, a statement round comes away with the ace. Minnesota down 3-1. They go back to back, and it's off the plays of this man. Incredible work here out of the young gun.
That's just a great round right there from Minnesota. They said, we're not going to give up this fast B plant once again. Bance gets super aggressive in towards orange, and then once he takes that position, you know that no players from Optic Texas cross towards that site. You allow Afro to sneak his way up, find the ace. Now he's one kill off of arming that cruise missile. It has to be your focus if you are Optic Texas. Take down Afro.
But again, it just feels like, Jay, he's just a magnet when it comes to engagements. This is somebody who's not afraid to be involved in those early fights. No matter who's on the other side, no matter the SMG that he's facing off against, he's confident. And right now, so is Attach. Afro gives that information here over to Mr. Price. He cuts away. Another first blood for Minnesota. Sniper back out for Illy, and there we go. Able to land for one.
Able to land for the first. Finds his first kill of the map. Did you see the rotation coming in from Minnesota? They push out towards PD because it's going to be Cammy who pushes out towards parking lot. He takes that control of the map. Bands finds two. Now it's all left up to Dashy. 1v3 again.
Left to Bruce. Oh, and Cammy is able to read him. That is just excellent positioning there from Rocker. I mean, from the first blood into that bomb rotation, you can tell, Jay, they're just on top of it.
Yeah, Minnesota, they just read the play beautifully.
Hey,
Shotzzy in that
man,
situation, when you find yourself in that position towards Hedge, you don't want to get aggressive because you gave up that first kill to Attach, and you put your team in a man disadvantage. You force your teammates now into 3v4 to change their setup around. Minnesota, they find the opening through street side and take the lead now in this search and destroy.
Well, it's been 3 straight out of the Rocker. And now it's Optic Texas, who absolutely needs some momentum. So far, Illy with the sniper only hit 1 shot. Sits at 1 and 6. They need him to get going, as he has been the primary story for them in this very mode. Is into the attack. Go Optic Texas once more. And it's Dashy starting things off well. Able to answer. Cuts away Cammy. But Shotzzy cannot afford a drop. Here, Vance with 1 HP. Pokes up and silences Shotzzy, and on the other side, it's Afro who has earned that cruise missile. That could very well spell disaster for the future of this search destroy. 2v3 for Optic.
Now the bomb is down towards the middle of the map as well. Attach finds Illy. All left up to Dashy in another 1v3. He has a lot of time to work with, but no dead silences. It's just going to run out. You got players who are watching across. They should be able to get that info. And he makes his way over towards B, but he's at least able to get some information onto where Bance is playing. Spots Afro as well. There's not enough time on the clock. You have to get going.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Afro not going to give away this kill. He's sitting pretty on that spree. And yeah, it's a crossfire that Rocker end up establishing. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 rounds straight here for Minnesota. It's crazy to think, man. I mean, Optic Texas started off so well.
Yeah.
And from there, Minnesota, as they typically do from time to time, whether it's respawns or search destroy, they adapt, they learn, and now they're conquering.
Yeah, it's the mid-round adjustments right now for Minnesota. Shutting down that early B pressure. It's now forcing Optic to play super slow in towards PD. As Minnesota find themselves at game point, and this is where Afro can invest that cruise missile and potentially open up one of these sites.
See what he can do with it. Puts himself right in the pocket. I mean, based off of how Minnesota's playing right now. Slow, methodical setup. Trying to find a free first blood. Very likely we could see that cruise come in. And we will.
Call the cruise in. Picking up all this information. Now you're going to force all of Optic to put themselves inside of the building, but no one's going to be able to take any map control. Allows Minnesota to now get pushed out towards the back of parking lot. Trying to be aggressive over towards A. Dashy, he's the only man here. You have to at least find one.
Oh, but the same thing can be said for Dashy. He's able to put some damage down. Bruce, just able to squeak through the doorway. But they know. Optic are aware, and Illy has some information, tries to dive away, but Afro and Cammy both are able to find 2. That bomb is down. It's up to Illy and Hook. Can the sniper be there today? Not a chance. And now it is up to the Nuke, a 1v4 trying to save this search and destroy. And Rocker.
Bro, was that dude literally looking up in the sky right now?
Go down to start it off, but come away with 5 straight rounds.
Like instantly, like now.
To now go up 2-0 in this series.
If Optic are smart, they're trying to get
Minnesota
for that
started to read the setups of how Optic Texas wanted to play this map.
Hey, you know what's crazy, bro?
They find themselves down 3-1.
Insanely fast.
Optic found success when they were aggressive towards B. They completely blind counter it. They allow Afro to find that ace in that round. And even when Dashy found the first blood in the following, it was Afro who evens up the numbers, makes the play, earns himself the cruise missile. And at that point, when you're able to chain a couple rounds together, you're forcing Optic to now slow down.
I'm not even trying to
start to read what Minnesota is doing to you because they were just catching them off guard in multiple rounds. And in that final one, once you pick up all that information with that kill streak, you push out towards A, you find the first 2 kills, you get the bomb down. Just a flawless S&D from Minnesota from the 3-1 point on.
You know what I mean?
And now this gets incredibly scary, right? For a number of different reasons. Optic Texas have been able to rely on search destroy basically throughout every single series. Now we're coming into a control of which they're down 0-2.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
and Jay, Minnesota, they love themselves some Asilo.
Oh yeah, that's the scary part is that they've never lost Asilo. So now Optic Texas find themselves down 2-0 in this series. They need to try to complete another reverse sweep.
Yeah, that's without question. Asilo control. It's happened before between Optic Texas and Minnesota. Fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen. But no, can Optic Texas begin to make something happen? If not, they are going down quick. 3-0 to the Rocker. We'll see how this one begins to shape up. Stay with us as we'll be back right after this break.
There's so many fans out there, and you know what I mean? At least compared to the Cowboys. Hey, I just feel like I feel like there's a bigger fan base for the Raiders, bro, if you ask me. But man, it's such a disappointment, bro. Such a disappointment. You just never know what you're gonna get with Optic. It is what it is. Almost every time. Like if for some miracle these dudes reverse sweep these guys now, come this third map, bro. It's just, who would have thought? You know what I mean? You just never know. But like, more than likely it won't happen. But they're just so inconsistent. It's disappointing every year. To be honest, bro, like, man, I like Optic because of Scum. You know what I mean? I know he's not in no more, but he's still part of Optic, and you know, I'm not just gonna be like, oh, fuck Optic just because he's gone. But for me, Boston Breach is up and coming for me, man. I actually like them. I'm starting to like those dudes right there. That's who I'm gonna be rooting for if Optic don't make it, man. We're gonna have to go Boston. Hopefully one of them two make it, at least the finals. Hey man, fans of both teams are gonna have a bad beginning of the year, bro. That's all I'm saying. Fans, he was killing it right now. He's killing it. One player for me, bro. Like, I like Scrap, bro. I like Scrappy, Multra. He's good. I mean, obviously he got dominated, he got demolished. But like, I just like the way he is. Like, he shit talks and he gets hyphy, and you know what I mean? Like, I like that. Like, he got the energy. Hey, the Boston team looking nice, bro. They're looking nice. I fuck with them. Hey, any UFC fans out here? I'm sure you guys already heard. Crazy fights coming up, man. This year is the year for UFC. I know we're in Call of Duty. I'm changing the topic here a little bit, but man, let me tell you, John Jones coming back to fight Cyril Gane, and then we got Conor McGregor coming back as an Ultimate Fighter coach with Michael Chandler. Insane. W for UFC. Imagine doing watch parties for fight nights, bro. That'd be insane. Bro, Aladdin, I forgot he was even playing. I imagine there's quite a bit of people that are watching from work. If you are, hey, Shout out to you, man. Y'all some real ones. Y'all some real ones.
Hi, friends, and welcome back. I know here in the venue, you know, the crowd's not too excited, but I know somewhere there are some Rocker fans who are erupting. We got the version 1 headquarters watch party with Minnesota going down right now. They are having a blast watching their boys terrorize Optic Texas right now, Jay. Up 2-0, and we're getting ready to head into a control on El Asilo, where, as we said before the commercial break, they love this map. Why is that?
The reason why is because they have yet to lose it. They're one of the best teams that we have on El Asilo. Control 6-0 flawless record, and in the opposite side for Optic Texas, at least they have one rep with this squad, and it was a 3-1 victory over Seattle throughout stage 2. It's just not going to be an easy task to beat one of the best teams on their best map.
Well, with this momentum too, that's the whole thing we've been talking about throughout this series is, you know, can Cammy be comfortable? Can we continue to see Bance put on these type of numbers? And they absolutely have. If not, I think they look better in this series than they have looked in almost any other. Yeah. We've seen Optic Texas, Jay, so many times previously come up when they had to, right? So many moments where they had to dig deep, come away with the series. Do you think there's a chance they do it here? If so, how does it happen?
Without question, I still think that Optic had the chance to bring it back. You're never done it until it's officially over. But it has to be on the attacking routes because both of these guys are stellar on the defensive end, but Minnesota had the edge on the attacks. So if you are Optic Texas, that's where you need to find that opening, but it's going to be Minnesota early on, trying to put the pressure on towards A. Illy takes top radio tower control, but the trade's going back and forth. Minnesota able to get on that point.
Oh Illy gets cut away. Bance with some absolute beams to the top side of the radio tower. That's going to ease the lane. Now for Minnesota to jump right in that A zone. That's one bit of progress done. That's also the player on the flank who was trying to make something happen. Shotzi gets found out, and this has been pretty easy so far for Rocker.
Legends.
Yeah, this is pretty easy.
Legends in the game,
my friend. As A is already going to be done.
I might have to check it out, man.
2 minutes and 10 seconds to work with. Currently up by 4 lives. Optic Texas just have to get some map control. You have to get pushed out towards top white.
Hook wherever he came from.
Player in that position is going to be Shotzi, but you cannot afford to go too dead right now.
Take that fool back, bro.
Afro had no idea where he was being shot from, but tell you what, he definitely made the walls pay for a gunfight loss like that. Minnesota looking for map control, looking for some positioning inside of the warehouse as the S&Gs look to make their way toward the outskirts. And for Bance, he's like, hey, free map positioning? I'll absolutely take it. Shotzi going to be dropped, and so Rocker begin their pursuit now of that B zone. Some eyes are on, and now for the future, Optic are going to have to be worried about Bance, who's very firmly established right now in the back of the base.
Yeah, these kills are very important. Bance is trying to influence those spawns. Great nade coming in from Shotzi to take down the only player from Minnesota, pushed out towards their base. So far, they're holding strong, a minute almost done. And nothing to show for it for Minnesota at that B point. They're finding kill after kill, and with Illy slowly edging his way up towards white, this is exactly the setup you were looking for.
And this is a chance, too, for Optic Texas. When you're in a spot like that, granted, you let that A zone go, but you get an opportunity to hold your irons, allow for Rocker to really come to you, but you got to win your crucial 1v1s. There, it's Bance again, once more opening up the lane for the Minnesota Rocker to make their way into a zone. This time it's B. However, take a look at Shotzi. Dead silence pop, trying to make the plays in the back lines. Able to find one, putting some work into Bance. However, there's 3 players who are still on that zone, Jay.
Yeah, there's 3 players still on the zone. So if you are Shotzi, you're at least influencing those spawns for them to spawn a little bit deeper, but your teammates have to get into the play. You have to find a couple kills to eliminate these players from your side of the spawn. But it's Bance and Afro again, finding 2 in the feed. Just allowing them to keep the map control that they currently have. Afro gonna go for another challenge, but Dashy's able to win it. That's what he does.
That's exactly right. That is 100% what Dashy does. Wins the crazy fights, wins the ones that you don't expect him to. Bruce trying to beam. Meanwhile, for Minnesota, they have got that one segment over at B. They've done a solid job so far throughout this attack, but they are not done just yet. One more last good push at this. If you're Minnesota, big 1v1 to win, and Hook is able to grab it. Again, for Rocker, they've got 3 players established around here somewhere.
They got 3 players around here. Just got to hold up Hold your irons and get these kills. There's only 3 seconds left. They're able to get onto the point. Just have to find these kills. Illy finds one, but Afro eventually finds a trade. You got to get on it. You got to get on it. Look how much time is left.
There's no time. There's actually no time left, but they do have 2 bodies in the point. They get that second segment. Somebody hops off the objective. And granted, Jay, that is a mistake for sure. But the biggest emphasis for me is that Minnesota, they jump on that objective. They're able to find what would be the 5th tick in that attack.
Yeah, that's big right there. If you are Minnesota, it's never easy to complete that B point if you don't find all the kills. Optic to do just enough to hold on, take the very first defense. But you got to think in the back of your mind, those 5 ticks can be so crucial just in case we get into that round number 5.
Without a doubt, we talk about a few different maps right now. Hotel, very offensive heavy. Fortress, very, very defensive heavy. Asilo, more offense, but it's definitely more in the middle side for sure. So if we're talking about that round 5 defense, how it lies, where it sits, you can absolutely come away with rounds in any sort, regardless of the side that you spawn on off the rip. Shotzzy looking to make the lanes, looking to make the hits off the rip, able to do so. That's a clean 3 down, and that is easy work here off the start. Time's gonna be paused, a body on B, and right now Shotzzy, he's got eyes on the flank. Right now he's the king of the mountain, but when you're there, everybody knows. Shotzzy gets found out, and the rest of Optic Texas begin to fall by the wayside. They've got to get in an objective, and Hook will realize that A is his opportunity.
Yeah, right there in that situation, Optic just looked like they didn't really have the game plan of what they wanted to do. They had 2 players at A, 2 players at B, and they found all those kills. We're not able to complete any ticks towards either one, so 45 seconds and counting. Minnesota holding strong, but Optic are able to take some map control, get pushed out towards Clip. It's going to be Shotzzy trying to play for a couple of spawn kills while Bance does it on the opposite side, as the first tick is going to be complete at B.
I should say where Minnesota Rocker were, it actually kind of helped Optic Texas in this situation. All 3 players spawn right in that soccer field, and they're able to shuffle themselves right into that B zone. Great work from Dashy. Gets the revenge as Bance killed him off spawn. He'll walk away with that fight, and Minnesota will walk away, give that objective up, knowing that Texas have got the numbers. We're all even in lives, and we've got 1 minute and 30 on the clock. Afro continuing to piece, now at 13 and 7. Jay, the SMGs from Rocker, they are playing lights out.
They're dominating in this series so far. Because now you have to hold for 1 minute and 30. All of Optic are going to slow this one down because they know how crucial every kill is going to be. Who's going to use that tack in hand? He finds the first kill onto Cammy. This is potentially what Shotzzy try to set up the pinch, but he gets read by Attach. All of Optic trying to push out through bottom pull. You have to get on the point, but with Attach in this position, it's not going to be easy.
It's definitely not. However, he's at least able to find one, and the trades absolutely their favor Minnesota. A 3-for-1. And Shotzzy, who was found out there on the flank, is able to find one off a spawn. He has just been trying to make some plays, and Rocker have been there to read him, whether it's been in the Search Destroys or in the respawns. It feels like Shotzzy is really yet to fully spread his wings. We'll see if this can be the play, and finds one onto Afro. That's a great player to find, especially in how close quarters that A zone is. Slowly but surely, Optic Texas begin to push their way into A, and Attach is there to find 2. Great work and great reply once again from Minnesota.
He's just staying alive towards top tower. That's all you need to do when you have that AR in hand. They're playing a super tight setup. 20 seconds remaining. Optic need to go. They need to get on this point, try to stop the clock. As Dashy at least is able to find one, but this is their last push. They cannot find a clean 2 dead. With only 10 seconds left, Minnesota are looking like they're going to hold on strong on the defensive round.
Looks to be that way. Attach. Can he get found out? 5 seconds left. Afro and Vance, they find 2. They all find 3. Hook. A hope and a prayer. That's all it's going to be. As he will decide to wave the white flag. Hand this one over to Minnesota. And while that scoreline does read 1-1, as we say, we have to emphasize it. It's all about those segments. Currently, I believe it's 5-3, still favor Rocker, right, Jay?
Yeah, Rocker up currently by 2. And Attach also ends that round on a 5 spree. So if he could pick up one more kill and earn that cruise, this game can start to get a little bit more crazy. It's now with Minnesota back on the attack. We saw them put a lot of pressure early on towards A after they won a couple gunfights. They closed that one out with ease. And how do Optic try to change their setup around to not give it up easy?
Into round 3 we go. Another look at the attack for Minnesota. Last time around, they were nearly flawless. 5 for 6 in those segments. As Illy starting to get things going himself. 10 and 13, trying to get involved in the engagements. Trying to get that gun hot as Hook somehow manages to win that fight. Regardless of it, Minnesota with those spawns to the top side of your mini-map is now the all-out focus is going to be at B.
And that was a big kill, taking down attached. No cruise missile is going to be earned. They're able to stop that clock by hopping on towards the speed point. Optic trying to play it slow, take their time. They eliminate the one player pushed up. And that is 2 kills going in favor of Minnesota. Pants finds himself in a nice little angle, just being the aggressor. Knowing that all of Optic are going to spawn out towards back cliff. First segment is about to be done.
First segment nearly found out another flank attempt from Optic Texas, and it gets foiled once more. They're spawning and Narnia right now. However, thankfully they've got Dashy who can hit shots from range. It doesn't matter how far he is. He still has a chance. Pixel perfect is Bruce. However, Cammy can say the same. They're still on that objective. We're looking at Afro. He's doing great work finding players, trying to cut away members of Optic Texas inside a warehouse, but they are still on this objective. Cammy still alive. A slower start to this control, but he's beginning to wake up. Now on 5, that is a full zone once more over toward Minnesota. Jay continuing to build onto their lead.
And if you are Cammy, just try to find 1 kill. He does that, so the cruise missile is going to be earned. Attach finds a kill off spawn as well. So now 2 players from Optic have to now come off spawn and focus on Attach, because he's going to try to keep him in towards the trap. Illy, you have to play your life towards top tower. You have to just stay alive for your teammates to get out. Hook takes down Attach, so now Optic can sprint out of their spawn.
They can, however, they still got to go through the wonderful, wonderful reticle here of Cammy, now on 7. As we talk about streaks so often, he is going to have that cruise missile. So Optic will have to deal with that as this game moves forward. Rocker attempting a flank. We'll see how that can work out. Cammy eventually does fall off the spring, and so now for Optic, their life gets a little bit easier. And you can see what that map positioning does for them. Gives them the advantage. It gives them the confidence to begin to siphon on through here on El Asilo. 40 seconds still to go. Rocker attempting to try to break on in as now Shotzi finds himself on a spree.
Yeah, this is just difficult. Optic, they're trading efficiently, keeping map control. Just keeping them off of the point as kills go back and forth. Vance at least makes his way in towards bottom green. He's going to be able to stop that clock by pushing his way in towards boxes. He has to win the gunfight. He cannot. Illy wins it. So Optic Texas, 20 seconds away. In their very second defense. The streak does get invested though.
That's huge, right? They're gonna go ahead and invest that streak. And with that, they're also able to find a second kill on top of it. Dashy, that's a massive kill. Now brings it to a 2v3. Illy evens the score. Optic are now going to be here. They've got man advantage, but they've got to jump into this objective. Minnesota able to grab a segment. Dashy loses his fight. Loses his fight, and now Bance as well. All 4 members of Rocker are here, and they're stacking the point. That's going to be the second tick. The third one is nearly there. Rocker, come away with the clutch. They invest the streak, and it did not look like it was a solid investment. But my goodness, Jay, what teamwork that was for Minnesota down the stretch.
That was the small talk. That's all it came down to. Cammy knows that Illy is no longer towards top radio, so the player that's playing that position probably does not have a trophy. He finds that first kill, Bance finds a second, and that's the worst thing you can do on a map like El Asilo is go 2 down, because when you lose those gunfights, you spawn all the way across the map. Optic didn't even have a chance once they lost those fights to get back to the point. So Minnesota now up 2-1 in command.
And if you're Optic, I mean, you just got to keep a level head after a situation like that. I mean, we're talking 20 seconds left. Cool, Optic able to stay alive. And then you see that streak come in, and from there, it ends up going the opposite direction. Optic Texas, they've got to dig deep. Now 1 round away, 1 round loss away from being 3-0 from the Rocker in the elimination bracket. As we said, this has been a clutch team, desperately needing to stay alive as they'll hop onto that A objective for the first time. Able to stop the clock. Bance, as we said, with that small talk, trying to set up a play. But right now, Optic Texas have got a solid setup.
Yeah, he's just waiting for his teammates to try to strike. Cammy was trying to take that player off top radio, but unfortunately, he does not find a kill. Afro on the flank, though, he's able to take down 2. The second tick is still not going to be done. The challenge comes in from Bance. It would look like to be a great start from Optic. Gets shut down by the SMGs again from Minnesota. At least the only player in this position towards top radio, you got to play your life.
You absolutely have to, and that's so frustrating if you're Optic as well, considering how close they were to that second segment at A. Shotzzy trying to make the play on the flank. We've called it out so often. Feels like he's been shut down. Able to find the lane, and really he doesn't have to do a whole lot. Just trying to gain some information and maybe trying to set up for a future play. As right now, Afro and co. Rocker will try to contest this. Shotzi's going to be out of the play. How are they able to do it without him? And it looks like Rocker not going to contest at all. They just allow for that segment to go all the way through.
Yeah, they're just going to give it up and maintain that map control. Find a couple kills on their way out. As Cammy and Vance at least find 2. Hook still roaming around the spawn alongside Shotzi, who are now influencing the spawns for Minnesota all the way across the map. These gunfights are big.
Yeah, this could work out perfectly. This could work out perfectly for Optic Texas. You had 2 players on one side, 2 players on the other. Right now it's a 3v1 inside of the objective. Cammy, the soul man over at the soccer field, he gets found out, but still one last player remained, and it's Afro. That's all it takes, Jay, is just one gunfight victory. What goes from a big momentum play, an opportunity for Optic Texas to jump on that B zone, gets foiled. Back to the drawing board they go as another big kill comes in from Minnesota.
Oh, that's a big kill from Attach, but it's also a big kill from Shotzi because now you have white control. You can start to get aggressive up through field. 40 seconds. You have to get going. You just have to find a couple kills. Potentially have one player go for a late flank, but it's been cut down after cut down. Minnesota holding down the irons. Cammy has turned it around in this control. Finds 3. Now with only 30 seconds left, Optic have to get a move on it.
This is their last chance. This is the last chance. It is going to start off with an illy pick. However, Vance able to reply. Afro again. Where is he hiding? Where does he happen to be?
Oh my.
Afro putting him in the dirt. Another one. There for Afro at 27 and 19. Time continues to tick away. Optic Texas, can they jump onto this objective? Can they jump on? They're able to find 2. However, Vance still lies in wait. And that is a controlled series from start to finish out of Minnesota as they stun us all here in Boston. A 3-0 win here over the green wall. And a team that has struggled so mightily on land for the last year plus has got their best placement guaranteed since the last time that they won a chip all the way back in Cold War, buddy.
Minnesota just didn't make any mistakes, man. That was perfect teamwork from start to finish of this series. We talk about how they usually have slow starts at map number 1, but when you're winning those rotations, you're making the gunfights easier, and you're holding your setups down to the T, you will see success. And in the Search and Destroy, the mid-round adjustments, they were down 3-1 in that S&D, and then chained 5 rounds together in a row to walk away with that one. And then obviously, they get their best control map in that map number 3. They start off strong on the defensive end, but then that one attacking round is all they needed to put themselves in the advantage and just pretty much dominated this entire series, man. The SMGs from Minnesota, they didn't mess around today.
I mean, where do you rank them right now? I mean, I know we're in the middle of a major going on. You know, there's a bunch of different things to keep in mind, but the way that Vance and Afro are playing, where do you rank those guys amongst duos in the league?
I think I'm putting them number 2, right behind Sippin' and Beezy, man, because all those players are phenomenal SMG players.
Absolutely. Incredible work there out of the Minnesota Rocker as they 3-0 Optic Texas. A massive W there for the boys is, as we said, top 3 guaranteed. That's going to do it for myself and Jay. We now toss it over to Blaze, who's on the main stage.
Thank you so much, Landon Study. Make some noise for the Minnesota Rocker as they come out on top. Now, Afro, y'all wasn't the fan favorite here, but you're going on to progress forward. How you feeling after getting this win in a 3-0 fashion?
Feeling great. Obviously, after the controversy, season whatever, stage 1.
It's been the rematch.
Nice it feels nice to obviously win at LAN in front of an amazing crowd. So great.
So the result's going to stand right there. Now, as I was watching the series, one thing I couldn't take my eyes off of was that synergy between you and Vance.
Armin,
okay, the
no
SMGs
one showed
out
up,
there.
bro.
How
No one
do you
showed
guys
up.
play so well together?
I don't know what the hell happened.
I just
It's
think Ben's that type of guy. He just brings a lot of gas to the hype to the team, and I love that.
They played so bad
I think we
that I
were
didn't
just
care.
really working well. I think
Like, their
stage
next
1 it
game,
wasn't
like,
like that, but
if they
stage
lose,
2,
cool.
like we've been We've been frying
Like,
them.
they didn't want it.
Everything's great.
They wanted no
now,
part of that.
The rest of your team, they done won some tournaments and they done got some rings, but you are chasing that first ring. You feel like you can get it done with these boys and get it done this weekend?
100%. We're feeling great. So yeah, I need that chip. I need that chip.
You need that chip.
I need that chip.
Anything you want to say to the fans supporting you to get that chip?
Yeah, thank you for supporting me. I love you all. I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Give it up for Afro and the Minnesota Rocker, everybody. Chris, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And I have somebody very happy on the desk right now. She is crushing the predictions once again, rocking the purple.
Do I have? Oh, my bad.
Hey, Jay,
Did you see this as a 3-0 though, Allie?
No, I definitely didn't see it as 3-0. I do have to get my props released that end of things. But, I mean, Optic Texas, for me, the teamwork just hasn't been there. I feel like there's been a lot of solo channeling. I feel like they're lacking somebody to really make a play, to be like, listen, let's do this. Let's do what we need to do to get this back in our hands. And unfortunately, Minnesota Rocker capitalized on that.
Ton, welcome back to the desk. Let's break down this series as we take a look back at the maps. This one, a third 3-0 on the day. 250 to 189. 6-3 in search and destroy. And then we close it out. Control was 3-1. The Rocker never gave Optic a chance in this one.
No, they smoked them. In all honesty, it was very, very dominant. Yeah, okay, we've seen a little bit of a comeback from Optic Texas towards the end of the hard point. But apart from that, it is plain sailing for Minnesota Rocker all the way through. Big shout out to this guy who's just continuing to perform time and time again for the Minnesota Rocker. And we always kind of say about Bantis every other season that, you know, you'll have one of these games here and there. He's consistently doing it this week so far, and it's a dangerous prospect for the rest of the league.
And you look at some of the numbers here, Cammy was starting off really hot, but Bance went on those streaks, it looked like, in that game number 1.
Dude, he was going crazy. And then also the X Factor that we talked about was Cammy. He stepped it up throughout the series, and what was such a, it was just a comfortable series out of the Minnesota Rockers. Super surprising. I was doubting them headed into the series. I did not think they were going to be able to come into this and take the win. And not only did they prove me wrong, they did it in a 3-0 dominant fashion. Just an absurd win. What is going on today? Like, seriously, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0.
Well, we had all the Game 5s on day 1, so it's only fair that we catch ourselves back up on this tournament. Let's take a look, though, at some of the big plays from the event so far. This is our Scuff play of the game. Alley Cat, walk me through it, because it's a control attack win on El Asilo.
Again, we talk about El Asilo. It is so incredibly difficult to win an attacking round on this map and mode. And the fact that they got that B cap very, very early in this series gave them immense time to try over and get to this A site time.
Yeah, and it all comes down to the streaking from Cammy, doesn't it? He doesn't have that. They don't find that break. They probably don't win that round.
Yeah, I'm just kind of confused as like why Optic decided to play them on Asilo. This would be my first ban when it came to the control. But either way, man, like at this point, down 0-2 in the series, it's just tough, man. This is also the same map that they had when they had the SAE controversy.
Yeah, and Cammy streak wins them the game.
Also, Embassy Search and Destroy. I know it was a long time ago. Same map they had that game too. Optic lost 6-0 on the Embassy Search and Destroy last time. Oh, sorry, controller.
Yeah, we got that. We're gonna break the scuffs up here on the desk, but don't worry, I got more scuffs to give out to the crowd as well. Let's take a look at what's up for grabs. Shout out the scuff here in the venue. If you need a controller, it's right to my right. But if you're online, enter to win your choice of CDL 22 controllers today. It starts Thursday, February 2nd. The winner will be picked on Monday. So it's already open. All you got to do, retweet, follow Scuff Gaming and COD League on Twitter. Tag a friend and reply with hashtag Team Scuff. We got to pick a player from the Minnesota Rocker. If you were to choose one player, Ton, that deserves some Scuff honors, who do you think could be repping the squad?
Oh, it has to be Ben. Bance so far, he's been unbelievable. The rest of the squad are very much picking it up as well. But Bance, for me, has been lights out all week long.
If you are an Optic fan, don't worry. Your team is playing again today. They still have a second life, but you got to go through the hometown crowd in the Boston Breach. We also have Ultra versus LA Thieves. It is a jam-packed day number 3 here at the Boston Major 2 from the Call of Duty League. As we take a look at the schedule coming up, we've got a good one. Toronto, LA Thieves. LA Thieves went to that Game 5 versus Optic Texas to open things up. Toronto, they just fell down after a 3-0 sweep. We'll see if they can bounce back after the break.
Hey, it's tomorrow, bro. Tomorrow, all the rest of the games. So, first game tomorrow will be same time, 10:30. Next game would be, and that first match on Sunday tomorrow is Rocker and FaZe in winners bracket, and then we don't know who's gonna be the other matches because they're all playing right now. But we got one at 12, one at 1:30, one at 3, and I think the one at 3 is the champ match. But tomorrow we will know who wins Major 2. Hey, don't forget all of that you can watch here tomorrow. Not only that, but you can watch it in 1440p, bro. I mean, to me, that's a W to me. You got Nody gang on? Hey, that's what's up, bro. Appreciate that, man.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
Picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Long, here we go. Number 2. That's what we want. Oh my God! It's all coming in. They have for the first thing.
pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta run up the next, point to the sky with the run up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Make some noise, Boston. We're gearing up for another elimination battle as we have just 6 teams left in the tournament. We will say goodbye to 2 more tonight. Welcome back into the headquarters crew. It's Chris Puckett alongside Studdy rejoining us after that cast. And I want to start with you here, Studdy. Real quick, before we move on to this matchup, most impressive thing from what we just saw from Minnesota.
Oh, it was
they're moving on tomorrow.
Yeah, it was their teamwork, man. The small talk had to be on point. They were flawless on the rotations and the hard point, the mid-round adjustments in search and destroy, and even in the final control, they made the right plays when they needed to the most. In the final 10 seconds, Kimmy invested the streak. I thought it was the worst timing, but it worked out flawlessly.
It worked out for them, and we will see Minnesota playing tomorrow. But Toronto Ultra, they have to bounce back after a 3-0 that they just suffered against Atlanta FaZe. And let's talk about this squad who's been struggling today. Yesterday, Scrap had the best digits in the venue. Today, that is no longer true, but this is a team effort, Allie. If the whole squad is going to right the wrongs of their last matchup, what are you looking forward to them changing?
I'm looking for the confidence check. I think that's what the Atlanta FaZe series was when it opened. I think they really tried to battle FaZe on some of their best matchups and realized very quickly that that was not the approach they needed to take. So I think they almost needed that for this matchup going against the LA Thieves, a team that gets better on land respectively. So I'm expecting a bounce back here from Toronto Ultra.
We kind of highlighted some of the earlier players from Toronto Ultra, but we want to dial in now on Kleenex. Study, if you're looking at this SMG player, what does he need to take care of now that he's going up against the Thieves?
Oh, he needs to just stay confident and stay aggressive, man, because he's a player that's always going to push that pace. He's always going to be right into your face, trying to win those close range battles. It's very difficult going up against Simp and Abizi when they're playing like that, but you got to completely forget about that match. You got to come locked in this final series, just in case they lose this.
LA Thieves, they have been looking way different than what we witnessed back in the qualifiers. And remember, during the qualifiers, they had Capsule standing in for this man. Kenny is back on the lineup. His numbers, they're not phenomenal. They won't blow your mind, but it looks like this team as a whole is reaching another level, Ant.
Yeah, 100%. Their search and destroy has been so much better as well. Another thing that we talked about, we talked about backstage a little bit with this team, is like the maps they keep on getting, like Hotel Control has really been the only control that they've been excelling on. It keeps getting through in these series. These other teams that they're playing just seem confident on it. And then also in their hardpoint, there are some maps they do need to work on, like Hydro and Embassy, but somehow they're not finding their way into these series. So Thieves making it out with some good maps, but also off the back of some good performances. Kenny has stepped it up. His Major 1 performance was not great, so it's nice to see him stepping it up going forward.
Yeah, and I think KD wasn't even like a story at all when it came to Kenny, especially in that map 1. When you're watching his playstyle, should you go back and see that map 1 versus New York Sublanders, Kenny was always in the position to get the 2-piece they needed for the break. Yeah. Every kill that he got was some of the most important kills on the map. So sure, the KD wasn't there, but the playmaking absolutely was.
I was looking through my numbers and all my notes from from Thursday. Everyone thought both LA Thieves and Toronto would make it into the top 4. One of these teams is going out top 6, and this is a mirror of what we saw back in Raleigh, the second meeting in a battle for top 4, Nameless.
Yeah, so this is the same exact situation from the last major for top 4, the same exact maps.
Oh, everything.
These guys had the same matchup. This is going to be incredible. Last time Toronto took them out 3-1 fashion. They lost at Mercado, starting on bad side. They're starting on bad side once again and won a triple night stay in the hotel. The difference this time will have to be Kenny. He dropped a 0.7 last time. Talked about how bad his performance was. He's got to step it up for them this time around.
If you want their predictions, make sure you're following them on Twitter because the match is ready. We got to go to the stage right now. Blaze, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chris. Boston, it's time for another elimination matchup. Only one team can go home, but as you know, it's a battle of fire and ice once again. Coming to the stage first, looking to go plus Ultra and ice up for the victory, it's the Toronto Ultra. Make some noise for Sandy, Cletus, Insight, and Scrap. Toronto Ultra looking to get this one done.
They faced a tough loss earlier in an 0-3 fashion to Atlanta FaZe. They're trying to bounce back now, but they're going up against the world champs. They're going to have to really turn up throughout this series. And I'm looking at Scrap, man. This is the guy who took over versus LA Thieves at Major 1. We'll see if he can do it once again. Guy, let's bring out the world champs.
Looking to snatch another victory. I give to you the Hot Fire World Champions. It's the LA Thieves. Show some love to Envoy, Kenny, Draza, and Octane. The LA Thieves.
Put in the worst situation you could ask for heading into a major, starting in the elimination bracket. It's the LA Thieves that have yet to drop a map, a 6-0 record, beating the Florida Mutineers and the New York Subliners, our former Major 1 champions. The back-to-backs are looking to get a W under their belt here, Guy, and I'm ready for it to get started.
I am as well, and Alec, we'll see if your predictions can stay solid as well. Boston, y'all ready to go? All right, Bryson Todd, take us away.
Thank you very much, Blaze. Well, it's been a very quick day so far, but I don't think this one ends in a 3-0. These two teams have some history to settle. Toronto Ultra, well, they came down in this lowest bracket in pretty dramatic fashion. Thieves had a close run, but they are looking good so far.
They are. We're just for a funeral here.
I got you, bro.
At the end of the team's tournament, of course. But it's going to be an interesting one. As mentioned, we have seen this matchup on LAN before. It was a very interesting one when we had it there. But both these two teams with a different route into this. We've seen some 3-0s coming from Thieves as soon as they went into that losers bracket. We've just seen Toronto get 3-0 themselves, though, of course, by FaZe. So it needs to be a bounce back from them. But Thieves not yet played today either, so is that a factor potentially? But the maps and modes, it kind of does set itself up very, very nicely. It should be an interesting series, and it's one that I'm really struggling to call. I've tried to break it down in the stats, get an idea, and at this quick time, I don't really know which way this one's going to go. Both these teams match up very, very well up against each other. It's just a case of who plays better on the day.
Yeah, and that's really the question we're asking, because think about this.
I'll be in chat.
Do you think Toronto Ultra just had an off game? Do Atlanta FaZe look that much better? Is it hard to benchmark them from that point? But at the same time, Thieves have looked very good so far this tournament. Realistically, it's about who wants it more. Who wants to continue here at Major 2, and who's not feeling it and going home?
To answer your question, I think it was a bit of both. FaZe looked lights out, but Toronto Ultra came out flat and never really got things going. But a good opportunity for them to do so here as we go to Mercado again. Now, you guys at home will be remembering from a couple hours ago what happened to them off the initial break. Rotation-wise is so important for this team. The first 4 rotations, they completely lost and they got dominated. But when they started winning rotations, that's when we seen the comeback. Rotations important for Ultra. Thieves do their job typically from breaks. Let's see who's going to get the rotations, who's going to get the breaks here, and what should be a banger of a series.
Who's hot and who's not already? A few fights going down, and realistically, Octane with the 2 to begin with. That's 3 for Octane already in this hard point. That's a 4. Octane just had his way and taken out 4 members of Ultra and hasn't been fired back in response.
Yo, yeah, because I hired the volume because you guys wanted it louder. I just turned it down right now, but what I was saying was,
when it's come to line, it's a 1.15. So I mean,
you guys probably heard me, but just in case, I'm gonna run out. I'm gonna be AFK, but the stream's still going. And again, tomorrow, guys, the stream is still gonna go, even though I'm not home. I still got you covered, right?
And this is where it starts to get a little bit
I'm gonna turn it back up now.
Can they hold on? They know they're pushing towards them already. But LA Thieves currently in prime position.
And it really felt like the AR matchup was where Toronto Ultra really did struggle in that previous game. Octane already starting off hot here for the side of the LA Thieves. 6-1 from him. Kenny ready and waiting. Naughty little spot. Waiting for the push to come on through. Octane will find 1. Kenny gets traded. Octane will find 2. Octane will find 3. And it's the AR game that's being won so far by Thieves. It's Straza to find Scrap. That's 9-1 from Octane. It's a perfect rotation. Make it 10. Make it 11. There it is. Not quite. Octane frying to kick off game 1.
There's a very old meme in the COD competitive Reddit, as is your boy LaRue shredding. And he is so far dominant. And Ultra have had to just give it up completely.
They've choked it. They can't do anything when the human turret himself is getting things done over towards P2. It's an 11-1 start for Octane. But rotation here now for Ultra. But it's kind of same old story. and got beaten off the map completely by the side of FaZe to kick things off in the previous series. And it's hard to happen to them up against Thieves here as well. Scrap will find 2 though. He'll steady the ship. Is this a rotation in from Ultra? Yes, it is. Oh, he shuts down the streak and then gets a couple of extra bullets, making sure Octane's definitely dead.
Well, trying to get themselves back into this, probably screaming there, Scrap, knowing that if they can hold this, they're right back into it. It isn't about how you start, it is about how you finish. But Octane's already going to be calling in the streak. You can hear it through the speakers. And the rest of LA Thieves are waiting. Nothing going to come from them as well. And the rest of them are dropping. This is a good hold here for Ultra so far.
Really good hold. But what that streak does is make Ultra have to be a lot more tight in that setup. They have to get inside, which allows LA Thieves to get a little bit more control around the point, which will eventually, to players like this from Envoy, doesn't pull off it in the end. Toronto Ultra will find the kill. Scrap time. I say scrap time. That's 20 seconds worth. Going over towards Thieves, but Ultra will find the kills. Rotation also to be fought over. Push from Cantina coming from Ultra.
Well, we spoke about the rotations before on this map. For both teams, it is critical. Right now, it's Thieves holding down Barbers. But Ultra pushing through. Kleenex has got his way in, but only finds one. The rest of Ultra are starting to follow, and they get cut down by Draza. Maybe a little bit of a pacing issue there as Kleenex went wild.
He manages to find a way through, but honestly, Draza finds those 2 kills because Kleenex finds his way through. They're like, well, nobody's covering back. Ali turns it around. Envoy, big gunfight win up against Inside. Surely not another one. This will be a 3rd for Envoy. Standy should cut him down and does so. Now the push over towards Barbers, but it really has been a game of rotations. Whoever's been there first has been the one finding the points. Looking good here for the Thieves. There's a breakthrough potentially on the cards through Scrap. He's going to get taken down as well. LA Thieves hold strong.
It's been one of those games so far. If you are not in position, you are just getting gunned every single which way. And you can see this is what Ultra are going to try and do themselves now. Scrap time are given up. It is a game of holds. Octane maybe 14-3, but if they break here, LA Thieves will be in a commanding position.
It's going to have to be a full 60 to tie it up from Ultra. We haven't seen any breaks or anything coming in from either one of these 2 teams. Scrap will find the gunfight on the flank. Draza will not be able to set up a pinch here. So for the LA Thieves, it has to be somewhat one-dimensional. Kleenex find a kill on Envoy. The push still coming. Ultra holding strong so far.
They are now throwing up the defenses. They do not want to let them in at all, but Octane wins a gunfight, but he's alone. Wins a second gunfight. Octane continuing to be a problem for them. Surely not eventually taken down by Kleenex, but he's allowed this to open up, and Kenny comes screaming through. Envoy takes down Kenny, and Insight. Sandy does not get that kill somehow.
Hasn't managed to finish his dinner here. Envoy ready and win, but so is Draza. Break coming in, the first really successful one, or is it? It's Ultra fight back. Oh my god, Kleenex rips Draza off the heady, and that will be the remaining scrap time. Going over towards Toronto Ultra. Rotation though, once again. Thieves, first one's here, 15 seconds to go. So it's all about the setup, it's all about these rotational fights. Scrap has to back on down, but inside the barbershop is Standy, finds the gunfight, but it's going to be the push towards the back. You need your ARs to get some control over towards the alleyway, or find a way through mid.
Can they do it? Ultra are starting to feel the pressure as these points are mounting. They cannot break this. They are going to be so far behind, but 2 kills already going down. The back alley swarm is upon us. Draza's trying to wallbang, but no hits so far. And Ultra are now trying to get through, but Envoy has shut them down. They had the opportunity, but nothing has come of it.
Scrap eventually does find the kill onto Envoy, but Draza ready and waiting. The ARs have really been frying so far from the side of Thieves, but here comes the break. Surely, oh my god, Octane! We get it off screen, but the man is still frying. It's an 80-point lead for the LA Thieves, mostly due to the fact that this man is 20-6.
And there's just nothing that Ultra are doing that is working so far. They are falling under the guns of LA Thieves over and over again. This rotation is now critical. They haven't managed to break consistently. They haven't managed to get anywhere on this map. They have to be here first, and they have to hold.
And they get the rotation this time. And some confidence clearly still from Ultra belongs there for this Mercado pick. They are the ones that went with this map, bearing in mind what happens to them against FaZe. Still the confidence is there. They will believe that they can bring this back. It's about a 90-point game. Big lockdown coming in here from Ultra though, and look over towards back alley. Scrap will find one onto Kenny as well. You can see Draza finding that push as well. He will find him. The break should be imminent, and there it is once again from Thieves. Far too easy. The pinch is set up. This is looking so good from the LA side.
And now Ultra will try and regain here a little bit. They have to break back into it, but the kills are just not going their way. The slaying is not here as Ultra desperately claw and fight and try and find something. Almost 100 points down now. They get back in for the scrap time.
really is not looking good in the marketplace for the side of Toronto Ultra. Insight will be there to pick up what will only be the pieces. And Lloyd doesn't quite finish his dinner, will get taken down for it as well. Now we're starting to think about this rotation back over towards P1. You want those P2 spawns. Ultra, we did see a comeback up against FaZe. It was a really good time of things when they were 4 hills in a row, they lost the rotation. But when they managed to win these rotations, they went on a 120 to 64 point run. But they need to do it here without giving Thieves anything at all.
And this is exactly what they're doing. They are holding fire. They're not getting the time on P1. They are waiting for P2. They know it is critical. And finally, once they've cleared out LA Thieves, they can start to tick up that time. But they must hold these spawns. They must not allow it to go here. And LA Thieves are trying to punch their way through.
And every single point that Thieves pick up here is a dagger to Ultra, but that's 3 now dead. Octane, 26 and 10, make that 26 and 11 as he will get taken down. Spawns there for Ultra. If you need anything to get a comeback, it has to be P2. We've seen teams lock down a lot of time here. And can they do it? LA Thieves need to try and find a breakthrough, or this will start to get a little bit scary, but the pinch is starting to get set up.
Ultra have to hold. Here comes the LA Thieves. They're squeezing in every single direction. Scrap finds one. Can he find the second as well? No. Kenny will take him down. Inside on the back alley, but Octane wins the gunfight, and now they're swarming. They're pushing in towards Ultra, who have to hold them off here as bullets keep ricocheting through. Stanley, that is a huge kill for him. They are keeping the Thieves at arm's length.
And a bit of a spawn out here for Ultra as well, so they get the pinch in mid-map, and that is going to be some decent time. 40 seconds still to go here. You can already see Kleenex is thinking about P3, but Thieves are just looking to put the pressure on as best they can. Inside, big gunfight win over towards the mid-map as well. No time being allocated, though, towards the Ultra side. Standing alone momentarily. Octane is not missing bullets. LA Thieves looking like they're going to pick up the last 20 seconds there, which will hurt Ultra. Rotation starting to come in, though. This is so important. Ultra pretty much need to be flawless throughout the rest of Mercado.
Can they do it? Can they not only hold off the LA Thieves here, but not give the scrap time and hit the rotation? Because they need every single second for it. It's an LA Thieves stack. They have time. It's the one thing in abundance they can afford to burn. The first kill's coming through. Ultra already a little bit compressed. They're waiting for it. Octane finds a big kill on the Kleenex. They are about to break down the doors. They're looking for Ultra here right now as well. Kenny, why around the corner?
Oh my God.
Doesn't matter. The kills are coming through. Stanley's managed to hold off too. He needs to hold off more. They're going for him as well. The reinforcements are in. And it's Envoy who wins the gunfight eventually. And that may be it. That may be all they roach. And Envoy will end the map. And LA Thieves send Ultra packing on Mercado for the second time this tournament. Ultra, that map has not been going your way.
And your boy LaRue was indeed frying. Right from the get-go, the AR battle just so dominant from the side of the LA Thieves. And that is a stat line that a lot of people will be worried about. If Octane can keep this form up, LA Thieves are a dangerous prospect here. 24 untraded kills with the tack on LAN on Mercado. It's a big performance from Sam.
That really is. We spoke about the AR battles coming into it, Ton, but that was not a battle. That was not even slightly equal. He started off hot, and we thought, hey, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you can get an early good start, and then you even out as the game goes on. Realistically, not that much. No. 31 and 13 is not evening out.
It was a really good performance, and it was weird because, I mean, we've seen a lot of kills over towards P2 when he was locking it down, but he was helping the team on rotation so much as well. But when they were getting inside those points, he was saying, absolutely not, you're getting nowhere near it. Started 10 and 1, I believe. And then actually we've seen Scrap pick up a 3-piece heading over towards P3. Shot some bodies. I don't think I've seen too many more kills coming in from Scrap after that. Octane really had his way with Toronto Ultra there. And you're running through the highlights, it's just all LA Thieves. It was still close up until this point. You know, both these two teams were trading rotations, good holds here and there, but the Thieves just started accelerating. Foot down on the throat of Ultra time and time again. And it just looked so strong from the word go.
And how many times do we say Ultra have to hold this rotation and then they didn't? How many times could they have come back into that game if they could have found the 60 and then they didn't? LA Thieves had time in abundance, they were winning the gunfights, and when they rotated, Ultra couldn't even look at the site.
Fantastic performance from the LA Thieves, closing it out with Envoy kicking things off with the rotational win. Coming in from Ultra, but the break, once again, so good from the LA Thieves. It's a 250 to 165 scoreline. And looking over towards that, Ultra just got massively, massively outslayed. Can't let it happen. They be the team who have been outslaying teams on a regular basis. Scrap has been a huge X factor for them. He just did not get going there.
Yeah, that's a pretty impressive stat line, to be fair. I wonder if they can keep it up, though. Of course, I did say it had been a day of 3-0s, and I didn't think it would continue. Realistically, Ultra haven't won a map today. Is this going to be a comeback on the S&D time?
I mean, look, I would be very surprised if this is a 3-0. I am very much expecting a close matchup. But again, from Ultra, it's that bad start. Specifically after you had Mercado on the previous series, it didn't go well for you. You then pick it again and again get beat pretty handedly. It's one that really does, it's got to pain them, especially with that being their pick. So heading into map number 2, we're going to have to regain if we are Toronto Ultra, but it's one of those situations. I'm sorry, mate. Yeah, I know. But I don't know. I think Ultra, that was a bit of an ego check, I want to say, to a certain degree. It was one of those, yeah, okay, we like Mercado. Yeah, okay, we got beat by FaZe. But heading into this one, yeah, okay, let's go again. You get beaten again. I'm not sure where the confidence is lying now.
Yeah, that may be the biggest issue for them, realistically. Obviously, Ultra did not expect to be essentially blown off the stage. That's what happened in the Allen FaZe game, and it kept getting worse and worse. They need a regain. They need a big regain. Even the first round of S&D may allow them to take some of that weight off their shoulders.
Let's see if it can take the weight off their shoulders, because right now, after Ultra looked so good to kick things off against LA Gorillas, haven't won a map in the last 4. And that has got to be a concern for them. But an all-round good game from the Toronto Ultra side. They have a good S&D out on them, of course, can control. They are one of the best in the game. But they have to find themselves in a much better position here because that hard point was so dominant from Thieves.
Yeah, and I actually want to talk a little bit more about Thieves. Realistically, with how close their game was against Optic, it could have gone the other way. It could have been a very different story. And now, moving forward, this team are probably going for that loser's bracket run, deep run going, and they look pretty good with it as well. It has been a weird tournament so far. There have been some upsets. Maybe we get to see a long run here as well.
Well, it is a Call of Duty major, mate, isn't it? We tend to have these things going on quite often. Weird games across the board, weird results as well. But which way do we see this one going as we head into Search and Destroy on Hotel? Thieves have got to feel buoyed by that performance on Hardpoint. Feeling good, especially considering Ultra already played today. Thieves coming in nice and fresh. How are they feeling heading over towards Hotel?
Well, here we go. On board with the attack with LA Thieves. Looking for that first attacking push. Right now, a little bit of a split over the map, not a commit either way.
And a big factor here will be the first bloods. Toronto notoriously struggle to find them. And there is one for the side of LA Thieves who do not struggle to find them. And that's going to set things up here now. As the fight's starting to come over, Scrap can't fight with the sniper. We'll have to back on down now. There could be some more pressure over towards Bedroom. They know Scrap has this, but Octane runs into the site. Scrapping backing on down here. 3 versus 3.
That's huge. Scrap has set up a very different dynamic now. They cannot afford to go for this. LA Thieves will now try and clear out Bedroom. They will try to get it in his grill as well as the fight already kicks off the elevator shaft. But nobody down again so far. It's back to a 3 versus 3. But LA Thieves do not have control. Draza on the flank looking for it. Scratch got that sniper out with a pistol. He's looking to almost take down Draza, and he's chasing. He's left alone in a 1 versus 3. But the time is probably against him. And LA Thieves take the first round of the search.
And in that situation, I don't think he chases it, of course, if his teammates do stay alive in Bedroom. Has to kind of go for the kill. Knows he got him weak, but that's 3 there from Draza to kick off things here for Thieves. It doesn't rain, it just does indeed pour for the Toronto Ultra right now. Not looking good for them whatsoever, but looking over towards, you know, the initial breaks, Draza was typically somebody who will not find many, but he is the one that finds that first blood. A 0.21 in opening duels, Kleenex, a 0.21. Managing to have a very similar stat line. It's Draza leading the way though with 3 in round number 1.
There we go, Ultra's first attack, and Octane tries to equal the score. Not hitting with his hit at the moment. Kenny looking in a position to do some damage. Has he stuck through? He has. They have managed to get the plant as well, but Kenny is now trapped. There are players all around him, still alive, somehow eventually goes down. LA Thieves down to 2 members. Ultra have, well, down to 1 member. This should be an Ultra round.
finding his way through. Scrap now looking for another kill. Will find one more. That was at least 3 from Scrap in the round. And I think even when that bomb going down and he still do get taken out, was 3 from Scrap. It's still not a bad position because Kenny has to push in. He's already pretty much dead at that stage. Staying alive as long as he did to help his teammates get into a better position. Didn't work out for the Thieves that time. Ultra, a little bit of a reprieve here. Will find themselves tying things up.
It worked out, like I said, Octane tried to go for that snipe off the rip. If he had hit it, may have been a little bit different, but Ultra, they hold fire, they don't buckle under the pressure. All based off of Scrap. Let's see what happens on this defense, though. Again, looking like a similar split. LA Thieves playing this same strategy.
Standy all the way over towards Kitchen. Kleenex getting aggressive. Look at this. Backing on down as well, and he will get caught by Draza. He just peeks out over towards Archers. And Von goes for the challenge as well. Inside gets gunned. And now Ultra left in a 2 versus 4.
And Scrap trying to spread this one. I don't know if they know he's here. The little bit Envoy, he's trying to get him as well, but not enough time, and gunned down. I'm not sure the sniper is working out for Ultra. I prefer to see Scrap with the tack in hand, but they're clearly playing around it a little bit. But Draza finding these first bloods is proving everything they need. Oh, okay, that was a few extra bullets.
And I think in that situation as well, Scrap is just playing down low, looking for a pick. His team aren't really in the positions have any reinforcements over towards A. They were relying on him finding picks there. And it was somebody who actually pushed across from the A bomb site. I believe it was Envoy who found insight over towards Couches. So if he doesn't find the shot, it's a risky situation. LA Thieves 2-1 to the good. Draza 5-1 to kick things off early on here. And there's obviously once again a stack over towards A. Octane looking for the pick on the Scrap. The bullets are good, but not good enough. Scrap will get away with his life, but info gain for the side of Thieves.
He goes out. He's not going to find anything from this either. But it does seem like Scrap and Octane may square up here at some point. More points going through. I believe that's just a wall bank for information. As everybody goes a little bit still, it may be on Kenny.
He's ready and waiting for a push to come through from Ultra. Stanley is there. Here comes the baitist. Kleenex will get himself across. Bomb carrier dead. Insight will find Envoy, and Kleenex gets taken down as he does make his way over towards bedroom, and now they're expecting that player on the island inside to make his way over. Ultra kind of at 6s and 7s here to 2v3 for them to find good shots from Scrap.
Kenny repositioning, but actually gets himself caught, and it could have gone much, much worse. Insight left alone in a 1 versus 2. How does he play this? We've seen him clutch before, but not so much this year. Time is very much against him. All LA Thieves have to do here is slow roll this.
He's going to pick it just at the wrong time for Insight, as he did look in that direction, but it's a big round for Thieves to extend that gap. 3-1 to the good now. And that's that sort of situation with Insight. It's an impossible scenario for you to find. Octane kicking off his search and destroy just about eventually. 2-2 from him. This has been good so far from Thieves. It feels like they're really controlling the map. There hasn't been anything too flashy going on. It's just about finding these first bloods. And, well, I say nothing flashy going on. Draws a 7-1. Getting the kills where he needs to.
Now, this part of it should be where the adjustments come in. Obviously, standing in Kleenex, no kills yet. That's an adjustment you should make first. But they should start figuring this out a little bit better. Envoy already finding the first pick onto Scrap, and Insight gets Envoy back down to a 3 versus 3. Opens the map up just a little bit, but everybody will be waiting for that first move, and Insight will drill Draza before he gets anything done.
Draza feeling delusionally confident there with that challenge, and I would be too, with the way that he's been shooting, but Insight will find the kill and should do. 2 versus 3 now. The SMGs from Ultra yet to get warmed up. It's been the AR players this time around, but it's the SMGs who can answer back. Kenny goes for the challenge, and Kleenex just about finds it. Now a 2 versus 1. Octane had a hell of a game number 1. Needs to do something special here in game number 2, as the bomb is now planted over towards A. Retake for Ultra needed.
Yeah, the calls come in there. He knows the player's going to be weak and not challenging him. Octane popped his daddy superpowers, looking for Kleenex already, but Kleenex is in a better position. And the game now has a while to go. Ultra will take that opportunity just to get that dead silence ticking in for Kleenex. And they're going to wait this one out.
And that is a confidence-inspiring round. It's standing Kleenex who have been struggling for the Ultra so far. They're the ones that get the job done. Kleenex finding a really important kill, and Kenny, if he finds that, then, well, maybe LA start to run away with this, but some life from Ultra. It's just seemed very flat so far from them. About a day of 3-0s so far. You can see Scrap on your screen on the far right side for Ultra. He's the one barking out the orders. Stanley's still sitting on that donut, but he won't be too bothered by that so far. Still a lot of search and destroy to go. But for Ultra, first bloods have been an issue. Thieves are finding the majority.
This time looks like a very aggressive push. Are they going to get in here early? Potentially Nate's already going out, but Kenny finds the first blood. Octane finds the second. The fast push comes to nothing. Octane finds the third as well. And inside, it's like, where on earth has my team gone?
Are all dead, mate. We'll see you. And round number 6 is Ultra now in a difficult position again. The first bloods have not been good. I'd love to actually just get a double check on how many there have been. Inside with a good shot onto Kenny, but that will be that. And again, Thieves just deeming control of the map, getting the number advantage, and walking away with every single round.
The fact that Kenny didn't get traded was probably the biggest thing. Obviously, he got that first blood and tried to get out. And as soon as they switched onto Kenny, Octane said, right, my time to shine, and managed to pick up 2 as well. Again, more adjustments are going to have to come out here for Ultra. They have to find a different way. And as we go into the attack with LA Thieves, this is a very, very big round. 4-3 is much better than 5-2.
I do want to put a small caveat on Stanley's performance so far as well. He's been hit over towards B and hasn't anything to deal with so far. May well have to play his part for the Toronto Ultra now. Kleenex finds the first blood for the side of Ultra now. That's SMG players getting on the board, but still for Thieves. They're ready and waiting. The push is starting to come through. Stanley, time to do your job.
Stanley looking for it, and eventually gets taken down. Back to a 3 versus 3. But Ultra are here, and they are here in numbers. And already that's a huge kill from Kleenex. He flies it, goes for the pre-aim as well, looking for Draza. Draza finds Scrap. Suddenly gets caught sprinting. Draza takes the gunfight. Inside now flying in as well, but it's a snake off. And he has to back away from Kitchen.
Oh, they're going to challenge.
They're going from inside. He's in trouble, and down he goes. LA Thieves taking the fight to Ultra. And there are smiles on the faces for a very good reason.
And I don't want to point any blame, but the SMG players are just not finding these breaks when they need them. Kleenex may well find the first blood there, over towards the other side. But Stanley, he gets pushed, and yeah, okay, it's a difficult one to win, but then Kleenex gets caught sprinting, running in towards Kitchen after finding the kill onto the bomb carrier. Just a little bit overzealous in that situation. Hindsight's a wonderful thing. Just back out. You got the bomb carrier. Wait for some backup. Inside's nowhere near him. 5-2 lead for Thieves. Ultra, you're in danger of going out of Boston with a whimper here. The Thieves are looking so dominant in this series.
Kenny's on the hunt. Kenny is going aggressive. He's already got 1 for it, looking for it. They bring it back to a 3 versus 3. Octane gets it down as well, and Ultra are in a 2 versus 3 to stay alive in this S&D. Oh, nice nade.
Big nade. It was needed. Stanley gets off his donut, but now he's left in a 1 versus 2.
A donut so far, but a chance of redemption. Keep Ultra in the game. That's all he has to do, a 1 versus 2 with bomb down. Time is on his side. He knows where they have to go.
And you can see Thieves waiting. They know Stanley, one of these twitchy players who will make the movements, will spread himself out. Now in the corner. Does Kenny see him? I think he did. I think he did. You can see the arrows.
Here it comes! Oh, so close, but not enough. And LA Thieves move forward again. 2-0 now against Ultra. The S&D is done and dusted. And this, again, has been a one-sided affair. Ultra. Words escape me, Ton.
They need to start turning up. They need to start turning up very, very quickly. Flat is an understatement, but it's been standout AR performances in map 1 and map 2. This time around, it's the Alaskan Assassin who gets the job done. 12-2 from Draza. A big performance from him, huge performance from Octane in map number 1, and this has been plain sailing for the LA Thieves so far. Toronto Ultra have absolutely no answer at this moment in time. And
and it's been hard to break down. They've been getting absolutely smoked off the map at every single occasion. First bloods, for the most part, I'd imagine, are looking terrible for Ultra. They managed to find 3 on the other side of things, 5 for the LA Thieves. It just definitely felt like LA Thieves were in control the majority of the way through. Search and Destroy, perplexing Ultra today. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, perplexing Ultra today. Nothing to be said about their performances so far here on Saturday, but Control coming up. The only way out of this one is a reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, the red team's really taking it to Ultra, not giving them a single map for this one at all at any point, and realistically, anything could happen. I did promise you not a 3-0, but I don't know, I'm feeling a little bit weird about it. We'll have to find out, though, because we're going to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. The Control is right after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live here in Boston. And at the moment, it's been a very quick day. 3-0s in abundance. But realistically, we're hoping this one isn't. I know that's nothing against LA Thieves, just to make that certain. I don't want to get accused of being biased.
The guys in the control room, they'll be there for an early dinner if things keep up that way. It has been a very, very quick Saturday. And typically we see a lot of really big close games on this day, but teams have been dominant on one side of the stage. 3-0 across the board. We are in line for another potential one here. Control coming up between Thieves and Ultra, both sporting very, very good records when it does come down to Hotel. Should be a good game, but we said that kind of about the series in general, but Thieves have been running away with it so far.
Yeah, they really have. Is there a miracle? Is there a comeback story, a fairy tale that Ultra can pull out of a hat because they need to? Today has not been their day unless they can find some horsepower, find the fire in this control. But oh my goodness, last two S&D maps, Draza has been rather good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. 23-7, a 3.29 KD. Boston is all about big numbers.
And when it comes down to Scrap, he has been one of the guys that's been putting up huge numbers for the side of Ultra. For him on Control this season on Hotel, a 1.3 in the Lost versus FaZe, a 0.56. He's going to have to do a hell of a lot better than that if they want to continue to survive in this tournament. It's been a bad day for Ultra so far, but there's always time to chain it around.
There is the initial kills going down as well. It looks like Ultra trying to make a push towards B, but gunned. A reset now for them. Potentially the easy A if they can get there. Already still a split across the map as they try to move forward. But Kenny's holding them at bay.
And Thieves kind of playing with the mind of Ultra there. It's a really good break-off coming in from the side of Thieves. They find the majority of the kills. They then very much expect to push over towards A. Ultra deal with the play over towards B though, but now Thieves can start to pull them across the map. Octane again starting so strongly. 3-0 from him. Standing though, do have some control over towards A and over towards B. That's 3 dead, only Draza left.
Draza trying to stay alive as well. Doesn't want reinforcements coming through that first. It's going to be in. He dives to the point. Maybe a little bit eager there to actually get into it, as now Ultra will capitalize. They're getting these points going through as well.
Big
the
kill.
Kills have gone down, and that should be being locked and loaded.
Huge
Ultra
kill.
have found it.
Huge kill coming in from Scrap there. It looked like Envoy was on the pitch. He was on the flank to shut things down. Insight will eventually finish up onto Octane. And now here comes the rotation. Really good start from the side of Toronto Ultra. Kleenex now inside the restaurant. Not much control by either team so far. Big gunfight wins. This is much better from Ultra.
They're looking for this break. Looking for it already. Scrap finds one inside, trying to stay alive with 1 health. Isn't going to be allowed to. Octane finds that first kill, but there is so long left here. Ultra just need to break them once. Just have to get through.
Is it going to come through Standy? That's a big grenade on the Kenny and on the Draza. The shots are good. Is that going to open up things now as Octane and Envoy trying to get things done all on their own, and it's actually going to be Envoy to find 2. Octane, can he find a second? No, he's just trying to slow them down, but good shots from inside. And now a little bit of control here for Ultra over towards the A side. Has to be a retake from Thieves.
Those 2 kills from inside completely and totally allow Ultra to move forward. They get the choke points in their own favor now as Kleenex moves forward to Draza, and it's a full wipe. Ultra will now be moving in here in incredible numbers. They might even just stack this completely. They are. Trophies are down. Ultra are stacking. They're moving forward into the point. The second ticket's through, and LA Thieves have to move. You can't slow roll it. It's gone already. It's too late. It's done. It's... Wait a second. No, it's not. They got into a contest. Where did LA Thieves come from?
They got in.
How did they make this? That was done.
They got in. It's a 9v7 now as well. The lives are going to start coming into it, but Ultra milliseconds away. They don't get the job done, and all of a sudden Thieves have numbers inside of restaurant, and Ultra are slowly running out of time here, Bryce.
They lose it from this point. Heads will be hanging low. No. Kenny finds Envoy, and Ultra have the miracle they needed. They have the numbers to move through. Octane finds the first on the Kleenex though. Octane finds the second. And Ultra surely not.
How on earth?
Points have faltered. They have fallen. And they are spawning on the other side of the map. 13 seconds left to go. It is hold down the sprint button. It is move. It is go. You have to crack it now, or there is nothing left. Octane finds one.
understand what we have just seen. Ultra were on the point. That tick looks filled.
Well, if they weren't tilted after maps 1 and 2, heads are well and truly in the bin now. That was signed, sealed, and delivered, an attacking round from Ultra. And we'd have to see it back to see who broke through. I'm sure we'll get a replay up at the end of the game because that was absurd. How do Ultra let that one go? It's a really decent start over towards B. They get the hard part done. You're in here. You're locking it down. It's fine. Everything's looking good. Everything's rosy. We're heading into round number 2. And a collapse like that, they need a solid defensive hold here. And they need to actually do it dominantly because I really feel like the heads are not going to be there. Breathing technique or not, Ultra, you need to regain fast.
Now, the defense hold helped them out a little bit, already gone down. The clock will stop as LA Thieves move towards A. Envoy being slow and steady. LA Thieves not really wanting to push the tempo here yet. Envoy will find one. The dead silence pops as he starts to move around for it. They're going for the easy A to begin with, and they will get the points down. Now, Thieves will leave one player here to stop the clock, and the rest of them will be trying to get some control into B. Ultra have done the standard counterplay to that. They're taking bedroom control.
Really nice play from the LA Thieves that set themselves up with only one person inside the hard point. Everybody else on the outside looking in. That sets them up wonderfully. A is still ticking time, well and truly stopped. Octane will find 2, one of them being his teammates, and Scrap will trade that one back. So it's a hold for Ultra over towards B. A, though, this time around is definitely gone. LA Thieves lock this one in. And now B is their objective. Lives very, very even, but a whole 2 minutes for Thieves to weave their web over towards me.
Yeah, they're going to play this slow when they need to. They'll be looking for these initial set of kills. Sandy, though, will find it first. Draza down. That gate has been closed and bolted, locked. And Ultra have to just make sure they do not falter. They still have bedroom control. They still have the flank.
Inside holding. The rest of Ultra just playing steady away. Thieves in no hurry here, but 30 seconds has already passed of the time that they did have. Scrap inside the bedroom will get caught, but the rest of the team are here and ready to answer back. Octane does find the kill, but Kleenex not moving from his position. Inside on down flank behind Kenny will find him, but it's only 3 kills that fall in for the side of Thieves. Standy still alive.
Standy finds the first. Has to continue to be this nuisance. Has to continue to be a problem. And Octane's not able to get him, but Draza will eventually take him down. Ultra with a small window to get through. Octane falls as well. Scrap goes down. Draza's still here. And Ultra have just done enough. They have just managed to keep them at arm's length for a few seconds. Inside, throwing bullets every single direction as Kenny finds another.
But it's very, very scrappy. Ultra have got no control over the map right now. It's just trade after trade, but it's working out for Thieves. Kenny will eventually get taken down. Is this some sort of control for Ultra? Not quite. Octane up towards the desk. He gets taken down. But this is just not looking great for Ultra so far. It's nearly 2 ticks in here for the side of Thieves. They've got to find a clean wave to get some control, and those 2 kills might help.
That was a big kill from Kleenex. He shut down the pinch before he could get moving. He's not got a load of kills, but eventually will fall. Now keep an eye on that minimap. Standy is going to be going on the long flank. Scrap is going to try and hold the door. Draza takes him down before he can do any more here. Now the LA Thieves are moving into position. That point is in. That second tick will not go through. Kleenex stops Kenny. And Ultra are holding on.
Draza inside the bedroom could have done with staying alive. But you are right. Ultra are just about holding on, and it looks like they will. Push from Thieves starting to be formulated on the flank. Standy has got an important job to do here, as do the players inside a bedroom. One last roll of the dice here on the attack for Thieves.
Last time around, the last push from Thieves was enough. This time, Ultra in a better position. They have the time ready to go for it as well. Scrap actually waiting for the second player to come through. They aren't. Octane finds one as well. Kenny gonna go for the gunfight. Stays alive. Scrap will take him down though. Draza chows and he will now be through. That clock has stopped at 4 seconds.
5 lives remaining for Thieves, but only 4 seconds, so it's not going to come into it. Octane will get taken down. Good positioning from inside. Envoy and Kenny get the job done. Draza finds a gunfight, but as does Scrap. Time not on the side of Thieves. I don't think they'll get there. They won't. By the hair on their chinny chin, Toronto Ultra will find the round and will want a piece.
And that's everything they needed. Every disappointment from that first round is wiped away here on their defense. They've gone even. I need to double check actually. That second tick come through on B?
I think it did. I think it did.
All even then. All even. Well, Ultra find a little bit of steel. A little bit of the Ultra we know. They held LA Thieves off for 2 minutes.
Much better now from Scrap, sitting at 15 and 13. Was influential for his team there. He'll go on the solo roll over towards B to see if he can find anything. Standy now heading over towards him. Once again, these opening breaks from the side of Thieves have been so good, but Standy on the flank knows where Envoy is. The shots are in, waiting for his teammates, just staying alive. Good break from Ultra over towards A. They can get their round ticking on over.
Yeah, no messing about here. Octane will find it, but instantly cleaned up.
Big win.
And they are playing it like you should be playing it. Already moving for position for B. And LA Thieves, I think, just may give this up completely. There's no reason for them to move out, and Sandy has just got caught in an unfortunate position. The pixels were not there for him to see that player going under the lip of the ledge.
I like this from CleanX though, because Thieves have to start answering over towards Bedroom, and they answer in kind very, very well. Envoy will find a route through. Actually, Envoy finds two! Absurd from him on the minimap. It looks like it was done and does it again, but Toronto Ultra just not quite securing these sites as well as they could. And Envoy now makes it a bit more of a difficult task. Yes, we have 2 ticks over towards it if you are Ultra. But it was looking, again, like they thought it was done. Not quite.
Looking for him as well. Draza was hunting that player for quite some time and almost catches standing flat-footed as well. And fight's going down. Scrap had an opportunity onto Envoy, but Envoy won that gunfight as well. Ultra now attacking a little bit piecemeal across the map. They are probably going to have to go for that A push.
And they got tempted. That carrot was dangled over towards B for the side of Toronto Ultra. They went for it. Eventually will convert themselves over towards A, but here comes the pinch. Is Octane going to be ready for Standy? Not quite. There is a player for the Thieves here, and Kenny. On his way over was Draza, but he gets cut down as well. A locked in for Toronto Ultra. Definitely this time. The lives not in their favor though. 4 over towards the side of Thieves, make that 3. But a push in towards B is what's going to start happening. Envoy inside the bedroom is going to be a problem.
And Ultra looking for that one more kill to make the push, but unfortunately they haven't found it. This will be a reassessment, hold bedroom control, and now start thinking about getting a flank through as well. LA Thieves are in a better position as they want bedroom 2, and Scrap and Draza go at it, but either get it as Envoy hits the flank and takes him down. And Ultra will have to do a different tactic. They do not have bedroom control, so it's a full flank play for them.
20 and 14 from Octane, not able to find anything there though. The flank being worked by Ultra. Now they have a bit of presence over towards the spawn of Thieves. And what can Octane do from mid-map? Is he going to find anything on a Standy? It's a big gunfight win, but still, plenty members of Thieves over towards that bedroom side. It's a crucial hold. We talk about it so much. And the Thieves putting that into practice right now. Good shots coming in from Draza. Can't quite clean up, but the time is momentarily stopped as Standy then does get cut down. We're a bit all over the place here, but still, Thieves in bedroom.
They're trying to back away here. You can see them playing like chess on this minimap. Neither team winning to get away to positions. Envoy keeps bedroom control. Ultra will stop that clock. They will jump on and have their teammates look over them as well. They're looking for it, and Draza finds inside, but it may be not enough. They're slowly but surely getting through this as well as CleanX finds himself with guns firing at him. And it's almost cleaned out from both teams. But 23 seconds left to go, and Ultra are spawning kitchen.
They're spawning kitchen, but they managed to clear our bedroom, so these next wave of kills are so big. Kenny will get dealt with on the flank. Envoy finds the kill onto CleanX though. Last chance saloon here for Ultra in this round. Gotta go for it. Standy will stop the clock. He needs the rest of his team to find the kills.
That is a big kill, but Envoy finds it first. Inside, trying to get Kenny down as well, but Kenny wins that gunfight. Scrap tries to jump in at the same time, and it's last but not least, CleanX can't find it. It's a full trade, but that benefits Thieves, and they hold their defense as well.
Just run out of time. Thieves were being such a nuisance inside of bedroom. Could not get rid of them. And then by the time Ultra do get rid of them, there is just no time. Both teams holding their defenses so far. On typically a map that has now started to lean more attacking orientated. So Thieves will still fancy this one. They became very close to finding that previous attacking round that they went onto. And now it's their turn to have another go at it. Ultra, can you hold the defense, or is that round number 1 gonna haunt you again?
There's a lot about today that might haunt them if they don't hold it. But already, the initial kill's going through. CleanX just holding double. Will be taken out as well. You can already see LA Thieves not too worried about that 8 point. They'll probably commit someone to it just to stop that clock.
And the opening breaks from Ultra every time have been so poor. When it's come down to this game mode particular, they have been the best slaying team on it. We haven't seen that side of them today at all. LA Thieves will swan on in over towards it. Kills starting to come in over towards B as well, and Envoy may well be the catalyst for the squads to start making their way over towards B. Ultra have chalked this one. 1 minute and 5 left to go. That timer will stay stopped, and Envoy will still kill. 4 kills in a row from him. He's trying to up Ultra on his own. Scrap will answer back. Ultra with plenty of control over towards B, but you lost A very, very quickly.
And Ultra must dig their battle line. They must hold bedroom. They know their flank is not secure. Even Standy should pre-aim round this one.
Are you kidding me?
Goes. They know Kenny's here. Fortunately, the rest of Ultra are in a good position. LA Thieves now have the unenviable task of doing what Ultra tried to do last time. Go from the flank and make the kills. Kenny still being a problem.
Big win from Insight. He goes down and all of a sudden you're just looking towards the backside and Thieves can filter through. Insight must stay alive because Kenny is still causing absolute havoc in the spawn of Ultra. Will eventually get dealt with. Now Ultra have a little bit of space to push out. Insight still lingering around, and LA Thieves have the luxury of time on their side to try and flush him out. He will find 1 kill, will eventually get taken down. Ultra with some control over towards B still, but the trades are not in their favor, and neither are the lives.
This is still good from Ultra. This is everything they need to do. Trades work out for them. They can continue to put LA Thieves back over and over again. The issue being is when they start to lose those trades, and it goes against them. They have allowed Kenny back into the danger zone as he stays alive, gets away with it. Scrap doesn't hit nothing, but gets his teammate. Kenny now a little bit lost. Not going to win it. Another good hold from Ultra. They keep the Wolves at bay.
And Standy actually managed to push up over towards Glass side. Because of where Insight is sitting over towards the kitchen side of the map, it started spawning over towards Glass, but backs on down. Now Thieves spawning all the way out towards kitchen. It's a big kill from Envoy though. He will find Clinex inside the bedroom. So, some presence here from Thieves, if only momentarily. Ultra, a good hold so far. 35 seconds remaining. Thieves' lives running out, time running out.
Ultra hold all the doors, they have all the keys. They just have to hold this last push. And Insight, the first man will find them, looking for it as well, but gunned by Octane. The flank is now open. The fight will move to bedroom. And Ultra have their guns up, the irons are held, they're looking for them as well, but Octane finds one. It's a 2 versus 3 in the site.
Stop the clock, they stop the clock. Standy, do you challenge or you keep this presence over towards bedroom? Still a lot of ticks needed, and Void will eventually get taken down. Octane still towards the backside. Scrap is here to try and clear him out, but Thieves are starting to stack. Octane needs to be taken down here by Ultra.
They've got him, but Kenny finds that 2-piece, and only 1 player left can do anything here for them. Insight trying to make this win. Envoy will gun him out of the hill, and now Ultra have to move. That tick is done, that tick is dusted, and your boiler room is shredding, and LA Thieves make a dark day for Ultra. They move on. The World Championships continue rolling forward in this tournament. Ultra find nothing today.
And that has got to be a huge disappointment for Toronto Ultra. That was not a good performance at all. And that one will sting, especially you think of round number 1 and how close that was. To pretty much going 1-0 up, they would have went 2-0 up off the defense. They would have at least been looking at around number 5 here.
Yeah, give me that replay.
But the close ones, yeah, we need to see the replay of how close it got. But the close moments do not go their way. In the map that they needed to start the reverse sweep, the other 2 dominant from Thieves. And not much of an answer from Ultra, who have a disastrous Saturday here in Boston.
Envoy went huge at 31 and 21. But not only did he make some kills, they were important. The same thing with Kenny, that 2-piece right at the end. It locked Ultra out. They had to hold bedroom control. They eventually let it slip. And that round 1 will roll in the memory for a very long time. Ultra, it has been a Saturday. It has been their worst day, probably ever, actually. I think realistically they have just not had a good time at all. But LA Thieves keep moving forward. The loser bracket run could set them up for a pretty historic rematch, actually.
That's 3 3-0s in a row for the side of the LA Thieves, picking up some momentum in the lower side of the bracket, looking fantastic. They look like one of the teams to beat right now. LA Thieves looking strong.
They certainly do. Well, let's find out from the man himself. It's Blaze on stage with Octane.
Thank you so much, Bryson Tyne. Give it up for the LA Thieves as they progress on, and not just in any fashion, 9 straight maps, Octane. You guys are in world championship form. What's going on here? Why are you guys looking so good right now?
I think we're just riding the momentum, man. We got a really good win last night against New York. We kind of ran through Florida a little bit. And Toronto, thanks, shout out to FaZe for the alley-oop there. I mean, that's kind of it. I don't know.
It'd be like that when you're winning 3-0 like this, okay? And the human turret himself up here, you've been playing out of your mind, okay? What's been going on with you? How you feeling with your own gameplay right now?
I'm feeling kind of incredible. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know if you guys saw the first map, but I was feeling great. The team's just firing, man. We're just flying, playing with confidence. We had a rocky stage 2 online. We do get the land buff, as I'm sure everyone in this venue knows. So we're just, like I said, just riding the high right now.
Hey, well, you're winning over the crowd, okay? You got rid of New York, who took y'all off on the last tournament. Anything you want to say to these fans that's been supporting you, man?
Shout out to you guys, man. You guys are killing it right now.
Yeah, you guys are killing it, okay? That's going to do it for me and Sam on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And wow, history really does repeat itself. This time, it's a little bit faster as LA Thieves take out Toronto Ultra 3-0. Welcome, though, to the desk. We got Ben J. Razim joining us. Boston, make some noise for my man. Ben, hey. I got to get your thoughts here on this series. Did you see this one coming from the Thieves tonight?
I mean, the Thieves have been on an absolute run in regards to map count so far this weekend, but, man, what a weird day for Toronto. Thought they were looking strong, one of the contenders coming into this weekend, but today they just had a rough one, didn't really plug the controllers in, and maybe Ben J. Razim was playing instead of Sandy today, I don't know.
I hope not, but it looked a little bit rough there for Toronto, and you got to give credit now to the LA Thieves. 3 series in a row, all in the lower bracket. They are crushing through the competition, Allie.
We can't forget, I mean, we're talking about the back-to-back champions in a game that we didn't even think you could go back-to-back in last year. So definitely putting some respect on their name right now. Like Octane said, they did have a struggle bus to Major 2 qualifiers, but we do have to talk about the fact that they had to plug Capsule into their roster, take Kenny out. They didn't get a lot of practice. So seeing them all on the same page right now, it's giving me back-to-back vibes from last year. So LA Thieves now definitely looking to be in that conversation of winning this thing.
And we just talked to the MVP of that series. Octane was on our stage, and we got to walk through one of the biggest moments here of the matchup. Take this one away, Nameless. This was the very end of one of the crucial rounds.
Yeah, this is that very first round, just a bizarre situation, right? Like, you see all of Toronto, they're capturing the point. They're in a really good spot to close this out. They have all 4 down here. They're slaying them out, and somehow the LA Thieves break through. They win the trades, and they end up winning this round. It's just wild, right? You see, I think it's number 6, it's Kenny. He gets through and he gets an opening kill, and that pretty much starts it all off. And then the trades come in left and right. Octane and Draza with the trade through Carpet, and it just splits the defense, man. They're able to regain control with barely any time left. They had a life lead and full control with 4 down. You'd think a quick stack would just bleed them out and win that round. It doesn't happen, Puckett.
And you got to give love to Bryce on the call. He lost it in that moment with Draza and Octane break back in. Everyone in this venue got hyped for the Thieves. But if you're looking for a scuff play of the game, this 3-0 is pretty convincing. But I got to give some love to my man from Alaska. The Salmon was just slurping his way through this S&D. Let's take a look at his 3K. Could have been an ace if Octane wasn't in the game, Ben J. Walk us through this one like a play-by-play legend.
Man, it was a really, really nice combo effort here on the S&D. Draza gonna actually get 3 kills, I believe, in this round, correct?
Uh-huh.
And then they finish it off. And for Thieves, man, we've seen at times on this map, especially on Hotel, the situational play in S&D hasn't been there. But today, Sam going ahead and finishing things off here. They were on point, and they go ahead and move on to Championship Sunday, I believe.
And Ben, we were watching this round, and we were like, what is Toronto doing, right? Like when they ran out, then we saw Kleenex, he kind of just threw his life away, ran back in. I feel like they got flustered today for some reason. Like in Search and Destroy, Toronto is usually so composed, making plays together. It was not like that whatsoever. And honestly, I think it's from the map ones that they've had 2 Mercados. They started on bad side. They've gotten absolutely rolled on that map, and it's led into next map, right? Like the pressure, it mounted here.
Toronto may have got exposed when it comes to the maps. Final thoughts on this series, Allie?
I was just going to say, like, he did that in the nicest way possible. They just got the Atlanta FaZe blender, to be honest. They definitely got confident checks in that series and in this one. I think this will be a good learning experience for Toronto Ultra, but they live in Toronto. You know, you think they'd be icy.
I got to say one more thing also.
I'll allow it. One more.
They've been talking a lot of trash. Like the Toronto guys have been chirping. you gotta make it to a finals before you keep chirping the rest of the teams in the league. Like, you can't come around here talking this much trash and not end up making it.
I disagree. I love the WWE.
You gotta
that's what COD is turning into. We got to give a shout out, though, to some of the big names. The heels, the legends, they're all here, and they could be on your Scuff team of the major. What Final Four will get selected? We've nominated 8 here as a caster group. The Final Four are voted in by the fans. If you had to pick a player from the Thieves, Allie, who are you looking at?
Sam LaRue, Octane for sure. I feel like he's been the backbone throughout this entire run.
There you have it. Scuff Team of the Major. Get your votes in. Use the hashtag Scuff Team of the Major. Major 2 continues. We have one more battle on a very fast day of 3-0s. Is this one going the distance? Stay tuned to find out. Boston Breach playing in front of their home crowd. Take on some fan favorites in Optic, Texas.
We've waited patiently for this moment. An event in our home city. But it's not our first year anymore. Let's crank things up a notch.
It's lead change. What an unbelievable hardpoint methods. On the flank, it's 2 of P1. Nero. Nero gets 3 to 9. Can he defend? Oh my Boston, what's around? His tags from Awakening as he is steamrolled. 23 and 8.
Boston, it's time.
Welcome back, baby. It has been a crazy day inside the MGM Music Hall. And before this match gets started, we got to remind you, this is a rematch from our qualifier. Scump's final game was against the Breach. This one came down to the end with some clutch plays from the old man. Ben, he's no longer playing, but he's doing his own watch parties.
Yeah, I mean, the hand of King is still there, but the King is gone. Excited to see this matchup. I think it's a big series for Boston. We've talked a lot. I think you guys have talked a lot on the desk about can this Boston team make a run. They've done a lot of work so far today and yesterday. I'm excited to see if they can get this series win. It would be their signature win so far at LAN, and we're taking the championship Sunday.
If you're just joining us, we've of course stolen Ben J from the flank. He's joining us for this final battle of the night. Alley Cat and Nameless, as well as Chris Puckett here at the desk. And we got to talk a little bit about the venue, Alley, because so far, every time these two teams have taken the stage, they're the fan favorites. Their opponents are getting booed by the epic Boston fans. Is it all cheers? Is everyone booing today? What's happening here in our final match?
I think it'll be more cheers for both sides of them. I think we'll see the crowd go with a few boos in the background.
A positive crowd.
I think both sides are going to get cheers.
And I'm ready to vibe. Let's get into this one. We got to start here with Boston Breach. They're the hometown squad. It's your major. This is your time to shine. And if you win here, you're guaranteed top 4. Let's take a look at the squad and how they got here. Boston fell early to FaZe. It went all the way to a game 5. Since that, they've beaten the Surge 3-1. They've taken down the Gorillas, and now they just have Optic Texas left in their way.
Yeah, and they've beaten some pretty top tier respawn squads too, and they've done it in a pretty dominant fashion. When you look at it, closing them out in 4 or less. Also, the AR duo has been absolutely unreal. I know, Ben, we were talking about that prior to this. Methods has stepped it up for me. He's been the X factor, and I'm looking at him once again in this series.
We know we're getting out of Methods, right? He is always going to be a star player for Boston. On the other side of this, you got to keep eyes on the SMGs. Nero has been up and down. When he's fragging out, he's been able to take them to W's. But Vivid, another player to look out for. He's had some big games, epic moments in S&D. What does he do against Optic, though?
We need him in S&D, just like you said. I think he was a huge factor against LAG yesterday. He had 5 first bloods out of the 6 that Boston were given in that series, and Boston Breach isn't typically a strong S&D team. So I think they're going to need to lean on Vivid here a little bit because they're going against an Optic Texas who's usually very solid in the map 2 and 5.
We were shocked by what the Rocker has accomplished so far in this event. Their latest victim was Optic Texas. Now, Optic is coming in here with a lot of qualifier success. We've seen what they've done in those game 5s. Ben, can Optic force us to go to a second S&D? Do they get 0-3'd again? What do you expect to see from the current state of this Optic squad?
I think what I want to see from Optic in this series is a little bit more organization and hardpoint. They've had a tough time holding setups once they've got into those. They're kind of skipping steps. I'd like to see them play discipline. We'll talk about the map set in a little bit, but I think that really plays into that issue, and if they can work on that, I think we might have a marathon series and a potential amazing game 5.
We mentioned that Scump was in the last meeting between these two squads. Today, Hook is going to be playing that SMG role, and he has totally changed the pace of this squad. Hook, if he's having success, how does this team feed off of it?
I mean, if he's having success, they're going to play well. I think him and Shotzzy are like the 1-2 punch. So if Hook, if his routes are working, like Shotzi's going to thrive off of that. Hook hasn't been good, though, in the last couple series throughout Major 2. Like, Hook needs to step it up. I think he's just been playing kind of frantic. I think back to that Hydro, even though that they won it at the very end there, like, he was frantically making plays around the map there, missing people in the back, not checking his corners. So he definitely needs to step it up. Is it all his fault? Absolutely not. But I have high standards for Hook, and I know what he's capable of.
He's our X factor so far. Yeah. We've seen him have his biggest games, and then we've seen him have his struggles. Tonight, he's looking to close out strong. And Ali, the question is, can he do it on this map set? We have some interesting vetoes coming in. Our team's choosing their sides. How does it all play out for us?
This one's a little interesting because of that Hydro to open it up. This is typically a map I wouldn't expect Optic Texas to play on, just because I think their teamwork is still slacking just a little bit. They've been solo chelling a lot, and they're gonna need somebody to really bring it in that opening map one.
Ben, if we're looking at one player from each side of this, who are you calling as potential MVPs in the final match of our night?
I think Bruce has got to do his thing. He's been pretty good so far this weekend. Looking at the map set, I think he's got to get that done. And on the Boston side, I mean, Big Wig has been incredible. Obviously, we're not going to see a lot of Fortress in this series. Optic surprisingly banning Fortress Hardpoint. I think Big Wig, though, will go off. And if he does, I think Boston's going to make the run here.
I like those calls. Awakening, and of course, our man Dashy. The ARs have been stellar here on land. Let's go to predictions. The players are almost ready. So, Ant, I'm starting with you this time. You got to go first.
Yeah, I'm going with Optic. I think Optic's going to take this one in a 3-2 fashion. We're going to have a Game 5 to close out the day. Everybody's going to win here, but Optic's going to take it.
Ali, you're up next.
I'm going to go with the Boston Breach. I think their gameplay has impressed me much more this past weekend.
Razim, where are we going?
I'm going to pick former flank guest of the year, Methods in his team, Boston Breach, to go ahead and win this series and make it a Sunday.
I like that call. There we go. I'm going to have to go with Boston Breach here. Why? Optic has not been allowed to go to a Game 5. Breach has been closing it out in 4. Can they do it again? I think so. Let's get it going as we're going to be kicking things off on the main stage. We got Blaze one more time.
All right, folks, one more match left, and only one team can go to Championship Sunday. Now, you guys have been cheering for both these squads really loudly, but it's time to see where your true allegiance lies. Coming out first, it's the home team. Give it up for the Boston Breach.
You're not doing Boston.
I don't care. Up to you.
Get loud for Vivid Methods, Awakening, and Nero. It's the Boston Breach.
Boston Breach are trying to turn up. They want to get this championship in front of the home crowd, and they got to do it up against the other team in green. It's going to be the Green Wall they're going up against, and Methods, he's familiar with that organization. He wants to take them out, but also the SMG duo, I'm looking at them to turn up. Let's get this other team out, Blaze.
Now it's time to bring out one of the fan favorites. You know him and you love him so much. It's Optic Texas. Get louder for Illy, Shotzi, Dashy, and Hook. Optic Texas.
For Optic Texas, man, they've been exciting. They've been fun to watch since they made the change. The discipline hasn't always been there. Excited to see if they get it done today and keep it moving and grooving through the weekend.
Moving and grooving, baby. I'm ready for it.
We moving and grooving, and it seems like the crowd is split. But we're about to see who's really going to win this one. To cast it, it's going to be Miles and Chance to take us away.
Here we go, one final game of the night. We all get to go hard and then go home. One of these teams, though, will not be coming back tomorrow in the same capacity. Chance, it's another elimination matchup.
Loser gets top 6, and I can't imagine a more interesting one. Like, I'm not used to Optic getting any sort of boos ever, but they're going against the Boston home crowd, and it was at least mixed, so it's going to be a spicy one. It is going to be fun, and for a day where we have had literally nothing but 3-0s, talk about how important that first hard point's going to be.
We had a good look at the maps and Mo's coming into this one, and I mean, you call it, it's going to be 50-50 across the board. There's no clear-cut advantages. It's going to be an absolute throwdown. We cannot wait to get into this one.
I would genuinely be dumbfounded if we get another 3-0. Like, honestly, it looks like the mixiest map set we have had all today. I mean, a Hydro just to kick things off. Does anybody actually want to predict how that map is going to go? Especially for Optic, they've only played it twice, like with this full team. So I know Ali is concerned about how much teamwork they're going to have going in. Short amount of time that they have to figure things out. smoke. And we already know these players, I mean, the pop-off potential, literally, both sides of this stage. These guys can absolutely fry. You got Shotzi versus Nero, literal demons awakening versus Dashy. It is going to be so much fun.
It is going to be a furious series indeed. Again, for Optic Texas fans coming off of a tough loss. Boston Breach cooled off a little bit after today's early victory over LAG. We'll see if they still have that fire in their bellies. We're almost ready to get into the first map, and I tell you what, boys and girls, what a day of COD it's been. 3-0s across the board. No way we get another one, though, surely. No way.
Gotta come out and set the tone, though. That is just the extra bit of pressure. And this is a 2-1 record for Optic Texas on the year, but 1-1 with this roster, at least throughout stage 2. So the rotations ordinarily completely on point, but for the fact that the holds have been an issue, that's the struggle point for Optic. That's what we're going to be paying attention to, because on the flip side for Boston, you know that pop-off potential. You have guys like Vivid popping 4 pieces, Nero popping 3 pieces at the end of games. You know these guys are ready to break, and you know they're ready to get right into the hill.
All right, let's keep it fair. Everything above the belt, let's get it on. The bell is rung, and Hook's flying his way towards that point. Hydro, ladies and gentlemen. Expect a little bit of swimming, and Shotzi doing the swimming for now. Nero, yeah, that's him. Out and about. Whoa, what the? Nice 3 from Shotzi.
Scuba Shotzi able to pick things up and start things off. And already, look at the pressure. I mean, Shotzi's in prime position just to watch the rotation and get AR set up to look at the pressure from the front for Boston. And that is worst case scenario, especially if Method's having a little problem swimming.
Yeah, I mean, he might have the floating armbands at home, but he's looking good now. Making his way forward. Nice start there from Optic Texas. 23 seconds on the board. Eyes towards the right-hand side of the minimap. That's where we're going next. And that's where Vivid is now, currently on 3.
How well can they count, though? You've got Hook behind enemy lines being sneaky. The question is, can Boston hunt him down, or are any of these arrows going to recognize it? This is where you have to be, like, coordinated. This is where pressure is going to be on. They haven't seen Hook in a mile, and they gave up the back spawn, so Boston, all that for the rotation, but maybe to drop the ball.
And there he is, drives the dagger into the back of them. Shotzi through the front, the pinch is done. They're coming at you like grandma coming for them cheeks. It's over. Hard points there.
Ice has been the problem for Boston. We talk about the Game 5 records, but even moments like that, when the pressure is on, you have to keep track of these players, and Optic already trying to take full advantage, set up in and around P2, and Illy already winning those opening engagements.
Same look there. You got Vivid trying to hit from the backside. Hook's going to cover that one. Here comes Methods. Wins his first. Dashy's up next. Oh, it's big tags. Here's the pressure. The brakes on brakes. Less than 20 to go. Breach are going to have it.
Well, that's one break, but now you got that rotation over towards Nero, the only player from Boston that's going to be nearby, because Optic, again, we know how good they are at these actual rotations. That's going to be 2 wins in a row for them to get to the hill first, but at least this one's a 50-50 battle. Boston have the potential, but Dashy in the back, you know, is beaming the hay. Nero can shut him down. They're keeping things afloat.
Very sneaky, very dangerous. And wow, it's getting loud in here. We had questions about whose fans would be the loudest, and I don't know, but the Garena right now, sing it here at the MGM.
Well, some things are singing, but right now, the rotations, while they're good for Optic, not actually the breaks and the holds, right? Because you have Boston trying to keep things mixy. Trophy getting in the mix, though, for Illy. And Optic just desperate to actually try to collect this time. They have the back spawns, but you want the scrap because it is going to be a hike and a half to actually rotate towards new. So I think Boston doing a decent job of keeping them at bay, and I mean, they should be poised for that new rotation. Is Optic going to collect this scrap?
What a battle every hard point has been. Far right-hand side of the minimap, that's what we're going over to next. Boston Breach have been blessed with the spawns, but not necessarily the gunny at the moment. Vivid trying to slow down the approach. Dashy helping drive Optic Texas forward across the halfway mark.
In an interesting moment, because Methods is actually going to play spoiler for this. He's going to be on the quick flank because he got the old spawns and he's causing problems. So the rest of Boston get to sit inside the hill. All the pressure coming from the right side. Illy, though, with the gunny to at least get Boston outside of the hill. It's the ARs now in the back for Breach, trying to keep things alive.
It's a voracious approach now from the front. You got to watch out for the rest of the members there of Optic. That's going to be Hook. Finding the last one on the Vivid, and that is going to open up the field now. Nero, he will be the tip of the spear for Boston. What can he find? Dashy on the back line there. Now a delicate approach towards a tough hard point, catches one out. Can Nero go any bigger? No. Here comes the rest of Breach, and forward they charge. Trophies down, and they haven't done the math. Shotzi's alive in the back.
They can't read the spawns, man. They're constantly just looking 2 different directions, but now at least you just try to keep them pushed towards the back. So Vivid looking for the pressure, but Illy looking for the gunny. And by the way, Shotzi started off hot, hasn't really slowed down, 12-7 overall, but about a 40-point game going towards new. And talk about rotations, we talk about holds. Neither team able to hold on. The breaks so far have been bonkers.
Crazy stuff indeed. We'll take a bit of a breath now as the hard point is set up for this one. Optic Texas now looking for every possible angle. Shotzi through the front, through the top, not even at the health regen. And he's in. Tagged up. Good comms there from Boston Breach. They stay alive. That's going to be the time still in their favor.
Now, you know, yeah, Dashy in the back, all of Optic get a spawn in the back, and question is, how well can Boston read it? They're piecing them up along the way, so the spawn awareness this time has been pretty respectable. Illy, though, trying to take a top route. Shotzi's causing all sorts of problems in and around, and Optic good enough to break through and get on the inside. But again, we knew this map was going to be mixy, as is this series, and so far it's delivered.
Very mixy indeed. Well, we're close to turning this one around. Dashy now on the approach to the hard point. 8-14 from him, but big work there regardless in the kills.
And now you actually have number 6, by the way. Shotzi just got gifted a back spawn. So you talk about long rotations over towards P2. Number 6, number 3 on the minimap. That's a battle that's going to have long-term implications. But for Boston, at least trying to collect this P1 time. But the middle of the map is open. Hook wanted to shut it down, but Nero always there, always dicey. Such a tough kill.
Very tough indeed. Illy had to work hard for that one. No lead change just yet, technically. Here come Optic towards P1 once again. Second set already being gifted to a wild and crazy series, the last of the day. Shotzi, though, calling himself off after what has been a tough run so far. Lead change, but here comes Shotzi. Oh, no! Awakening reads him like a book.
And how many times have Optic been winning the rotational battles this game? This is the first time where Breach might actually be free and clear, but water routes are going to be a potential. Who's going to get the freebie? And Dashy showing up in the feed, so they're going to get the final 15 seconds and a little bit of time to work with to get towards new. And actually, they flip out half the spawners for Breach before the second hill pops. So now the question is, can you hunt down Methods?
Here's the question. He's a sneaky man towards the back line of the hard point, doing exactly what Hook did in the first go-around. Hook knows these tricks. Here comes the pinch through the front. Awakening finding the opening kills. Vivid on the trades there. You may take care of one on the back, but it's a technical break for Breach.
Bro, and this is Hook doing it with the Vaznev as well. Gunning players at range and causing all sorts of problems. Headshot multiplier is in, and he just needs the little bit of help. The pinch is through on the hill, but Awakening for 2. Nero gets the 3rd, and Boston finally have locked this one down.
That's a solid break, trying to push that front line forward. That was Vivid's job. 5-3 now for Awakening. Can he get himself 6? Can he get himself streaks? Here comes the attack from Optic. Guns are up. Illy's going to keep him pinned in this corner. Oh my good God, Illy hits the top rope. Dives in, base for his boys. What a break from Optic.
And now they're turning and running. Optic are trying to rotate back so fast, and you get split spawns right there from Breach. So the foot race towards new is Optic again are able to get this scrap. But towards P3, it's only 2 players versus 3 right now from Optic and Nero. Now the last one standing.
Last man standing. Can he get some kills? Can he get some time? You're looking to hold on to the lead you've worked so hard for. Let's go for a quick listen in. Boston Breach.
No, don't. He's side time. Back.
He's back blue.
Okay, what's toolbox? I'm gonna name I'm gonna go rocks.
I saw top. I saw any top. I didn't hit the top. Try and keep this over here.
I shared the trophy now, I think.
Okay.
I'm hitting rocks.
Sun is
back.
Yep.
Back to the top. Nice.
Hit
a time. Nice. Killed that. Let's go. Nice. Good shit. Rocks. He's going through mid probably. Get that shot. I'm there. One back. Rocks. I'm back. You guys in the back. I need help. Backstairs. I need outer pipes. Outer back. I stun him. He's back left time. Outer pipe.
Keep going.
I'm coming. Reach. Keep fighting this.
Yeah, he's mid-water. He went mid-water, guys.
Mid-water?
Yep, he went like rocks.
I spawned you. Get that. Ruins cross dead. Dash is behind us. Dash is behind us. He's P1 in. P1 and Dash is behind us. He's 10. Keep going bottom L or something. Broken.
I'll take that, bro.
He's L or something. I spawned on P1.
Yeah, he's L. Yeah,
I'm gonna hold the front.
Once he made that, guys. Keep away.
I'm waiting for the back at touch rock.
Yep.
He's out. Back right. He's side rig. Going Ruins. Ruins Brandon. He's going through Ruins right now. Okay, Ruins right now. Ruins is dead. From P2 and attach rock. From P2 and attach rock.
I'm going back with you.
There's patch rock. I need left side hill. Stun on time. He's absolute hill. Top dome and back P2. Top dome man. Back to patch rock. Deep right. Top dome.
My God, it's a wild one indeed. Breach having a good time here in the hard point now. We're going to flip-flop. We're going to dive over to the other side of the stage. It's now listen in. Optic Texas.
Professor, watch out. Make sure we hold them in. First, you ask us that you're working mid lane. I don't want to hit him with the nade. I don't. I'm blocking. Can you block it? Yo, front castle door. I'm gonna play. I'm blocking. I'm blocking to the left. I'm backing up. Yo, I'll get time. I'm backing up from you guys can push. You should play Zinni if you can, Brennan. Yeah, no. I have my own water hop. Well, guys, and castle 1 HP. Castle 1 HP. Come on, there's 2 there. Watch my own water hop. What's going on mid? I think. In the back weak, yeah. You guys fall. I have the rest. I'm playing Zinni. Yeah, good. I have your mid. I have your woods. Can you just watch mid? Yeah, I have your mid. Yeah, one guy's. I saw the back. I'm not playing the game for a sec. One guy's, he's like top castle. There's 2 more. What's already past you? Watch your rinse. Water hop in front door. 2 on hill. Gotta go water hop in. One of them's one shot. One of these in for sure. Nice. Zinni, watch out. He's gonna go small. Look your small. Front right now. Bump me. They're getting parallel blue. One's on me new. Into Zinni. He's back white. Back hut. Nice. Good shot. Where they spawn? Wait, spawn on me. Arrow, don't shot. I'm cutting out P3. What's ruins? Someone just get me.
And it is a slugfest here on Hydra.
I mean, bro, heavy blows back and forth, jubilation in the comms when they realize what spawns are coming through. But now for Breach, long term, it's a good sign on the mini-map, but in the scoreboard, not so much. Dashy now up top, trying to cause problems, trying to keep methods at bay. But Boston, this is desperation hours. You are down by about 20-25 seconds, desperately trying to hold on going into new.
This is it. Business end of the hard point now. Optic Texas over 200 points, looking to find their way into 1. Big 3 out of Boston, keeping that hard point controlled. However, over towards next we go, and that's where Hook is making the swim over, trying to get himself in position. However, Boston Breach are already there. That's Awakening in the back this time.
And he has been so on point with making these P2 moments interesting. Finally, someone rotates all the way back, and Awakening is there to shut him down. So Boston, they've done the hard work. They have set themselves up for this rotation, looking for this money hill for the first time. It's not going to be mixy. They get the map pushed out. They get the setup that they want. Can Boston deliver?
Well, we'll find out. Hard points up. Here comes the hit through middle, through the ruins side of the map. Method's trying to hold down the front. He's doing a good job so far. Here comes Dashy. Well, an early win there. Not enough HP to get the job done. Lead change. Here come the streaks. Shots, he lands it. Good impact.
Got to be quick to get back inside the point. Awakening's got your cutoffs. Go and collect that time, but you give up a cut because Vivid's actually in the corner. He can keep these players far away, so you got a swimmer, but everyone else from Optic, they have their bases covered.
They might not get the swimmer. Hook has even spotted. He has. Eyes are on 2 swimmers now. Hook does get 1 kill. Awakening! Spear fishing right now, gets the 3rd as well. Oh my God, Shotzi manages to break it through the back, but is it enough?
And he got the spawns as well, so I think at least one more player is going to be quick. And Hook delivers, you give him the spawn, and he keeps the dream alive. It comes down to this next hill.
It's not going to end here, it goes over to the next. That's where Optic are now. I don't believe it. 1 more point we'll see. 5 seconds for the win, Breach.
And you have so much time to work with for a single break. You can coordinate. You can wait for the flanks. Awakening's got your entry. Everyone else through the front.
Wasn't a good look the first time round. Vivid cut down immediately on the right-hand side. Awakening from upstairs now. Can they get in? You need to get in for 5 seconds, Breach. Optic, hold them back. Awakening taken care of. No one on the point for the moment, though.
And they got the first break. Vivid, the next man in line, but it is a 2 versus 4 around the hill. And Optic Texas clean house. They turn to read the spawns, but Awakening again trying to strike.
The back line now. Illy trying to stay alive as best he can. 2 trophy systems working overtime at that point. It's 10 seconds for the win now, Optic Texas. Awakening trying to cover the boys. In they go. On the outside, who wins another one? Nero's in. Nero's in. Is anyone there? Over the top. Oh my God. Dashy crosses him up. They stay alive. Vivid. Oh my. What are we seeing? It's not over yet. Bruce can't get any more. It's 2 seconds for the win. It's the rotation. It's all down to Hook. They've done it. And that might be the best hardpoint we see in MW2.
I mean, we knew it was going to be close. We did not know it was going to be like that. Too many things to talk about. Too many things to break down. We got the last minute for you. No idea we're going to pick things up, but it was absurdities the whole way through.
We nearly broke the kill record. A ridiculous war of attrition on the hard point.
And look at Dashy, by the way, because we know he turns into making the play. Everybody spawns up for Boston. Dashy number 7 spawns up, sprints over back towards the hill. And everyone from Optic kept those forwards at play just long enough to get Bruce back in the mix. The man can fly. He had the grapple hook into the batarang for the reads. Vivid gets gunned up close, even with attacking. All of that to deliver just for the rotation. But I think the moment of the game for me, if you want to go back further, on the P2 when Boston had the setup, remember Awakening picks up the 3-piece, right? Shotzi comes through the back. Awakening tries to kill him with the pistol, and literally Shotzi gets that kill, Hook spawns up, and then actually breaks the hill for the extra few seconds. And in a 2-point game, that was all the difference they needed. So many little things had to go right for that 2-point game.
You needed one more pistol bullet to land, and Boston Breach should be 1-0 up in the series now. Well. What's next? Search?
Bagra Fortress, search and destroy. And the reason why this is a spicy one is at the start of the year, Boston, this was the only search map that they could play. In stage 1, they had a 4-1 record, but we'll get there in a second because we obviously have to tip the cap to Shotzi. Man, open things up with the 3-piece, right? And again, did not slow down. The key gunfights that he was able to win were absolutely absurd, and he might not have broken the kill record, but on Hydro, he just set one. 4K damage, 40 bomb out of him, and again on a day where it has been nothing but 3-0s, I think Shotzi knew he had to start things off right.
Yeah, well, we'll find out what happens on Bagra Fortress coming up in just a brief moment, but 250 to 248. Woo!
And now we can dive deep in it. Bagra Fortress, they've only played it in stage 1. It was the only map that they were good at, and it has been the primary ban against Boston all throughout this stage. So it's been a long time since Boston have played, but that is where they made a lot of their money early on. And of course, Optic willing to square up. Shotzi is the first blood reaper on this map. It's about a 0.35 first bloods per round, which, I mean, I think the best in the league across the board is like a 0.22. So Shotzi is completely absurd. That's the man to watch for the first bloods, and especially if he dropped a 40 bomb, you know he's feeling hot.
He was a little cold in the previous series. This time, though, scorching hot. Optic Texas have come to play anger, driving them forward here. What a crazy series we've got.
And extra reasons of why this is going to be a fun one. You got Illy with the sniper, most prolific one on this map as well. He has been the backbone for Search and Destroy, but if it's a great pick for Boston, Search and Destroy has been the bread and butter for Optic. On the flip side, an 8-3 record overall throughout stage 2. Their best game mode by a mile. Now they get to go into it with some confidence, but we talk about how it's been their best game mode. I know for Boston it's a little bit mixed here because the game 5 has not been for them, but in game 2, they've been the best team in the game. They're like 10-4 on the second map, so Boston are absolutely lethal. We know if we're talking about Shotzi on one side, I mean, Nero and Vivid, they're going to have that square-up matchup as well. Always fun. And I've said it 17 times, but for good reason. It's going to get mixy.
This is going to be a treat. Map number 2, Bagra Fortress, Search and Destroy. Immaculate conditions right now for a Boston Breach comeback to equalize in the series. We'll see if the stats and if history can repeat itself. The Shotzi, though, has been an unbelievable player since he broke into the league in 2020. We'll see if he can't find that success now. But we're going to wait a brief moment. We have had a slight PC issue on stage. We'll get into this one ASAP, and in the meantime, we can just reminisce, Chance.
Well, we can reminisce about a lot of things, and maybe some of the Awakening performances as well, right? Because the first blood numbers from Shotzi on this map, out of this world. Opening duel percentage rate, 75% is ridiculous, 15-5 overall. But you saw the KD, 1.27 is fantastic, but only good for 14th, because there's players like Awakening that are above him. Awakening is a 1.86 on this map. So, again, talk about that man's playground. We already know where he's going to be playing on defense, right? Watch watching the P1 flank. He literally locks it down. So I don't know if that's going to be an avenue for attack for Optic, but I'm dodging Awakening at all costs and trying to let Shotzi deal with everybody else.
Yeah, that's the thing right now. I mean, you go into this series, if you're Optic, you want to make sure you've done your homework as best as possible. You'll be going through the gameplay, try to find Awakening's plays. Where does he like to sit? Where's he taking fights from? Isolate him, either deal with him as quick as you can, a couple of nades in that spot, whatever it may be. Eliminate him from the equation. That's one of the game plans right now for Optic.
It'll also be fun to see if Boston have evolved their game plan. Because again, if they haven't played it since stage 1, they've now been able to kick back through stage 2, watch everybody else play, evaluate what works, what doesn't, what you can fit into your own system. And of course, study teams like Optic, who have had success on this map. I know I said 4-1 for the side of Boston. Well, it's been a fantastic one for Optic as well. 2-0 with this roster. Even before that, they've been solid. So menaces on both sides of the stage for Fortress S&D.
Boy, do they look good doing it. Both Boston Breach and Optic Texas. Handsome. And you can be too. Don't forget, you can grab your Call of Duty League team packs available now in the Modern Warfare 2 or Warzone 2.0 stores. You can look as gorgeous as our green-clad heroes on stage. Both Boston Breach, Optic Texas, available in the store now. Whatever shade of green takes your fancy, it's there. Not to mention a bit of Mutineers love there. Of course, they got a bit of green in there too. And of course, don't forget the other teams who are still in this tournament. More on them tomorrow. Who will join them? We'll find out in a couple of maps' time. Until then, take 2 on our Bagra Fortress.
Round 2, run it back. Exciting to watch as well. I know we saw JP, the analyst for Optic, up there dishing out the goods. A lot of creative possibilities for a map that typically is standard in the way you play it, but new jump up spots. I mean, Havoc showed us something new just the other day. Always so much to learn. And by the looks of it, at least what I can see so far, Illy might not be kicking things off with a sniper. I know he loves to use it, but he switched to like 3 different weapons, but I think it's the TAC 56 for him off the rip. It'll be Optic on offense first.
There they go, into map number 2, ladies and gentlemen. The old classic stun door strat upstairs, bottom side of the fortress, to see what happens here. As both teams will vie for position. Illy known for sniping towards that double doors side of the map over by A bomb site. See if he does it this time.
And keep in mind, no one has dead silence. Nero was very speedy in getting up pop. And yeah, strikes for the first blood, already bombed down. Nero prime position. Shotzi gets red as well. And they have not skipped a single beat. Boston, welcome to the S&D.
They have smacked them in round 1. An electrifying opener there from Boston Breach. They have had their way with Optic Texas.
That's just clean movement as well. Nero just snapped into position as quickly as you possibly could ask him to. Might have been able to hear Hook wiggling up those stairs, dropped them immediately, and just pounced on the round, setting the tone in the S&D.
Time to swap sides now and see how Optic Texas fare on defense. Nero, 3 on the round. He has been a dangerous man.
And if I'm in, I'm pushing the pace. He's got the bomb. You got dead silence as well. Get up in the mix and make the best of what you can. Actually gets hit with a stun off the rib, so we'll slow you down just a touch. Clears out the jump up. That's available, but he's looking at both the jump ups from that angle. Obviously on the flip side, talk about angles on this map. Illy through a crack.
He's really trying to thread the needle through that tiny, tiny little space, and he may be able to do it. We've seen him do it many times before. Will we find another here? Hook with the first blood, looking to get the second. There's the work for Nero. Gets himself his 4th in a row methods. Oh, he's getting a bit ambitious. Will he read this? He spots out Illy. Or will he go for it? But there's a sneaky slithering shot. He just hit his ankles. Hello.
He at least got one, though. Now you have Shotzi on site. Yeah, I was going to say he has to do a little dance to get out of dodge, but Awakening's going hunting. You've trapped him in a corner, but Shotzi still is able to get one.
He's trapped.
No trades coming through. Number 7, Dashi, is flying for support. Nero got out just quick enough. And for Nero, this is for the round. This is for the cruise.
Oh, what an opening. And Dashi's had to back on up now. 30 seconds to play with. There's the fight. Dashi will take the tactical retreat. He knows Nero's on streak. Oh, Jesus! Ooh! That's a 1v1 out of Nero with the TAC 56. It's back to back, and what a win.
That man is cracked. Picks up the TAC 56, hits the YY, and shreds him. Guns him down. 2 rounds in, already 6 kills. Operation Get Nero nearby.
This is a terrifying prospect. When Nero gets going, we have seen him just do unspeakable things to teams. Double-digit kills in Search and Destroy. This is the makings of another one of those performances. I mean, he is leading the lobby and some at 6. Let's see what happens now, though. That's the stun check on the doors. Here comes the courtyard check. Optic know what's up.
You also have Boston, by the way, playing like distant. Awakening's over by the B bomb site, so they're waiting for interesting play calls coming out, but they got near Nero, and hey, at least you trade him out. You'll take that every day of the week. Illy for 2 in man advantage now for Texas.
Look out for number 8 as well. Hook, oh man, he just hits the double windows, takes care of Awakening. All now down to Methods 1v3. Not in a possible spot. They don't exactly know where he is. They are going to have to try to commit something here. Make sure this A-bomb site's totally safe. They've got the numbers. They can go for the plant.
Well, now you know his position, so no need to plant the bomb just yet. Get everybody surrounded and just let Illy take care of business. Gets the bounce back, and again, I'd say for Optic, after how those first 2 rounds went, as long as you are trading out Nero, you're feeling good about your potential. Illy able to put up 3.
I mean, I'd worry now for Optic, basically, with a cruise missile in play, you can't plant towards B on these offensive rounds. It's so open, there's not a lot of place to hide. It does change the game dramatically early on. Let's see how things evolve.
You just have to be particular about your trophy usage as well. Got to stay on top of it, got to make the reads, and always stay nearby. But Boston back on the attack. Nothing too crazy just yet. Standard little hit over towards A. Illy. He's looking for the angles and not going to get it. Gets traded out. But again, if Nero's dead, maybe you're feeling good. But big wake with the Vazmed there for the reads.
Hook's taking a bit of damage, not to deter him from pushing forward. Dead Silent still active. Oh, and he's getting mobile. Big wake, though. Snips him out. Over to Dashi now. Makes it a 1v2. Dead, he popped. He's now on the move.
He didn't get spotted either. He was able to cross out. Plenty of time for Boston, but
oh my,
those 2 players, they're looking for the kill, and I don't know if they spotted him.
He saw them.
So look at this, by the way. This is what's going to be the play call. I don't know if they realize that Dashi is behind, but number 3, Awakening, he's just cutting off the entire middle of the map. Methods is going to get the bomb down for free. Dashi is going to read it, but Awakening just needs to stay alive as long as possible. He just wants to burn time. Dashi going to try to hunt him down. The nade might be enough to get it done, and he's worried about the trades, but Methods, belly down, not moving.
I mean, there's off angles, and then there's this. Zinni's making a lot of noise, though, so Methods has to play this sensibly. Will Dashi check it? Absolutely no! Whoa, 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 whoa! Boston with a round.
And we were thinking maybe Methods making noise, but no, Dashi, he is jumping around, so Methods hears that from a mile away, and I think Dashi was expecting the AR to be posted towards the back of the map, so that's all about that time that Awakening buys. Methods is sprinting to help out his teammate. As soon as Awakening falls, Methods just pumps the brakes, knows he has the intel, and makes the good play. Clean working in 2v1, and I know Nero had the hot start, but Awakening, the 2 kills he had in that round, he's a menace watching the flank. Normally it's with the tag. This time he pulled out the Vaznev and started making reads, so Awakening can do it all.
Aggressive work here on defense from Boston.
Yeah, no thank you.
See you. Heavy tags, backed on up. Awakening, oh, the Dolphin dive to safety. He gets away with his life. Everyone will be fighting fit in a moment. We will lick our wounds and we will get into sortie number 2 here on the round.
And there's no pressure on Boston. They have 2 players that can watch the cross to that A site, so they know the bomb's not going down yet. And you hear sniper shots getting rung out as well. So it looks like Illy's looking for the pick before Optic pounce. And look at this little standoff.
Whoa, hello. Nero says, not today, good sir. That's a nice first blood. You see the sniper still ring out. So again, that's going to give you a great indicator of where these players are. That's what Awakening's nade's for here. Try to catch it. Beautiful work. Nice nade. 4v2. Here comes Shotzi. On the other side of the board, though, Vivid. He's flying as well. Here comes the next. Boston again. What a round. It's 4-1.
I mean, look, it's been such a long time since we have seen Boston play this map. But they were elite in stage 1 on it. It was their bread and butter, and so many things have not slowed down. Just another round where Boston play incredibly patient. They wait for players to pop up either bottom or top green or art, whichever you want to call it, and they just so efficient at getting those first bloods. Nero 9-2, but everybody right now from Breach, they've been on point.
Here we go. This is going to hurt. Guns up. Oh, I didn't know who was going to hurt. It definitely hurt Boston, down 2 men early on. And Hook narrowly missing the jump. The nade will be eaten alive by the trophy system, and he try again. Here he goes.
They're just looking to be aggressive on this. Put the stamp on the round, but Shotzi gives away a freebie. So now it's only a 2 versus 3 and still plenty of time for Boston to try and make moves. Oof. Awakening Methods looking to clutch and Awakening. Just looking for life.
Life flashed before his eyes there and it looked like a trophy system. 2v3.
And Optic are split. They're on Awakening down and Hook wins the gunfight. Could have gotten spicy, but makes the dead silence play. Leaves Methods in the 1 versus 3, and he's got a little bit of intel, but a long way to go.
Let's see what he does with it. Oh, not a whole lot. Hey, I'll take that. What? No way did he get the second. Hey, that was a confidence round there from Methods.
Exclamation point, headshot multiplier. Optic get on the board, though. Hyper aggressive play call right, double challenge out through the archways. They were down 4-1, making moves like that, so no lack of confidence on the right side of that stage.
And that's the key in this series for me, man. It's Boston Breach. You need to find that confidence. You're such a capable team. You've got so much skill there, so much talent. It's the game 5s that have been letting you down, the real hindrance there. Don't go there, no problem. Optic, same thing. So strong, so capable.
Well, Vivid saw him cross back, so no fear of the P1 pushing to get rid of the trophy. By the way, Nero still has the cruise missile. If you know that the trophy is gone, this would be a perfect round to use it.
Who's got top side cover, top single window? Here comes Streaks.
Too late, too late.
Up. Optic going to be back in position. Can Vivid beat them to it? No, he can't. It's Big Wake there, letting them know with the sidearm. Who's going to reach out? Illy finds 2 on the round. Oh my word, here comes the hit. Nero trying to stay alive desperately. Not a lot of time left on the round. That bomb's going to go boom.
Oh, he's chasing, whoa, gets the next one, 2v2, but only 22 seconds as the dead silence had to fly in 5, but Illy with the ace.
Unbelievable. We didn't see the first 2, but the last 2 essential rounds, and Optic start to fight back.
And 2 rounds in a row for Optic where the aggression is the key thing. That trophy gets shot. If they don't plant straight away, that cruise missile dismantles the round. Instead, they're able to retreat, get back in the mix, and Illy just instantly back in position in Fries. 2 rounds for Optic playing at a lightning pace. Do they continue to try to keep that up?
It might be the cruise missile that cost Boston this time round. 1 more round for the equalizer.
They're trying to get, they are out and about.
Going in, shots, he's found himself a sweet corner. Look at that line across the map now from Optic Texas. They're expecting a B hit.
And I don't think they know. They got Shotzi out here with the tag. They're nading the wrong thing, and it's a freebie first blood. The game plan on point.
Here comes the hit from Hook. He's going to now fight his way forward. Should be able to take care of Vivid. Shotzi's going to get away with his life. Optic playing the map so brilliantly right now. However, towards the back line. Methods has managed to go towards A.
This is everybody playing for Optic, dude. They are flying at them and frying them along the way. Oh. And Illy knows everything.
It's another sensational kill from Illy. What can Methods do? It's a 1v4. The equalizer has been found.
And the backbone for Optic and Search and Destroy, Illy is piecing up 11 and 5. He's caught up to Nero. He's got a cruise of his own. Illy just flipped the switch, and even on the play call front, aggression has been key. This time they get Shotzi out into position, and he had the tack in hand. 3 rounds in a row, 7 spree from Illy. He is in his element.
We promised no more 3-0s today, but you never truly know. Here we go. Dashy with the opening blood. God knows how that one came to be. But for now, Nero scrambling to try to make his way to the top side of Fortress safely. He's made his way in, making a decent amount of sound, though, towards the backside of the site. Illy. Here come the streaks.
Can he find any trophies out or maybe force these players inside? The best chance is probably in the archway. See if you get the read. Methods does have the trophy. It's there to protect, but you have the information. Number 6 is flying at him. Shotzi, this is a Vaznev. This is the gunfight you dream of.
Oh, here it comes. Methods turning away. 2v3. Advantage, Optic Texas.
You got players behind enemy lines as well. Who's got dead silence? Who's got dead silence? And they couldn't hear him coming. He does get traded. This is Nero for a 1 versus 3. Pops the dead silence, and he is moving.
Moving, but is he moving the right direction? He's not going to spot.
Wait, what is
out? Shotzi's underneath the archway. Great work, 1v1. Nero is rolling. Shotzi is laying prone on a crate. Oh, now seated, and he's creeping his way forward. 25 seconds on the clock. Will Nero check this? He is moving with tremendous pace, and he's just run past him. Unbelievable. 20 seconds to go. Uh-oh. Wait, oh my sweet Christmas. Not a what is going on? You're going to check this in a minute and it's going to make you scream, Shotzi! How many times, how many moments where it could have gone Nero's way? Map point, Optic.
And I want to hear the Optic comms when they were down 4-1, because it seemed like they just said, we're better than these guys. Just start flying, get them. Dashy again in that moment, I think he just insta-chowed out P1. He found a first blood in the first 6 seconds of the round just to give it the odds. They already had the cruise missile in the back pocket. That is now 4 rounds in a row for Optic. Everything has been hyper aggressive. I see no reason to slow down.
Right, Boston now, you've been hit by that Shotzi magic. Don't forget the game plan. Keep the comms up. Don't let this get out of hand. Illy waiting so patiently here time and time again.
Oh my God,
and it's
another
your
one.
boy Anthony Cuevas Castro with an nade.
These guys are in their back. They even switched up the pace and just getting with the nades. They can do everything. Awakening's been in this spot before. And Shotzi just doing the dance. Baits out 2 different players, and he's still making moves.
But he made perfect reads. They can't stop him. Unstoppable run. And they were down so bad. And now you can stake all you want, but Awakening in a seemingly impossible situation, and it is done. The comeback is complete. Optic Texas take the lead.
Broke him down in the hard point and just broke him down again in the search and destroy. 5 rounds in a row. Every play call absolutely perfect. Aggressive when they need to be. Get the nades for the first blood when they want it. The comms from Optic in those final rounds had to have been spectacular. Read them like a book, and they broke them down in the first 2 maps. Now if they can get that final break for another 3-0 on the day, but Illy, I don't know how many rounds in a row. They were down 4-1. It seemed like 3 or 4 back-to-back-to-back, piecing them up left and right. And the only player on Boston able to collect a single first blood was Nero. And hey, he gave you 4, gave you the best effort, but once Optic started getting hot, no one was stopping that train.
Outstanding work there from Illy. As 2 nail biters come to a close. The 2 seconds on Hydrone. 2 rounds there on Fortress. Whoa, where do we go from here? Well, we go to Asilo control. And I cannot, I mean, my hands are way up here. I can't, there's no way this is a 3-0, right?
Well, at this point, it kind of is looking like a 3-0, because again, the biggest problem for Boston has been things like the Game 5. Then problem is the ice, and now they got to try for a reverse sweep. Optic, though, and cruise control.
Well, cruise control indeed. We're going to take a quick visit now to the writer's room and make sure this isn't a 3-0. When we come back after the break, Asilo control, and you bet things are going to get crazy. Don't go too far, friends. This is the CDL. here in Boston. As map number 3 crawls around the corner to El Asilo we go. We promised you some shenanigans. It's going to get crazy, and it might just do that. The crowd is electrified. There are t-shirts flying through the air, and for now, it's the Scuff play of the game. And who else or what else could we give it to except for the final few moments chance of that ridiculous hard point?
This is one of those games we can watch back. I mean, I don't know how many times before we get tired of it. Ridiculous stuff through and through. Dashy again. I don't know how many times he's like cranked up and clutched for the team just this weekend alone, but Dashy has been absolutely ridiculous. The setup was there. Shots he's dropping 40. I mean, map 1 literally had it all.
Yeah, I mean, it was whatever you wanted. Perfect timing, good work out of Boston. 5 seconds, 5 measly seconds, and Optic gave them nearly nothing. The final, 3 or 4 kills from Dashy to cross up from the top side. Unbelievable kills on such brilliant players.
And I guess the only final question for me on this is how quickly did Optic know that they could rotate? Which player actually made the call and the realization? Because at the moment, Dashy is just desperate for a little bit of help. So 7 and 5 slot in, and right there 8 turns around. So Hook with 5 seconds left on ult is like, oh yeah, we could just win the game of this one. Dashy is final. He got us that moment, and hey, delivered us map 1.
I mean, Hook all he had to do is lay prone and chill. But there was no chill in the venue. An insane opening to the series. The regain was there, of course, from Boston Breach as we rolled into the search and destroy. And if you have just joined us, this is the final moment for Boston to pull things back here in their home series. They've got one more map. They need to fight forward. It's going to be a tough one. Otherwise, it's another 3-0, and I would be very surprised and a little bit embarrassed.
Oh, speaking of 3-0s, though, that actually is Boston's record on this map. So they're undefeated on Asilo control, and we'll see if they can keep it up and continue it. But I don't know. No lead is trustworthy at this point. Optic are looking ferocious. This is going to be a long one. A lot of long-range gunfights, and maybe Method's feeling a little bit of that pain. Whether or not Scump's on the other side. Struggling so far, and that is a player that is not struggling. He is having a dandy time. Shotzzy, obviously, at least map 1 MVP. I know Illy started taking over map 2. These players on Optic have been taking turns for the pop-off potential.
Here we go into control. This has been an incredibly exciting map to watch these players play on. And it's a slow and awkward start, and Vivid might be able to get loads out of this or nothing. And Shotzzy cuts him in half with a Vaznev.
This is, players kind of scattered all over the map. Nero's going to be on the quick flank. Shotzzy maybe looking to deal with him. Nero actually maybe aggressive enough to get pretty good timing. Shotzzy's going hunted, but now he has become the prey. Nero just took the longest route to try to set his team up, but in the meantime, everybody else is getting cut down. Optic pushing the pace right from the jump.
And look at Hook go. Second segment's already cleaned up, and he's made his way across map. He might be able to catch a kill or 2 here. That would be outstanding work from the youngster, the newest addition technically to the squad, as they're about to close out A as well. Optic, an incredible opener.
Well, this is maybe a last-ditch effort. Nero trying to make the play, but everything is getting shut down. Comfortable, clean, and easy. Compassionate around the map right now. Optic trying to dish out the goods, and right now Boston looking to stabilize, and hey, that is the 3 kills that they needed. Settle down just a little bit. Try to settle for a little bit of map control. You see Shotzzy actually for the approach on this one. He's already pulled out the tack.
Different looks across the field, and that's where he's going towards the final zone remaining in the round. It's B. And Shotzzy, slowly but surely coming forward. Methods first up, wins the battle. Nero gets one of his own, and now Hoop will roam the halls of El Asilo and try to cause nothing but discourse and chaos now for the Lions of Boston Breach.
Well, you see the pace has truly been slowed down quite a bit. Hoop gave away his position with the stun, so no, he's on the stairs and gets cleaned up because of it. The Vaznev's picking things up just a little bit here for Boston. As you see Optic, they have all the pressure on the bottom side of the minimap, if anything. Shotzzy's going to be taking distant routes, and you can see Optic just not comfortable, not able to clear anything out. They're going to be spawning far away and trying to work your way around back, and killing Vivid does not seem like it's a fun time. Number 4 in a row. And Shotzzy, the last man standing for Optic, but Boston, they have everything covered. They know Shotzzy's behind enemy lines. So you got number 3 looking for him. Everyone else is causing so many problems. Also, everybody just spawned on top of those poor Boston players.
Poor Boston players walk away with a couple of kills and streaks now for Vivid. Nero's Vaznev not quite as effective at range, but that's good news to pass on to his teammates. However, Shotzzy, he is the top of the mound. Oh, he's dead. Top of the hill, gone, taken care of. Claims it. A few more. as Boston spring the light.
Oh, he is challenge right now. Nero feeling himself. We talk about Vivid going on the spree to get the streaks, but Nero right now 9-3, feeling like he can't miss and certainly playing like he isn't. You had more than 2 minutes just about for Optic to try to capture 1 point. They have gotten slaughtered since then.
I don't even know if they've touched the B zone since that moment. So final 20 seconds here. As Boston strengthen their already incredibly strong lines. Nero. Oh my God. That was filthy. The cross up on the other side of the door. Final few seconds. 10-3 from Nero. As Hook finally gets on the point.
Nero is twisted though, but maybe this is it. Actually, everyone from Boston just spawned so far away, they might have to burn the crew.
Optic are flying forward. There's 3 of them on the point now. How many kills can you get, Boston? You cannot lose it like this. A single segment gone. Here comes the streaks. Trophy saves them. Absolute madness. They're still alive on the point. There are 2 remaining. Dashi trying to keep his boys safe. Get them in there. Slow down the reinforcements. He does. Final segment. Final segment. They're all dead. They're all done. I don't believe it. They only needed 1 chance, 1 shot. And Optic have captured the point.
We are witnessing different flavors of breakdowns in this series. I mean, you had the perfect opening break over towards the A zone. After that, Boston flipped the switch. They had like a 16-5 life lead. No life at all on the map, no openings, and all of a sudden, they just found the clean 4 down. Boston spawns out, they burn a cruise, get nothing, and all of that effort for nothing. That is a dagger round. Boston got to be feeling pain after that one.
We got the variety pack, you know, Chance, all the different flavors, man. What flavor will we sample this time round? 2 players from Boston upstairs. Shotzzy, his teammates are there to give him the information, and he may cross over and get this one going. Hook keeping downstairs all noisy and dangerous. Shotzzy backing him up. Kills going the way now of Optic.
And this is Optic's opportunity just to get fluid with it. I mean, a round like that essentially feels like it's a freebie, and Shotzzy now just gets to roam around up top. Dead Silence just about to run out, but gets the kill in the final moment, gets the reset, and Shotzzy can just continue to do his thing. His teammates are picking up the kills, and for Boston, this is the worst thing you ever have to do. Try to find Shotzzy.
Like trying to find a needle in a stack of needles. He's right there. Another one bites the dust. Can Awakening find him? Nope, he's gone. See him, mate.
And he's just slowing the pace down. Like, they're spending so much time looking for Shotzzy, barely any pressure on the map. You have 1 player that's over towards A for Nero, but now Shotzzy and Hoop get in the mix. And the heat map for Shotzzy, he's just lived inside your base. Now Boston are forced to go over towards B, but even Shotzzy gets to be the cutoff man. You can never feel comfortable. They know they're in a pinch. And right now, Optic trying to close in around them and suffocate them.
This is what we like to call flow state. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Good job, Nero. See, called that one perfectly. Over towards B, though. Nearly get the single segment. Can they get close enough? Hook's holding them back. Awakening. Can he fight his way forward? There's a tiny little bit left. He's got to get on there. And there we go. Onto A. Stops the clock there. Draws the attention of the defenders. They might be able to snag B2.
You're down to like 7 seconds, though, right now. You have to live on this point. You have to be so clean if you're Boston, but they get 3 down. But even Shotzzy trying to soften up the blow. The nade's going to connect. Might fly out to kill Awakening, and again, that clock will tick. But Awakening falls, and you see Boston bought the pressure over towards A, but Shotzzy, he's here.
Optic will oscillate immediately over towards the A side of the map now. Shotzzy has eaten all sorts of bad things just there, getting taken care of. Vivid finds a couple of kills. Life count still close enough, and then we go. A captured. An additional minute to play with here in the round.
I mean, from the depths, Boston just found a way. Still, though, close on life count. And a minute on the clock is not a massive amount of time to work with, but they have all the map pressure. They surrounded the B zone. Hugo gets that entry. You got trades coming back and forth. Vivid can't find this second. Bruce is beaming.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for that class. That looks pretty good, if you ask me. He's Dashi, keeping things all together. The main AR now, counterpart on the other side of the map, dealing with Illy and the combined efforts of Shotzzy there. So, clock still ticking. 2 segments of B remain.
Awakening's nearby, but the support is not yet in. He doesn't have a trophy as well. Getting it slowly and trying to find the extra pressure, but he's going to fall a little bit too tall for his boots. But 2 players are now on point. Vivid right nearby. This is the moment for Boston.
So aggressive. This is exactly what they need. Tags in from Vivid. Slow Hook down at the very best. Try to find these kills. Keeping the going at B. 2 players on it. 1 segment left. The kills are there. Vivid's got to keep them going. Still keeping the capture alive. I don't believe it. Are we seeing it? Are we seeing it again? Another round. Another offensive round. Oh, baby, what a control this is.
At least that one felt more standard.
Yeah.
Boston putting in some serious work. There was no hero plays. It was just clean, efficient work after they got the pressure on the site. So Boston have some fight in them. The bounce back is there. No sight of a collapse.
Awakening looks like a mix of Peter Griffin
Potential.
and Barbara.
Loser for top 6. Winner continues to play.
Unbelievable. What a tournament.
I don't know.
Not over yet.
I mean, maybe a little bit.
Final match of Saturday, always a delight. Who goes to Sunday? There's Shotzi. Moments of true magic in the previous round. Now, though, on attack. It looks like Optic have got their eyes towards B. Let's see how the kills treat them.
Yeah, you see Shotzi's been flexing out so much as well, bouncing back and forth between the two different weapons on basically every map that we've had. But Hoog's taking a wide route just to get over the A side and has a little bit of help from Shotzi, who has made moves with attack. And Shotzi, the AR apparently for this team, able to get to Nero annoying on the flanks. But you see Optic, they have bodies all over the map. Fortunately for them, the kill's not yet coming through.
You got insurance policy just in
Hey,
case
no,
it doesn't
you're
work
right.
out towards A
like
here. Dashi, the top of the mound, over towards B now, capturing both points at once.
Nice win.
Awakening for his 5th kill in a row.
Hey,
That's a
Awakening
sensational
looks
kill.
like he
Yeah, I
can
mean,
be
the Cruz is
low-key
nice, but
Aiden's
obviously,
brother.
you see the
I don't know if you
trophies
guys know
always so
Aiden, the
present.
streamer. Plays Warzone
This
a
is
lot.
the next one in line. Illy backed him down and shuts him down as well. You got Vivid for the trades to the B zone, nice and secure. That first take never came through. And Boston with a
literally
small
trying
life
to get
lead,
his
and
whole
more
body,
importantly,
his
plenty
whole
of pressure
soul
on the
into
map.
his screen, bro.
Drains some of the progress in the B zone. Not quite all of it. Now to push the front line forward. Look at those white arrows on the minimap. That's Optic. The 2-2 split. Will the Boston defenders be able to deal with them? Vivid looks like he's got one. A few more to go.
Yeah, Nero still twisted as well. 21 and 10, and he added next one. He can hear all these players as well. This man is in the zone.
Hey, chat, if you're going to come to the stream tomorrow, let me get a W in the chat.
Towards A. Oh, but it doesn't matter.
I'm
Shots he can
literally
see
teaching
him.
my wife tonight
Sensory overload there.
how to
and then
get
go off.
the
Doesn't seem
computer
to
set
change
up and
much.
everything just so the stream can be on while I'm at work.
Immediately back into the fight.
This man is laser focused. You also had Methods pushing up, so they're going to be forcing out those right side spawns. But A nearly captured. Awakening trying to slow him down. Dashi maybe the next one in line to fall. A stranglehold on the map to Shotzi trying to keep it open. All the players on Optic are going to be near their A zone. So quick, should be able to get it captured, but kind of similar to the first round, a massive life lead. Well, at least only 6 right now for Boston.
We know how these attacking rounds go, though. Optic Texas 12 lives to throw the B point in a bid to take control. Methods. Toe-to-toe with Shotzi.
Nice win.
That's a scary fight.
Just trying to keep things secure. 2 players for Boston over towards Garage. And talk about a trade you need to get. Awakening delivers. All the pressure from Optic now coming through the mid. They're trying to get these bad spawns for Boston if they can force them. But it's going to take a little bit of time to orchestrate.
Oh, Awakening trying to poop the party that Optic have set up here. Nice shots at range there. The Shotzi's out of the equation. The trophy a little too late to this one. As Hook now gunning for him. Awakening, how long can you stay alive? Tagged up. He's waiting for his teammates to come out of spawn and help him. That's great coverage from Methods. Awakening stays alive.
This man is doing pirouettes and he's beaming at the same time. Boston have kept it secure, but we already know 30 seconds left and 6 lives. That is all Optic needs.
It takes less than that to see the round vanish. 11 lives, so Boston breach on defense still. Hello, right into the lap of Nero. Trades abound though, inside of the map, not safe. The last 3 members alive, all on the point, and they're done.
And Hook on the flank. Look at where Boston are spawning. Hook's on the flank, so things are going fast. Methods wins a big one though to keep these players slowed down. But Hook is still going on his tear, trying to keep him away. Hook is doing everything. He's bought him to the point.
7.9 seconds are on the point now. It's a 2-man stack. Can you get involved? Nero, you have got to go so big. You've got to get Dash off of it. Shotzi's got the coverage there. Now the players from behind. Second bit of progress gone. Are we seeing it again? Is it deja vu? We're running out of lives. Illy, they're at range.
Oh, bro.
He may have just done it.
Good shit, bro.
The 3 from Illy. It seals the deal. And another attacking round win.
Hey, they feeling it. They're feeling
Optic
it, man.
Texas,
This might be it.
Match point.
Hook is an absolute monster. I mean, you had guys like Vivid down low, getting kills on Optic, keeping the push a little bit scattered, and then Hook just starts world starring in your spawn with the Vaznev, manipulating the spawns at the same time. In miraculous plays, Optic are orchestrating on offense. I mean, Nero's trying to put on for his team right now. Man has 26 kills. But in those final moments, Optic They have just been so clutch.
What a contest this has been. Here we go. Boston, can they do it again? Win another attacking round. Optic just have to hold the line for over a minute. 28 lives. The shots he tries to whittle them down.
And this is again, I mean, we saw the previous round when he's on defense. He just loves to get behind you and cause problems. And he knows that as long as he is alive, that is incredibly valuable.
Wings from
Eventually,
where,
though,
bro?
does get caught. So the slow progress on A, continuing to develop.
Wing stop.
Waving from down range, going back down illy. Still, the Boston have only left one player alive on the point, but Methods does deliver with the gunfight win. So A-Zone continues to get captured. You see Optic what they're doing. It's the top side of the map where most of those players are going to roam. They're just looking to keep things under control.
Shotzzy just chilling. Nero silently making his way to the top side here of El Asilo. Top side of the party as well. Great work. Vivid and Nero both in the feed. Get those kills. 2 minutes added to the clock. They're immediately onto B. You've got numbers.
I think
you
it's
can do
safe
it
to
right
say
here,
Z Nation
right
and
now.
Jono
My
are
goodness.
buddies, right?
What a moment this could be.
Just snap on it. Just snap on it to go. At least a double stack for the moment, but all three players nearby. Dashy at least able to take down one, but that first tick is through. And you even have Methods, the AR, trying to work up on the mountain. So the players out of the hill fall, but long term, at least you got one guy in the right spot. But looks like Methods doesn't have hops. Can't quite get up to the top. It just needs to find some intro because the rest of Optic are now just jumping on Methods as teammates. So even if he gets a kill, he's sort of out of the play. And able to get the first, but he does get traded out, but at least his teammates are a little bit closer.
David going for the old howitzer approach there with the Semtex. Illy is going to reposition, should be able to catch him out here. Full health regen, onto the point we now go. A little bit of back and forth. Again, you are trying to get those reinforcements forward. Hook is the man delaying that plan. Illy at the front as well. Boston all down.
Yeah, Illy had a slow start to this game, by the way. He's turned things around, caught back up to the rest of the lobby, and now Boston lost enough map pressure that they're going to start to work these flanks, but a minute and 10 seconds to work with. And Shotzzy back in his happy place.
It really is just always behind. There you go. Awakening has to turn. Immediately halts the progress. It halts the advance now. Pressure. Oh my God. Awakening got another one there with a little bit of help from Vivid. Now, surely, you should be able to get on towards the B point.
And a key gunfight as well. If Vivid can take down Dashy, it could have been a moment, but Dashy there. Oh! I see, and now Hook snapping into position as well. Boston has nobody anywhere near the B zone, and they are staring down the barrel of another 3-0.
No way. Vivid lives. 35 seconds remain now in Boston Breach's tournament, unless Vivid can get onto that point. His teammates are there in position, but Shotzzy, he is about to play spoiler. Ooh, doesn't finish the kill, his teammates do though. Awakening now, pressure, keeping the point alive. 30 seconds remaining. Starting to get those numbers forward. Go, Boston, go. Under the coverage of Awakening from the back line. They clear up one, less than 30 to go.
This is your tournament. This is your tournament right here, right now. You get a little bit of pressure towards the front. You have now made it to the zone. All of these gunfights. Talk about the importance.
Here we go. Starting to get players towards it. Dashy finds the angle.
Oh, that's
Optic
two.
fight
That's
forward.
three.
They fight forward. And I don't believe what we're seeing here. I don't believe it. It's another 3-0. Boston, you've not got the time or the space to work with. They've got to go. Fly forward, run. Lives are out. A few more seconds. Who cuts down the last man? It is over. It's done. No one there. Optic hold it. And it's another 3-0. I do not believe my eyes. Another
That's what I'm talking about, bro.
3-0, and it may have been an outstanding
3-0, that's
contest.
redemption right there.
But Optic Texas have somehow pulled out a 3-0 in that series.
And look, man, you go to that Hydro. Boston put themselves in a situation where they were 5 seconds away from winning the game on like a P2. Shotzzy makes the push. Hook's there for the follow-up off spawn and buys them to the next hill. Optic then have to do enough to force it to another rotation to win a 2-point game. Optic found themselves down 4-1
there's a bunch of 3-0s. There's like 4
search and
3-0s,
destroy
isn't there?
and make
Nah,
the
3 of them.
comeback. And both of their rounds on offense that they win.
Hey, well, hopefully you guys had a good
lives
time
remaining.
at the channel. I wasn't here most of the day. I literally just got back from this, so I've been out almost all day. But you know the stream had to be up and running for you guys. If you guys enjoyed it, hit that like, sub, and then I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right. I'll still be watching from work, but I'm gonna have my wife doing everything behind the scenes back here. So
an unbelievable show
Real
from
quick.
start to finish. You
Shout
have to
out
hand it to
chat.
Boston
Hey,
Breach.
you guys are real
It is a
ones. Thanks for dropping by, man. I
painful,
really appreciate you guys for real.
exit from their own
I'm gonna leave it on for a little bit, right? And then
But boy, did they
for those
put on a
that
show
like
for the
paused it, I'm gonna
fans.
leave it on for a bit,
And I'm sure
and
one
I'm
of
pretty
them
much
will
gonna end it. But I'll see you guys tomorrow, right?
You'd
Don't miss
have
it.
to have
Peace.
a lengthy conversation to figure out who the MVP of that series was for Optic, because Illy, with the play calls he was making in the S&D, shots he dropped 40 on him in the hydro hard point. You had Dashi making the heroic final play in those moments. You had Hook going on the flanks on those offenses round of the control and opening things up. Such a well-rounded effort from Optic Texas. Everybody was on fire.
Unbelievable. Everyone was on fire indeed. I just cannot believe it was another 3-0. Well, one man who was on fire a little bit more than others at times is on stage right now with Blaze, and that man is shot.
Are they serving alcohol? Huh? Are they serving alcohol?
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Yo, what a weekend this has been. Give it up for Optic Texas as they progress to Championship Sunday. Shotzi, when you saw the script this weekend, did you see it playing out like this?
Definitely not. You know, this script is crazy, I'll tell you that.
It really is crazy, okay? And the craziest part of it, especially in this series, I want to go back to that map number 1 because it had to be one of the sickest hard points we ever saw. You guys were down by about 40 points, rotating to that last hill. Talk to me about it from your perspective on what happened.
Dude, that was crazy towards the end. I'm pretty sure they could have won off that P2, and then I'm pretty sure we glided or something like that. We ended up breaking. Kyler ended up popping a 2-piece on the P2. He got that scrap time. Then we had the rotation for new, and then from there we just held the spawns. Brandon popped like a 5. Something crazy.
Popped off. Oh man. Now you're going to Championship Sunday, okay? Your squad is popping off. How you feel right now playing in one of the sickest crowds in which we've ever seen?
This crowd's crazy, man. I couldn't tell if they were cheering for Boston or us, but nonetheless, whoever you guys are rooting for, we appreciate you guys.
Yeah, you know, hey, it was a tough matchup, but the hometown team put up a fight, and it was a tough one right there. Anything you want to say there to this hometown crowd and the people that's supporting you?
You guys are crazy, man. Keep cheering for whoever team you guys are going for. We love you guys, and yeah, hopefully Sunday is going to be fun.
Yeah, hopefully it's fun. I'm sure it will be. Fenway, that's going to do it for us tonight. Chris, close us out.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And on behalf of everyone here at this CDL, I just want to thank the Academy. Best screenplay of 2023. It's unfolding live at the MGM Music Hall here in Boston. Brycey joining Alley Cat, Nameless, and I on the desk as we look back at a ridiculous day of 3-0s. 5 matches, 15 map wins, and they were all tight in the final 3. Let's take a look at some of the big ones on the day, though, and we're going to start here with Boston. Start to the day, Alley. That had to face the Gorillas. You're going up against Joe Deceives, Assault, who is coming off a rough match. You know the potential of this squad. How did Boston handle our purple team?
It really was just warming up in that map 1. They were down by quite a bit there in the beginning, and then it seemed like Vivid seemed to find his groove, and from then on, it was all of Boston. I think what they really impressed had to be with that search and destroy. Vivid with a huge 1v2 on an Exceed, who did all he could. I mean, 13-8 going into that series where like Exceed needs to continue that S&D excellence. He did what he could, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough in the end.
Incredible stuff in all of the hard points from Boston this weekend. I think everyone was at least entertained, a little bit frustrated by this most recent one, but what a series for all the players from Boston. They all took turns. Vivid, a rock star. You had Nero at times doing it, but they weren't the only ones scoring big points. We got to talk about a few more teams here, and I want to go to you for Atlanta FaZe versus Toronto. This was a rematch from Raleigh. Similar result.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe, they come in and they take this one, and I think it was probably the most dominant match that we saw today. Every single map was OP. I mean, 250, 150, 6-1, and a 3-0 in control. Everyone popped off. Celium went off once again. It's what you expect out of this guy. It just seems like they're firing everywhere. Like, since their comebacks they had in the qualifying stage 2 where Abizi popped off in that control, they have been lights out, Puckett. This is a team that's looking to win this event, man. They're in a great position to do so, sitting in top 3 already.
Atlanta taking care of business against the Trash Talkers from up north. Atlanta, the first team to lock up their spot in our winners bracket finals. They're guaranteed top 3, and so are the Rocker. The most difficult bracket in a lot of the community's opinions. You had to start off, on our first day Thursday, going up against the Subliners. Today, you draw Optic, but Ali, it was the Rocker taking care of business in this one. Bance is still on fire. Afro had a heyday as well.
I mean, every player from Minnesota Rocker, I feel like, had a fantastic time. You have to highlight Bance and Afro as the SMG duo, just simply because of the control they had and the pressure they had on the maps, but everyone across the board was doing well. But I mean, to open it up with that map number 1 and then moving to that map number 2, Afro drops 12 for an Embassy 6-4W, and they move that momentum straight into that control on El Asilo. It was just masterful from the Minnesota Rocker.
Minnesota Rocker will be joining Atlanta tomorrow in that winners bracket finals. Optic drew their opponent Boston in the lower bracket, but Brycey, there was another lower bracket battle here. We got to talk about the LA Thieves squad. What did you see from the team tonight?
Well, it was a dark day for Ultra as Thieves came to play. They tucked Ultra into bed in every step of the way, and we should have known how that series was going to go when we saw Octane start off 11-1. He was a force to be reckoned with. They couldn't get past him, they couldn't kill him, they couldn't stop him. Over and over again, when we thought the tide might turn, there was Octane and the rest of the Thieves. Every single player was playing above and beyond Ultra today, and they did not have a good time.
I absolutely love what we saw from the Thieves tonight. They proved that yesterday was not a fluke. They're coming on to this next matchup with a 9-0 record in the lower bracket, and that's what we need to show you next, because there's only 4 teams remaining in this event. And we mentioned the script. Well, look in the top left corner of your screen. We set it up. That round 11, Optic versus the LA Thieves. We get the rematch tomorrow. Nameless, you're in the building for that one. Do we go another game 5, or is it 3-0?
I think we go another game 5. I was laughing when you pulled this up because it's just the script, man. There really is a script going on. Nade Shot versus Scump, LA Thieves versus Optic, the rematch. It's going to be sick.
And of course, we've got Rocker versus FaZe in that winners bracket final. Epic matches all the way through. We've got the first one kicking off at 1:30. The pre-show will be at 1:15. Brycey, though, I know a lot of people are already chatting on Twitter about that rematch against the Thieves.
Yeah, it's going to look like a spicy one as well. I'm hoping for no 3-0s tomorrow. I don't want any of these to end in 3. I want to go all the way. I don't even care which one I cast for the games. They're all going to be good. Every single one. We are set up for an incredible championship Sunday.
Record-setting lows here in Boston this weekend, and that didn't stop an amazing crowd from coming out here. You guys are all wicked awesome, and I can't wait to see your beautiful kisses tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. This was your Boston Major Saturday. We'll see you for a championship Sunday.
You feel me? I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me